Hello and welcome to Sixth Part. Today I'm gonna continue the story What If Deku Was the Son of Dante? Part 2. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Izuku had survived the first day of UA, and he and Osako were currently sparring at DMC. She dodges Izuku's left hook and tries a leg sweep, which Izuku jumps over. He then throws an axe kick at her in midair, which causes her to roll away. She regains her balance and throws a roundhouse kick, which Izuku catches and uses to flip her in midair before grabbing her arm and doing a judo flip, sending her to the ground. She quickly rolls on Izuku and sweeps his legs, but he grabbed both of her arms and turned them so that he was on top of her while grinning. "Well, you're getting better, that was fantastic," Izuku remarked, glancing at her. Osako blushed and said, "Thanks, I do have excellent teachers," before realizing their situation. As Izuku realized the same thing, Osako said, could you get off me please?" However, Niko and the others entered the sparring room and saw their position before Izuku could get up. Trish grinned and said, "Well, would you look at this, were you two about to make out?" The lady teased them as well, saying, "I think they were, but this isn't the best place for that. I mean seriously, it's not so hard to get a room." "It's not what it looks like, we were training," Izuku said, hastily getting up to cover his flushed face, and Osako followed. Niko straightened her glasses and said, "Oh, loosen up your jockstrap. You're a handsome young guy in a room all alone with a fine girl, and we ain't judging you for trying to make out with her." "Look, nothing was about to happen, so please drop it," Izuku responded. "Okay, we'll do that for now. Anyways, we just got a call from UA. They said that they wanted Dante to come teach the students about demons," said Trish. "Crap, you did tell them he's not available right now?" Izuku responded. "We did, so they requested Nero if Dante was unavailable," the lady replied. Izuku's eyes widened and he said, "You have got to be kidding me." Osako questioned, "So what are you going to do?" "I really don't want them to know I'm Nero yet, so lady, Trish, can you please do me this one favor?" Izuku replied. As Izuku signed in relief, Trish said, "All right, the class is tomorrow. We'll call them up and tell them that you're busy and that we will be teaching the class tomorrow." Izuku said, "Thank you." Niko addressed them both, saying, "Oh, by the way, I've finished your new weapon, along with Ochako's of course." Ochako said, "Really well, where are they?" "Hold on, you'll get them tomorrow. I was asked by the school to make some weapons for the demon class tomorrow, so you'll get it there. Besides, I need to see them in action before I make anything for them," Niko replied. "I don't think all of them are going to use weapons considering most of their quirks are destructive," Izuku stated. "Anyways, let's get back to training, we'll see what tomorrow brings," Ochako replied. Izuku picked up a bow staff and threw the training Kali sticks to her. Izuku rushed at her to attack, saying, "Well, let's see how you handle me with those." As she and the others watched them spar, Lady remarked, "You know she has a crush on him, right?" "It's so freaking obvious, you'd be blind not to see it," said Trish. As Niko flushed in shame, Lady remarked, "Well, he does have that Sparta charm working for him. Even Niko and Kairi are falling for him." Niko said defensively, "No, I don't have a crush on him, he's not my type." Trish teased her by saying, "Who are you kidding, girl? You're crushing hard." The lady grinned and said, "There's nothing to feel ashamed of, it's only natural because he's a handsome man." Niko said, "Look, just drop it, okay? If it makes you feel better, his grandfather was quite the ladies' man according to all his associates before he settled down. They said he even had a harem," Trish informed Niko. "How does that work exactly? I mean they would just be fighting to see who he loves more," Niko responded. "Nope, he was able to make it work, but later on he settled for Eva after all he had outlived his mates, so he chose her and fell in love and settled down," said the lady. Trish looked back at Izuku and Ochako and remarked, "You, Kairi, and Ochako are important to him, so I think you gals should be able to make it work, after all they do say love conquers all." As she left, the woman said, "All right, let's go. You need to make sure the weapons are calibrated correctly because we have a class to teach tomorrow." Trish glanced back at Ochako and Kairi sparring and said, "Oh, and don't worry, we will have the same conversation with them." The day after the school day proceeded according to plan, with students attending regular classes, having lunch, and then returning to class. When Aizawa arrived, he instructed them to change into their gym attire and follow him to a large building on the school's property. With his typical tone of boredom, Aizawa said, "Okay, here we are." Tenya said, "Sensei, where are we?" As he watched the other 1B students leave with their homeroom teacher Vlad King, Izawa remarked, "I'll tell you about it when we get inside. Class 1B should be coming out of there right now." Vlad said to Izawa, "Hey Izawa, you brought your class here to learn, huh?" Izawa looked at the 1B students and said, "Yes, this is something they need to learn after all. So how did it go with your class?" They said some of them have potential. I can't really blame them if they're scared of pursuing this path, but at least they will be ready if they encounter anything like this, Vlad said with a nod of agreement. As the two classes introduced themselves to one another, he noticed Class 1A engaging with Class 1B. A boy with sleek blonde hair remarked, "So this is Class 1A, you people don't look like much." As he moved forward to respond, Katsuki exclaimed, "Who the hell are you extras?" "Well, we're you rival class, we're Class 1B, the best the hero course has to offer," the young man replied boastfully. "Huh, the best it had to offer, all I see is a second-rate extra who I'm going to kill if he doesn't move out of my way," Katsuki replied. "Such violent behavior, are you sure you want to be a hero, cause it looks like you're on the wrong place," said the child. Katsuki was about to respond when Izuku interrupted him by moving forward. Izuku looked at both of them and said, "Enough with your lovers squabbling. We're here for something important, not name-calling." A girl with ginger hair pulled back in a ponytail said, "He right, so knock off your pissing contest." "Sorry about him, he just likes to run his mouth at the first chance he gets," she replied to Izuku. "He's the same, no problem," Itsuka said, holding out her hand for a shake. "By the way, my name is Itsuka Kendo, and the blonde is Nato Monoma." Izuku shook her hand and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and the porcupine is Katsuki Bakugo." Itsuka's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "No way. You're Izuku Midoriya? The guy who got 200 points in the entrance exam, setting a record in UA history." Her classmates then started chatting about him in whispers. Izuku remarked, "Yep, that's me, it's really not a big deal." "No way, it's a total big deal. You must have an extremely strong quirk," Itsuka replied. Izuku shocked his class and 1B by saying, "You're only as good as you make yourself out to be. I had to train myself to be strong. Everyone's quirk is always useful, you just have to apply yourself if you ever want to get where you want to go." They were expecting him to boast about his strength. He gained some respect from Class 1B after he finished because they realized he wasn't what they had anticipated. "Anyways, what were you guys doing in there?" Izuku inquired. "Oh, well, we aren't supposed to say to you, so you'll have to go in there and find out," Itsuka replied. Izuku left with the rest of his class, saying, "Okay, thanks, it was nice meeting you guys. Hope we see each other soon." "Well, at least there's someone respectable in 1A. I was expecting him to brag like that other guy," Nato replied. As Class 1B started to depart, Itsuka remarked, "Yep, I was expecting that too. Come, let's go. Mr. Vlad is coming over." Izawa led Class 1A into a room that was large enough to accommodate everyone as they entered the building. Upon entering, they noticed control panels and a screen with a window that revealed a larger, blue-tiled room. Izawa turned to face them and said, "Welcome to the Danger Room. This is an artificial assimilation room that was built to train you students. Once programmed, everything you feel in there is real, like smell, touch and pain. This is where we will run most of your hero training by putting you in real-life situations, and it's also where you'll be doing demon hunting," Izawa said while they were staring at him. Tenya questioned, "Wait, did you say demon hunting?" "Yes, after demons were introduced to the world, the governments of the world have been looking for a solution to that, and that came in the form of Redgrave, who paved the way for that," Izawa stated. "Yeah, everyone was surprised when they attacked New York. I've never seen something so violent and grotesque," stated Momo. "Exactly, Redgrave had been hunting them for as long as he could remember. There are other demon hunters, but he is the best of the best," said Izawa. Mina inquired, "What about this other guy Nero?" "Well, according to Redgrave, he's second only to him. The press has been trying to get what he looks like, but he just avoids them after he's done. Anyways, for this class we wanted Redgrave to teach you." "But, no way Redgrave is teaching us," Kaminari said while interrupting Izawa. As Niko, another girl with pink hair, and two women that Izuku and Osako knew entered, Izawa said, "Let me finish. Redgrave isn't available, so we tried to get Nero to come teach you, but he wasn't available as well." With a perverted smile on his face, Mineta exclaimed, "Holy shit, no way they're going to be teaching us. No freaking way, we're going to learn from two of the baddest women on the planet," said Kaminari. "Well, hello Class 1A, welcome to Demon Class," said the lady. Mina gazed at them in wonder and remarked, it's the Lightning Witch and Arsenal, Redgrave's partners in Devil May Cry. Looks like we're famous. Alright, welcome to first class in demon hunting. Now I'm not going to lie, it's going to be brutal. If you don't have the stomach for this, you're free to leave, Trish said while staring at them. Now for your first class, you are going to be taking on demons, the danger room. Now remember what he said, everything in there will be real, but since they are artificial you won't bleed when they hit you, but it will be painful, the lady said. Now this is Mei Hatsume and Nicoletta Goldstein, they're from the support course. They're going to see how you do here, and if you decide you want to continue, go to them and have them make weapons for your demon hunting sessions. Now here's what we're going to do, you guys can decide if you want to pair up with someone or go solo. Now are there any questions? If there's anything you want to know about demons, now is the time to ask, Trish stated as she clarified what they're going to do. Trish interrupted Asui, saying, Miss Witch, call me Trish kid and you can call her lady, now what's up? Asui had never read anything about demons, so she asked, where do demons come from? They come from the underworld. They are nasty piece of work and are mindless until they are given orders by their superiors, said Trish. Wait, superiors? What exactly are the superiors to demons? Asked Momo. Now listen well, even in the demon world there is a hierarchy and different levels of demons. First are the grunts. They are the lowest of the low. They are mindless and attack anything that isn't a demon. They normally move in swarms to overcome their prey and they are bloodthirsty, the lady said. Next are the queen or leaders of the swarm. They are slightly smarter and a bit bigger than the ones they command, and after that you have the highest level of them. All these ones can command any lower level demons. These ones are more powerful, cruel and selfish. They will do whatever it takes to increase their own at the expense of other demons or humans. These are the devils, Trish told them as their eyes widened in awe. Wait, devils? Tenya asked. Yes, devils. These ones are smarter than the ones I previously mentioned. They are more powerful and have a range of abilities that separate them from each other, the lady replied. Exactly, some are stronger, faster and have elemental abilities like control of fire, ice, water, you name it. They come in all shapes and sizes and they often view humans a plaything due to the fact that they are naturally superior, said Trish. So has Redgrave and Nero fought devils before? Kirishima asked. Of course they have. It takes skill to be able to match a devil, and should you wish to follow this path we'll help you however we can, the lady replied. Now before we begin, let me explain the ranks of the demons and devils. Now for the demons, they are ranked from DA, with D being the lowest and A being the highest. Most are ranked demons are off hive leader or they do solo and are strong that the whole hive combined, and for the devils there are 4 ranks and these are S, SS, SSS and SSSS ranks. These guys are way stronger than that of the demons. They are basically the powerhouses of the underworld, Trish clarified as she observed the expressions on certain of their faces that ranged from disbelief to dread, a few of them. As he dabbed at his perspiration, Ciro remarked, Whoa, that's a lot to take in. Indeed, I never imagined that creatures of such power would exist, said Tokiyami. Mineta asked, Hey, is it possible for a human to become a devil? Yes, there have been some cases like that, but they would be classified as artificial demons. Most people do this because they want to become immortal, because demon and devils tend to live very long, the lady replied. Wait, are you saying that devils can't be killed? Kyoka responded. No, they can die. What I'm saying is that they live longer. A devil can live up to 2,000 years if given enough time, said Trish. You said that humans can become devils artificially. Is there any chance that they can be born part devil? Asked Toru. Hey, believe it or not, devils can also take on human appearances. Some have done so to live peaceful lives here in our world and have had children along the way, the lady replied. Sato questioned, seriously? Who could fall for a devil? Izuku clenched his fist in response to Katsuki's comment. Yeah, what's the point? All they're just going to have is nothing but a freak of nature. As Trish noticed Izuku glaring at Katsuki for that comment, she said, Now wait a minute. Just because some devils are cruel and hate humanity doesn't mean that all are like that. Some have been selfless and have stood as protectors of humanity as well. Shoji said, Really, like who? The lady looked at them and said, Sparta, that name is your assignment now. You are to find out anything about that name until we meet in our next class. As the lesson was about to start, Trish said, Okay, who wants to go first? If you want to pair up, now would be a good time for that. While Osako paired with Mina, Asui, and Momo, Kirishima paired with Ciro, Tokiyami, and Sato, Kaminari paired with Mineta and Kyoka, Shoji paired with Toru and Koda, and Tenya paired with Ojiro and Aoyama. Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto chose to go alone. Trish asked, Alright, this looks promising. Are you three sure you want to go in alone? Not in reference to Izuku, but rather to the other two. Izuku said, yep, I can handle it, and then he stood up to wait for his turn. Izuku called attention to him by saying, oh Niko, did you bring it? I've been waiting to see what you made. As she handed Osako 2 black Kali sticks, similar to the one used by the Black Widow in Infinity War, and tossed Izuku 2 dark green bracelets, Niko remarked, oh yeah, jock strap. I got yours and Ochako's here. Tell me what you think. As he gazed at her in shock, Izuku exclaimed, so she gets those and I get friendship bracelets, really? Izuku followed Niko's advice to just tap them and see what happens, as the bracelets transformed into dark green fingerless gauntlets that ended at his forearm. With admiration for the gauntlets, Izuku remarked, whoa, now this is a work of art. Niko handed Izuku a handbook explaining the gauntlet's features and said, see, told you so. Now before you go in, here's the manual. Izuku went to read about the gauntlet and said, thanks a lot, Niko. I owe you one. His classmates asked him how he knew Niko while he was reading, and he replied that they were friends and that he had been providing her with supplies for some of her projects. Following their conversation, the teams were put to the test to see their strengths. Tenya's team was the first to go. As Team Iida entered to start their test, Aizawa said, okay, Team Iida, you're up first, go on down. With Tenya and Ojiro fighting at close range and Aoyama providing them with long-range support, their team performed well because they were balanced. They went on to defeat 22D ranked and 8C ranked opponents, earning them 30 kills. The following team, Shoji, performed poorly since Toru and Koda were unable to inflict damage on them, resulting in just 10 kills. They received 37 kills for their efforts. Next was Team Kaminari, who performed fairly well. Mineta used his balls to keep them stuck while Kaminari blasted them with his electricity and Kyoka attached speakers to her body to damage their sound. However, Mineta eventually grew weary and Kaminari used too much of his charge, short-circuiting his brain and leaving Kyoka vulnerable to the rest of them. Team Kirishima came next, and they did a great job. Tokiyami used his dark shadow to attack at long and close range, and Siro used his tape to keep some of them motionless while Kirishima and Sato destroyed them. Although they didn't have the highest score, the team did well and managed to get 42 kills. Team Ochako came next, and they did well. Asui demonstrated her skill with her quirk by using her tongue to immobilize some people. Mina melted those who approached her with her acid. Momo created long-range weapons for her attacks, and Ochako got to try out her own weapon. She was shocked to learn that Niko had added an electric feature to the sticks she used, and she vowed to continue training after this. Their team scored 52 kills, taking first place. Katsuki was the next to go, and after a very aggressive approach to the demons, he managed to get 89 kills. Shoto was next, and he only used his ice powers for 101 kills. However, during Shoto's turn, Izuku saw that he was only using his ice to hold himself back. He was a little frustrated, but decided not to use his fire side, and Izuku wondered why he didn't use it. Izuku noted that he should investigate Shoto. Izuku had prepared for his turn, removing his shirt and sleeves to reveal his tattoos as he entered the room wearing a black tank top. He was eager to try out his new gauntlet. As the demons started to show up, the scene shifted to a city. Lady said, okay, Izuku, now is your turn. Show what you can do. The demons then entered to attack Izuku. Before he punched one hard, sending it crashing into 3 other demons, Izuku was observing the gauntlet as the demons approached. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a demon approaching from above, so he leapt into the air, grabbed its head, and smashed it to the ground, causing a burst of electricity to knock away the other demons around him. Izuku got up, wiped his palm, grinned, and returned his focus to the demon. As he defeated more demons, his classmates on the observation deck were in awe of his abilities. Whoa, look at him go. He's just ripping through them, that is so manly, said Kirishima. As Kaminari watched Izuku seize the demon with his ethereal arm and repeatedly slam it against the ground before tossing it into another one, he exclaimed, wow, seriously, what is this guy? Izuku leapt on the back of one of the demons and pierced 3 of them with his grappling hook. He then swung his arm to hit other demons before calling the hook back to him and using his light beam to blow a hole through them. As they fell to the ground, Izuku kicked the demon he was on into another demon. Izuku made a corkscrew to dodge the blades of 2 scarecrows as he saw more approaching. He swiftly grabbed one of them and began swinging it in its blade as he sliced through the others. He stopped, glanced around, and made the bring it gesture as he dashed in the direction of more demons. A short time later, Izuku hardly displayed any signs of fatigue as he continued to battle the demons, demonstrating his continued dominance over them. His classmates were amazed by his abilities and kept a close eye on him as he proceeded on his path of demon destruction. Since time had already passed, Trish and Lady ultimately made the decision to end Izuku's own session. As she ended the simulation, Trish remarked, "Okay kid, I think you've had enough." As his classmates, with the exception of Katsuki and Shoto, gathered around him and complimented him on his excellent performance, Izuku returned to the room and grinned. Izuku had 300 kills by the time his score was recorded, placing him first. Lady looked at each of them as they considered their options and said, "Well, that was a good first class. Before I say anything else, is there anyone who wants to drop out of this class now that everyone has seen what they will be dealing with? Don't decide now. When we meet again, give us your answer then. Hopefully by then maybe we'll have Nero teach the next one," said Trish. As Class 1A started to leave the building, the lady said, "Okay, that's it for today. For those of you that want to stay, don't forget about the assignment we gave you. Have a nice day." They asked Izuku if he could help them get better as soon as they were outside, and he agreed. When Momo asked Osako and Izuku for assistance in training and enhancing her endurance, they both agreed. After saying goodbye to his classmates, Izuku and Osako went to thank Niko for their weapons before heading home. The day was over, and Izuku was already looking forward to the next class because it was only the second day. After an exciting first 2 days of class at UA, the students in Class 1A were eagerly anticipating what the third day would bring on the day after the demon hunting class. When Aizawa informed his class that today would be the most difficult day of their stay here, some of them became nervous about what lay ahead. Izuku, Osako, Momo, and Tenya were discussing their expectations for the day. Izuku, however, was ready to win, just as he had been doing for the previous 2 days, and he didn't care what would happen. Sitting on his desk, Katsuki was frowning at the ceiling as he reflected on the previous 2 days, during which Izuku had emerged victorious, which had infuriated him. He was looking forward to today's challenge in order to defeat Izuku and prove to him that he was beneath him for good. Before Izuku sensed Aizawa coming, the rest of the class was occupied with their own activities, with some of them listening to Izuku converse with the others. As the class started to prepare, Izuku said, "Guys, sensei is coming." Aizawa slipped in as the noise subsided, then he closed the door and went to his desk. Everyone started to perspire as Aizawa said dryly, It took you all 3 seconds to quiet down today. Good, it looks like you're all finally learning common sense." Everyone's eyebrows shot up in response to Aizawa's statement. "Well, since we didn't have time on the first 2 days because of your lack of common sense, we're going to use homeroom to introduce ourselves." Everyone thought, "That was all your fault in the first place, sensei." "Well, since you're all going to be learning and working together, you might as well get to know more about each other, so you can by the order of sit arrangement, state your name, facts about yourself and your quirk, now start," said Aizawa. Everyone introduced themselves and their quirks during the several minutes that followed. Izuku mentioned that he had an enhancement type quirk, but he didn't elaborate. Izuku turned back to Aizawa, who had emerged from his sleeping bag, and noted their peculiarities for future analysis. "Well, despite some obvious boisterousness, it's nice to be working and teaching you all. My name is Shota Aizawa, but some of you may know me as Eraserhead," Aizawa said while introducing himself. As he left the classroom, Aizawa remarked, "You have 15 minutes before your classes start. Good luck, respect your teachers, and don't do anything embarrassing. If you do, it will reflect badly on me." They had English class with present Mike and studied modern literature under the hero Cementos for the remainder of the morning. At noon, after their utterly typical classes, all of the students assembled in the mess for lunch, which the hero lunch rush had prepared. Izuku was having fun with all the excellent, inexpensive food while writing in his note about the heroes he had met. Momo and Osako were sitting next to him, and Niko, who was also on break from the support course, joined them. The girls saw that Izuku was still writing in his note, but he soon realized that he was muttering aloud, which made him feel embarrassed because he realized he had geeked out. They returned to their class after lunch to await the teacher of their next lesson, but they had no idea that everyone but Izuku would be taken aback by the person instructing them in foundational hero studies. The students in Class 1A were all getting settled when they heard a familiar laugh. Ha 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 ha. Everyone became alert upon hearing it, with the exception of Izuku, who rolled his eyes and muttered in frustration, "Seriously, does he have to do anything over the top?" as the door opened. IAM. Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might, emerged in a tight costume consisting of a red top, blue pants, yellow gloves, and white accented boots. He was standing in the classroom with his chest protruding and his cape flapping forward in the absence of any wind, coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku thought, how the hell is that normal? No normal person does that. The other students were ecstatic to see All M. They started chatting among themselves while they were still teaching their class. Guys, can you believe it? All Might is going to be teaching us? This is so cool, said Kaminari. Kirishima grinned and said, his costume design is so Silver Age. The art style clashes so much it's giving me goosebumps. As he spoke to the class, All Might positioned himself in front of his desk and flexed. Upon noticing the eager expressions on their faces, All Might turned to them and said, welcome to Foundational Hero Studies. For this class we will be building up your foundation through various trials and challenges. This class is one of your most important classes, so be prepared. With that being said, let's move on to the trial of battle. This is finally going to be good, Izuku thought, smiling, and Katsuki joined in, sharing his enthusiasm. All Might remarked, indeed, and to go with your first battle, as he pressed a button on the tiny gadget he was holding, which opened a number of hidden compartments in the wall and revealed metal suitcases for each student. We have prepared the gear we had you send and requested to match your quirks. Izuku smirked and thought, well, I'm glad I already had mine made long ago, but I'm not surprised they already had costumes made for everyone with the fundings and development department that UA has. Zero exclaimed, this is so cool, our battle gear. Kirishima remarked, I know it's awesome. All Might said as he and the students left the building and started to change into their costumes. Okay. Go and get changed and we'll be ready to go. We will be heading to Training Ground Beta, and remember, what you bring into the battlefield is important, so know that once you step into it you are officially heroes. A short time later, while waiting for his students to emerge in their costumes, All Might stood in front of the control building. Despite his composed exterior, he was extremely anxious because this was his first time instructing anyone other than Izuku, with whom he had trained for 9 months. I'll just make sure to impart all of my knowledge to them as effectively as possible. All Might thought, shivering slightly in remembrance. Everything I learned from my master in Gran Torino, although I'll tone it down a little in the old man's case, seeing as he beat the living crap out of me just to make a point. His shivers soon turned to a smile as he saw his students emerge wearing their costumes. Everyone's costumes are still the same except for Osako and Izuku. Along with dark blue arm bracers that could shoot any kind of bullet and the 2 Kali sticks Niko made for her attached to her back, Osako was dressed in a black skin-tight bodysuit with pink lines, a high knee boot, a belt, and a helmet that was attached to her suit. The helmet was nanotech, so it could fade and appear if she wanted it to. Izuku wore a dark blue long-sleeved trench coat with a red scarf sewn on it, black pants and dark red combat boots, and a green zip-up hoodie vest underneath. He walked out slowly as they saw his hair slicked back. He had devil breakers on his wrists in the shape of bracelets, and he wore black fingerless gloves. Think DMC4 costumes with extras. Young Midoriya really went for style, which is exactly what I expected from Dante's nephew. Although the costume appears straightforward, the materials are incredibly strong and flexible, enabling him to move in amazing ways. From what I can tell, it can also withstand the strain and stress of his power. As All Might examined Izuku's costume, he thought, he really went high and above with this. All Might glanced around and saw how the students were responding to Izuku's appearance, particularly the way the girls were ogling it. All Might chuckled and thought, to be young and full of hormones, this takes me back. All Might's smile broadened as he completed his covert examination of each of their costumes, and then he called their attention. All Might gave them a thumbs up and remarked, well, I must say that everyone is looking really cool and stylish. Now let's see what you embryos are made of in the trial of battle. After observing Izuku's new appearance, Osako and Momo walked up to him, blushing slightly. Osako said, wow Nero, you look incredible, it's so stylish, and Momo nodded in agreement. Thank God I got Niko to make some improvements to my costume, so how do I look? Asked Osako. Izuku made her blush profusely with his praise, saying, you look amazing, I look at you and I think sexy and dangerous, it really suits you. Izuku blushed as she said, oh and Momo, I really like yours too, looks like you made it with respect to how your quirk works, nice. Thanks, Momo said, folding her arms beneath her breasts and pushing them up slightly. I wanted to show more skin, but it would be against the regulation, so I went with this. Izuku grinned and thought, yeah, too bad for that. Really, who made it illegal for women to look sexy? With tiny drops of blood streaming from his nose, Mineta gazed at all the girls and declared, well, it's official, Hero Course is the best. A hand shot up to pose a question as everyone was preparing. Tenya raised his hand robotically and said, "Sensei, isn't this the same training ground we used in the entrance exam?" I never would have guessed that was Tenya if it weren't for his voice and mannerisms. However, Izuku thought as he glanced at Tenya, he looks good, and he based his costume on Ingenium's nice. While we will be using one of the urban training grounds in which the practical portion of the entrance examination took place, the setting will be different. This will be an indoor battle trial, the mighty said with his chin raised. Imprisonment a house arrest the black market. In this quirk-saturated society full of government-backed heroes, any villain with a modicum of intelligence lurks in the shadows. With that in mind, for this test, you will be separated into heroes and villains for 2-on-2 team battles. All Might said as he observed the expression of the surprise on their faces. Asui questioned, "But what about foundation training?" "This is foundational training," All Might exclaimed, clenching his left fist in front of his face into an epic. "This time there won't be just robots, it'd be okay to just destroy." "So how do we determine who wins and who loses?" Momo inquired. Izuku laughed in amusement as All Might took out a piece of paper and began reading. Izuku thought, really a script, but since this is his first time teaching this many people, I can't really blame him. Ahem. For this training we'll have some villains guard a nuclear weapon they intend on deploying. The heroes must stop them in their nefarious scheme before it is too late. If the heroes capture the villains, or reach the nuclear core before the time runs out, they win. If the villains manage to keep the core the whole time or capture the heroes, they win. That sounds like superhero stuff from the Golden Age, Izuku thought as he memorized the exercise's features. Then, from somewhere, All Might produced a lottery box and showed it to everyone. Your teammates and opponents will be chosen at random. Iida questioned, "Is that really how we'll do it?" Even though Izuku couldn't see Tenya's face, he could tell by the tone of his voice that he was looking incredulously. He tapped Tenya on the shoulder to get his attention. His explanation was loud enough for everyone to hear in case they shared Tenya's skepticism. Remember that pro heroes are often to form impromptu with other heroes they have never worked with before, Tenya, so this is more than likely to get us ready for when we have to face a situation like that in the future, he said. Tenya's comprehension was evident in his eyes. He rambled, I see always with our eyes on the future, are we? Before abruptly turning to face All Might and bending precisely 90 degrees. I apologize for my ignorance. As he turned around epically, All Might appeared a little uneasy with Tenya's rigid formality and diligence, much to Izuku's amusement. Anyways, let us begin. To choose their teammates, everyone went to draw from the lottery box, same as canon. Osako told Izuku, "Look, we're putting Nero together to fight Katsuki and Tenya." "Yeah, I kinda feel bad for Tenya for being paired with Katsuki, but they will come at us with everything they got, so be on guard," Izuku told Osako. As he and the other students ascended to the observation deck, All Might informed the teams, "All right, you all know your teams. Izuku and Osako are the heroes while Katsuki and Tenya are the villains. The two teams now will have 20 minutes to get a layout of the building and plan their attack. Once the 20 minutes are up, the battle will begin." Outside the building, Izuku and Osako were waiting and examining the layout. Izuku was examining the blueprints, paying close attention to every little detail. There are two main entrances to the building. The windows that surround the building serve as the other entrances, one on the roof and one on the bottom floor. One of the building's middle floors could be the location of the bomb. Tenya will have to defend the bomb by himself since Katsuki, who I know well, will come straight for me and me alone. That might work in our favor, Izuku said with a smile as he devised a strategy to win the game. Izuku said, "Osako, I have a plan." Osako questioned the green-haired hero, "What is it, Deku?" "Once the match starts we go inside the building and I'll let Katsuki find me. Once he does he will immediately fight with me. While I deal with Katsuki you find the bomb and radio me once you do. Tenya will be guarding it, but do not engage him yet, stay hidden and radio which floor the bomb is on and I'll come to you and then the both of us will take him down. With the both of us working together Tenya won't have a chance and Katsuki won't have enough time to get back, but I'm pretty sure I'd have beaten him by then. But if Tenya spots you then do your best to take him down. If you can't just stall until I'm there to back you up," Izuku told Osako, and she was surprised at well Izuku had formed a plan. Izuku heard Osako say, "You got it, Nero." Nero came up with all of that so fast. He is adamant about winning the match. As the match was about to begin, Osako told herself, "I can't let him down." Through the speakers, All Might said, "Students, the match will officially begin in 10 seconds. To notify the teams that the game had officially started, the alarm had gone off. Izuku and Ochako went inside the building and parted ways. He told her to go ahead while he stood in the hallway with his eyes closed, waiting for Katsuki to find him. After a few seconds, Izuku opened his eyes to find Katsuki smiling viciously at him. He leaned forward slightly and held his palms at his sides, demonstrating by setting off a few small, repetitive explosions. "So, you were expecting me, huh, Deku?" he exclaimed. Izuku remained silent. The explosion quirk user didn't like the fact that he just kept looking at Katsuki with a neutral expression on his face. With a vicious growl, Katsuki threw his arms back and unleashed a barrage of explosions that sent him hurtling in Izuku's direction. Katsuki yelled, "Don't fucking look down on me, you fucking nerd," and attempted to punch Izuku with his right hand. In response, Izuku spun past the hand, grabbed it, and then, as Katsuki struck the wall, elbowed him in the face. Did he really read me? At that moment, that was the only thought that passed through Katsuki's mind. Katsuki noticed that Izuku's expression remained the same, so he snarled and launched himself at him once more, using his explosions to propel himself. Izuku rolled beneath it and punched Katsuki in the back as he fell to the ground in agony. With an angry look on his face, Katsuki snarled, "Fuck," and pushed himself to his feet before turning to face Izuku. "Why aren't you using your quirk, you shit? Do you think you are fucking better than me, huh?" Before Katsuki assumed his fighting stance, Izuku, who was still maintaining his composed expression, gave him a small smile and a "bring it" gesture. Shortly after, Izuku leapt, spun around in a clockwise direction, and kicked Katsuki in the head with a reverse roundhouse left. As he leaned to avoid the kick, Katsuki smiled. But the smile vanished when Izuku, still in midair from his initial motion, delivered a snap kick with his right leg that struck Katsuki square in the face. With his eyes strained in pain and to stop the reflex of tears from streaming down his face, Katsuki held his nose as he staggered back. As he watched Izuku leap back to his feet after falling to the ground on his back as a result of the adjustments he had made to his body to get that loss hit, he shook the pain away. The unwavering look in Izuku's eyes only made him more angry, if that was possible. He growled and then used his explosions to propel himself toward Izuku at even faster speeds than before, arriving at him in a flash. "Stop looking at me like that, god fucking damn it. I'm above you," he said. When Izuku reacted to evade and counter Katsuki's left-handed strike, he abruptly twisted his hand downwards and let out an explosion that altered his trajectory and sent him flying in an arc above Izuku. "Read this, you fuck," Katsuki said. As soon as he was behind Izuku, he launched a point-blank explosion at his back, thinking triumphantly. But when Katsuki's hand found nothing but air, he was shocked. "What?" he thought frantically as Izuku appeared to vanish from his view, only to have his eyes bulge out as his mouth was forced open, spitting spit out. Having ducked under his attack, Izuku turned around and leaned back, supporting his body with his flexed right leg and right hand. He was still crouching down, almost directly beneath Katsuki, with his grenade-like gauntlets hiding his form from Katsuki's view. Then he pushed himself with his right arm and leg, sending Katsuki flying up and away from Izuku with a rising kick that went straight to his upper abdomen. To see how Ochako was doing, Izuku stood up and pushed his earpiece. Izuku said, "Hey Ochako, have you located the bomb yet?" Ochako said through her own earpiece, "Yes, it's in the 6th floor, but I got spotted by Tenya, sorry." "Don't worry about it, keep him busy, I'll be there soon," Izuku replied. Ochako uttered the words, "Roger that, over," before Izuku interrupted him. When Katsuki heard Izuku talking into his communicator, he felt as though the nitroglycerin-like substance he used to make his explosions was filling his entire circulatory system. He snarled and screamed as he leapt to his feet, ignoring the throbbing from the areas where he had been damaged, and he pointed his left arm forward in Izuku's direction. "Don't you fucking keep looking down on me, Deku. You are just a stepping stone to me. I'm going to fucking make you die, you stupid nerd." He grabbed the safety pin hanging from the distal end of his gauntlet's grenade design, which served as a safety lever. They narrowed and Izuku's face changed for the first time since the fight began. Observation room. As the trial got underway, the students who had gathered to watch the two teams battle it out were instructed by All Might to take notes on any errors they made. They also witnessed Ochako and Izuku parting ways. Momo observed them both heading in separate directions and remarked, "Look, they're splitting up, is that a good idea?" Kyoka remarked, "It seems like they predicted how Iida and Bakugo would act," as he saw another screen that showed Tenya remaining on one of the top floors while Katsuki barely waited for the exercise to begin before starting to descend. As they noticed Izuku standing there with his eyes closed, Kaminari remarked, "Wow, you're right, and look, Midoriya is just standing there. It's like he's waiting for Bakugo to show up. Kirishima grinned and exclaimed, "Look!" Bakugo reached Midoriya. They are about to get it on. They all witnessed Katsuki being pushed into the wall by Izuku at the end of their initial exchange. Mina exclaimed in amazement, "Whoa, that was cool, did you see how he reacted to that?" Ojiro observed the exchange and remarked, "Looks like Midoriya might be a professional martial artist," as he waits for Bakugo to get close before countering. They then witnessed the second exchange, in which Izuku punched Bakugo with his own punch as he rolled under Katsuki's kick, after Katsuki's attempt to kick Izuku on the head was decisively blocked. Kirishima, Denki, Shiro, Mina, and Kyoka all exclaimed, "Damn," upon seeing that. The level of athleticism, body control, and reflexes required to pull off something like that has to be insane, Tokiyami said in a tone of admiration. Although they were impressed by Katsuki's use of his explosions to abruptly change direction during their third exchange, which demonstrated his impressive control over his quirk, it was nothing compared to the feeling they got when they saw Izuku duck down and avoid Katsuki's attack without looking, then counter with a rising kick straight from the floor that sent Bakugo flying. Mineta mumbled, "What the hella," in shock. "Holy shit!" Kirishima cried. Aoyama trailed off in a state of mild shock. Do you guys are noticing the same thing as me, right? Midoriya has yet to use his quirk," Todoroki concluded, crossing his arms. The statement, "So you've noticed," was made by All Might to call their attention. From the assessment test Aizawa gave you, you saw how powerful and destructive young Midoriya's power is. He could have ended this since it began, but he want to see what the others can do. That's why. Plus from what I can tell it looks like both of them have history together and Midoriya is showing young Bakugo that he's yet to reach his level. All Might clarified as the pupils gazed back at Katsuki and Izuku. From what I can tell I don't think they get along very much, with Bakugo's attitude and all, but still to take on some like him and not use his quirk yet says that he probably worked hard to reach this level," said Kirishima. The others nodded in agreement as Kaminari remarked, "Yes, it will be entertaining to see how I stack up against him." When All Might noticed this and heard Katsuki's words, he became somewhat concerned. "I can't believe young Bakugo will go that far against one of his fellow students in a situation like this." "Huh?" was the response that several people gave to All Might's words. "As your foundational hero studies teacher, I know the specifications of each and every one of your costumes. Young Bakugo's gauntlets allow him to store a great amount of his nitroglycerin like palm sweat, increasing the range and force of his explosions exponentially. In such a closed space, the power of the explosion is also greatly enhanced further." When they heard this, everyone's eyes widened. With wide eyes, Mina exclaimed, "All Might Sensei! This is just a lesson. You must stop this before Midori is seriously hurt or worse." The majority of the other students nodded in agreement. Everyone was taken aback when All Might simply smiled. There's no need for that. While I am shocked about the lengths that young Bakugo will go when his pride is wounded, I'm not worried about young Midoriya one bit." Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard at the end. "What do you mean by that, All Might?" Kirishima looked incredulously at him. Then All Might simply laughed and looked at the screen, and the others followed suit. "You'll see." With Izuku. Motherfucker. Following that yell, Katsuki jerked the safety pin while wearing a deranged look, and his gauntlet unleashed a massive explosion that filled the entire hallway with its blast. All of the windows on that side of the building, as well as a few windows on the same side of the buildings next to it, exploded because it was so powerful. Furthermore, the hallway's walls were completely destroyed by the explosion's power. Gazing at the remnants of his explosion, Katsuki laughed almost uncontrollably. Ignoring Tenya's desperate interrogation that echoed from his communicator, he growled, "Do you still think you are better than me? Think again, Deku. Use your fucking quirk. I want to break you at you full strength, you asshole." Katsuki noticed a darkened silhouette that could only be Izuku as the flames subsided. This silhouette was gradually becoming more distinct, and his smile faded when he realized he was standing exactly where he had been before he detonated his explosion. When the smoke and flames subsided enough for Katsuki to see Izuku's shape, his eyes widened in shock. Izuku's left arm had changed and was glowing blue, and an ethereal arm had materialized in front of him, protecting him from the enormous explosion. When Katsuki noticed that Izuku had halted his attack and was staring at him with narrowed eyes, he was rendered speechless. The floor was scorched by the explosion, but it was not completely destroyed where the intact floor met the hallway walls. This damage started in the triangle-shaped pattern where Izuku stood. The hallway was completely undamaged after that. Katsuki, Izuku said gravely, speaking for the first time since he and Bakugo began fighting, as his arm healed and the ethereal arm withdrew. You seriously tried to kill me right now, didn't you? Izuku asked. Katsuki gritted his teeth and snarled in rage and hatred. Oh yes, I fucking did. Otherwise you wouldn't have used your quirk. You would have kept looking down on me. Izuku's eyes grew even more strained. I see. Congratulations then. You managed to make me use my power before I stopped your trump card without effort, he said, his voice devoid of bias. Bakugo nearly screamed in rage as he lifted his right arm this time, pointing it at Izuku, prepared to remove the pin and set off another similar explosion. Are still fucking mocking me? Bakugo said. As Katsuki screamed in agony, Izuku saw this and teleported in front of him while holding his hand before smashing his gauntlet. After that, Izuku let him go and punched him in the abdomen before giving him away. He then came in front of him and used the white tape to tie Katsuki up, killing him. Katsuki Bakugo has been eliminated, All Might's voice echoed, and Katsuki turned to Izuku in disbelief. Izuku checked on Osako by tapping his earpiece, ignoring his expression. Izuku said, Hey, it's me, what's up? Osako hid behind a pillar to speak to Nero, saying, Oh my god, you're okay. I heard that big explosion and you weren't answering, I thought you had been hurt bad. Izuku started to leave, but he stopped and turned to face Katsuki. Yeah, I'm okay. Katsuki is out so I'm on my way to your position. If you can take him down before then we'll win. See you soon. This was to show you that you aren't all that you claim to be. This was to show you that there will always be someone better than you, no matter what your pride tells you. And that you have to stop letting something as stupid as a wounded pride to cloud your judgment, because if you allow it to happen in the future, the consequences will be far worse than just a failed training exercise, finished Izuku as he began to leave the injured Bakugo. I hope you learned your lesson. The shell-shocked Bakugo, still unable to speak, could only gaze at Izuku's suddenly abnormally wide back as he left. Osako was attempting to outpace Tenya, who was taking advantage of his speed. Osako wanted to demonstrate to Izuku that their training was paying off, even though she knew he was on his way to assist her. Tenya was thinking deeply as he faced Osako. He knew Izuku was en route to their location after learning of Katsuki's defeat, so he needed to devise a quick plan to apprehend Osako before Izuku arrived to assist her. Tenya ducked under Ochako's bracers and ran at her, rolling out of her way as she was hit by some tranquilizer. Before she had an idea, Osako thought, he really isn't letting up, I have to take him down, but how? He's moving too fast for me to keep him steady to tie the tape around him. After fastening the tape to both of her Kali sticks, she emerged from her hiding place behind the pillar and charged at Tenya. Izuku just entered the room to find Tenya on the ground. Tenya said this and ran at her, but she slid under his legs and used the tape to trip him. She then got up and tied it around his legs, keeping him immobile and giving them the victory. As Izuku approached her with a smile, All Might's voice could be heard over the speakers. The hero team wins. Wow, that was impressive. Looks like training is paying off, Izuku commented. When Osako noticed that Bakugo had some dirt on him, he said, Yeah, looks like you had fun. How did it go with Bakugo? As they went to free them both, Izuku remarked, he didn't stand a chance. Anyway, let's untie them, and hurried to the observation room. Observation room. As soon as the four students entered the observation room, Izuku was showered with praise. That was awesome way you handled yourself, it was so cool, said Kaminari. This time, it was Eijiro who said, Yeah, and the most manly part was how you and Katsuki went at each other like real men. It was dazzling, but not like mine when I go, Yuga replied. Hanta said excitedly, Yeah, the fight was awesome, especially how you took Bakugo down. People were complimenting Izuku everywhere, and he wasn't sure how to handle it. Izuku gave Osako the appreciation that some of her classmates lacked, saying, Thank guys, but I couldn't win without Osako. She was able to take down Tenya for us to grab the win. So I have her to thank, plus she trusted my plans and judgment. So in my book it was a team effort. Osako blushed slightly and said, Thanks, Nero. Yes, well said, young Midoriya, it was a team effort, but you and young Uraraka here showed exceptional planning and trust in one another. Now that the match is over, who can tell me who the MVP of the match is? All Might asked the students. Before she started to explain, Momo stated, Izuku and Tenya, All Might, were the MVP. Izuku from the beginning of the battle made a plan to take on both Tenya and Katsuki. He allowed Bakugo to focus all his attention on himself while she looked for the bomb, and when he fought he did so with caution as he didn't want to damage their surroundings, and when he saw that Katsuki was about to destroy more of the building he quickly subdued him. And Tenya took his role as a villain seriously. He prepared for Osako and took out anything she could use against him, Momo said as she reviewed the battle. At Momo's evaluation, Might and everyone else perspired. Everything I was going to say was said by her. The top hero believed that his student had outperformed him. Izuku smiled at her and said, "Wow, Momo got that pretty much all right. Good job on the evaluation, Momo." Momo attempted, but was unable, to hide her blush from the praise. As the hero team Ashutu and Shojiya faced the villain team, Toru and Ojiro, All Might remarked, "Yes, very good young Momo. Now on to the next team and good luck." Shoto gave Izuku one last glance as they were leaving, and Izuku gave him one last look before he and Shoji departed. The second game had already started, and it moved quickly. Shoto used his ice to freeze everyone except his teammate in place, and everyone except Izuku watched in awe. Then, without anyone stopping him, Shoto entered the building and thawed the bomb. Izuku watched this fight with interest. He's half hot and half ice. What prevented him from using his fire? Why did he apply ice to his left side? Furthermore, he refrained from using the fire during the evaluation. Izuku was staring at the screen with the picture of Shoto defrosting the bomb when he thought, not even once. Following the test, Shoto was named the match's MVP, and subsequent matches had different MVPs. Izuku was grinning as he and Osako left with Momo and Tenya at the end of the day. As Osako and Momo giggled a little, Izuku remarked, "Well, this was fun. I finally got to smack Katsuki around and that made my day." Osako remarked, "Hopefully this will curb his attitude a bit." Izuku got on his bike and rode home to rest and check on Dante and his father. "Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow," he said. OTHERWHEREA voice asked, "Is everything ready for tomorrow?" "Yes." A second voice responded to the first. A sick laugh echoed through the building as the voice said, "Good, come the tomorrow the symbol of peace will die." Why was Izuku grinning as he drove to school? When Izuku arrived at UA, he saw a sea of people, not just any people, but reporters, the worst kind of people, because he was feeling great after beating up Katsuki yesterday and was hoping they would do something exciting today. Excellent reporters. Why on earth are they in this place? Izuku thought that once they saw him, they would ask him a question. All of the reporters rushed to Izuku to question him after a cameraman said, "Hey, look, there are students over there." A reporter who observed that other students in the class were also being harassed asked him, "What's it like to learn under All Might?" Izuku chose to get rid of the reporters the only way he knew how because he was sick of them and wanted to go to class. Izuku yelled, "Everyone pay attention. Learning under All Might has been. Oh my god, All Might is over there," and gestured in the direction of All Might. When the reporters all turned around, they saw nothing. As Izuku drove into the school, he thought, "That's my cue." When the reporter turned around again, he discovered that Izuku had left and was on school property. As everyone perspired after falling for a foolish ploy, a reporter remarked, "I can't believe we fell for that." Class 1A Izuku took his seat behind Katsuki after arriving on time for class. Izuku couldn't get rid of the feeling that something was going to happen today while everyone was busy with their own tasks, but Katsuki's yelling at Kaminari for saying Izuku was stronger jolted him out of his reverie. When someone was stronger than him, Katsuki screamed, "He is not stronger than me. He got lucky in that match. Watch when we fight next time, Deku, because I will destroy you." He detested those situations. Izuku grinned and said, "But I'm stronger than, so doesn't that mean you're contradicting yourself?" Katsuki's face looked like a tomato due to how furious he was with Izuku. Deku came first, and now that half-child, after watching Shoto Todoroki's match, Katsuki thought, "That guy is something else. I need to step my game up." As Aizawa was entering the classroom, Izuku said to his friend, "Katsuki, please take a seat. Class is about to begin." Taking his sleeping bag, Aizawa entered the room. As the weary hero was about to speak, Izuku thought, "Sheesh, it seems like Sensei can't go anywhere without the thing." Although Aizawa had not yet finished evaluating the match, he reprimanded Katsuki, saying, "All right. You all now have a glimpse of what to expect from your hero training. Katsuki, you need to control that temper and learn to not let your emotions get in the way of the job. Heroes have to separate their feelings from the mission. Izuku, you did a good job in helping your team win the match. You took advantage of Katsuki's emotions and used it to bring victory. Keep it up, but don't let it go to head. Remember, anyone can be beaten." Izuku replied with a nod. Aizawa continued by giving each student his assessment of their matches and outlining the areas they should focus on if they wish to succeed in the hero world and continue in the hero course. Some students in the class began to perspire when Aizawa said, "Okay, You all know what you need to improve on, now on to other matters that needs to be addressed. As Aizawa started talking, the class collectively thought, please don't be something crazy. The students all let out a breath when Aizawa said, you all need to elect your class president. For once, something normal, one thought. And then the class burst into a chorus of voices arguing over who should be the class president. I want the job, exclaimed Denki. Next was Hinata, who said, no, I want it. Kirishima remarked, I'll take it would be manly. Mina grabbed everyone's attention by saying, forget the boys, what about us girls? I'll take the job. Tenya yelled, no, and started talking. When Tenya concluded, everyone yelled at him in unison, the class president should be chosen by a vote of his peers. The president needs to have the responsibility and the ability to lead the class. It is a position that is not for fun and games, but a position of responsibility. Class 1A yelled at one, you want to be the class president too? Tenya fell to the ground in embarrassment. Momo and Aizawa asked if they could cast a vote, saying, but Tenya is right about one thing we should put to a vote. Aizawa-sensei, can we have a vote for class president? As he collapsed on the floor to sleep, Aizawa remarked, I don't care as long as you have a president and a vice president before the end of class. As the students were casting their ballots, Momo said, okay, then everyone cast your vote for a class president. A few minutes later, the results were in. As Momo made her way to the front of the class to assume her position as vice president, Aizawa remarked, okay, your class vice president is Momo. Izuku's eyes widened as Aizawa concluded, and the class president is Izuku. Izuku exclaimed in shock that he had won the vote. What? Aizawa informed him, you received the most votes in the class. Who the hell voted for Deku? Katsuki cried in fury after losing to Izuku once more. A few girls, including the vice president, were whistling while Katsuki was having his tantrum. Well, I suppose I'm the class president now. Izuku joined Momo at the front. Now that Class 1A had elected their presidents, the day was about to start, but the students were unaware that someone was outside keeping an eye on the school and the reporters. Lunchroom. Now that everyone was at lunch, Izuku was seated at the table with his pals. Tenya, Osako, and Ejiro were at the table. After getting giddy over seeing a pro hero in the cafeteria, Osako asked Izuku, so Izuku, what it's like being class president? Izuku shocked the other people at the table by saying, I guess it's alright. I really didn't want the position, so I'm more surprised that I won to begin with. Izuku went on to say, I don't even feel like I'm the right guy for the job. Tenya interrupted him. You're selling yourself short, Izuku. I think you have what it takes and you meet the necessary requirements to be a class president. Besides, Osako told me of how you developed a plan to beat Katsuki and I in the match. We never had a chance to begin with. You have the leadership skill and I believe in you. That's why I voted for you. Tenya stated to Izuku, which wasn't surprising. The people at the table started to perspire when Osako said, wow Tenya, you voted for Izuku. I thought that you voted for yourself. I mean, you kind have a follow the rule vibe to you and the glasses add to it also. When Izuku heard the Osako, he thought, Osako always says the first thing that comes to her mind. Everyone there was shocked when Izuku said, honestly Tenya, I voted for you. Tenya said to Izuku, what? When Izuku said, brother, Tenya's eyes grew as big as dinner plates. Yeah, I voted for you because you were better fit than me. You have that leadership skill, I can see it, you must get it from your brother. Still in shock, Tenya questioned, how do you know about my brother? Osako was equally astounded and asked, wait Tenya, you have a brother? Yes, Tenya does have a brother and it's the pro hero Ingenium. As for how I know, well, I tend to do my research on people. When I saw your quirk at the entrance exam, seeing you use it at the assessment, I kind of put the pieces together after that. Plus you basically look like the guy, and there is the fact that your costume looks like an exact replica of Ingenium costume. Izuku told the others and they were taken aback by his ability, but he wasn't finished yet. Izuku told the red-haired man, whose mouth was hanging open at what he had heard, I also know that Ejiro and Mina went to the same school together. Ejiro, you did basketball before coming to UA. Izuku's classmates were astounded by his research prowess when he remarked, Momo comes from a wealthy family and I know Osako parents run a construction company. Well, that is quite impressive of you Izuku to know all of that, and yes Osako, my brother is Ingenium. You see, the Lida family has always been a family of heroes. I look up to my brother even though he is not a high hero on the charts. People also see him as a role model. Ingenium is an honest hero who follows the rules and is a leader of the people in Hosu where he is stationed at. I aim to be just like him and make him proud. Tenya stated that the others around him admired his brother. Izuku understood Tenya's perspective. He too has high standards for himself, wanting to live up to the legacy of the peace symbol and make his mentors proud. Tenya could hear the courage in Izuku's voice as he said, "I know you can do it, Tenya. You have what it takes not just to make your brother proud but to surpass him. You have to keep working harder and go beyond your limit, plus ultra." The entire table was moved by those words, and if they had known, they would have all wondered if Izuku was already a hero. When Kaminari said, "Dude, you sure have your way with words. I'm feeling inspired right now," the others nodded in agreement. Izuku started to say, "Yeah, I guess it was inspired," but the school went off around the building before he could finish. Students were in a panic, terrified of what might be happening as the alarm sounded everywhere. Osako exclaimed, "What's going on?" as the students pushed him aside as they attempted to leave. Everyone form a single. Katsuki was cursing everyone while Kirishima was attempting to calm him down, and Tenya continued to trample over before finishing. Osako said, "Everyone, please calm down," but they were still in a panic and didn't pay attention. Izuku remained where he was, watching the other pupils stomping on each other. These are the heroes of the future. Izuku thought, this is just disappointing, and then he stood up, his expression turning serious. Everyone came to a halting stop as Izuku yelled, "Enough!" His voice boomed, sounding almost like All Might. When the students look up at Izuku, they see a sad face on the face of the white-haired teenager. No, Izuku was wearing his warrior face and was mocking the students for being misbehaving kids. Izuku narrowed his eyes at everyone and started talking as soon as he realized he had their attention. Izuku said angrily to the students, who shrank from his harsh words, "Are you fucking kidding me? You're supposed to be future heroes and yet here you all are acting like 4-year-old children who just heard a fire drill for the first time. If you all calm down, stop screaming, and take a look outside, you see it's just the reporters." Even though they were all expected to be heroes in the future, they were all behaving like kids. They felt even worse after Izuku's subsequent statement. With the final yell, Izuku made everyone look down in shame. If this was a real attack, every single one of you would be dead. Now get your act together and start acting like heroes and not fucking children. Izuku said to the three, who nodded, "Tenya, I want you, Momo, and Osako to handle the students here. Get them settled and situated. Make sure everyone here has their student IDs with them as well." Tenya responded, still in disbelief over what he had seen and heard from Izuku. "Why yes, Izuku. That face belongs on a veteran, not a trainee. Is Izuku really there?" As Izuku instructed them, Tenya pondered. As he left the lunchroom, Izuku remarked, "If you're done with lunch, then get back to class." Tenya told the students as they started to form lines, "Everyone, form orderly lines and have your IDs out. Momo, Osako, and I will check them and then you can proceed to the nearest exit." Class 1A. Everyone in the lunchroom was able to gather themselves in a matter of minutes. Izuku returned to their classroom with the other students who were guiding them after they were finished. Izuku's classmates barraged him with criticism about his handling of the lunchroom situation as soon as he walked into class. Then Toru said, "Izuku, I heard you took charge when the alarm went off." Following Toru, Kirishima remarked, "Took charge is not even the word. Izuku basically became the leader. It was like watching veteran hero." "Dude, the way you chewed out the other was a bit harsh, but regarding the situation it was totally understandable," said Kaminari. "Yeah, sorry about that. The way they were acting just pissed me off," Izuku replied. "Bro, I speak for everyone here when I say what you did was uber manly. You just took charge and got everyone to calm down," said Kirishima. As the others nodded in agreement, Tenya remarked, "Yes, we made a great decision in electing you as our class president, and today demonstrated that." Aizawa made the decision to arrive and instructed the students to gather their costumes after Izuku had calmed the class down. When Aizawa said, "Get dressed up, we're going on a field trip," the students became enthusiastic about their destination. Sue asked, "Sensei, are we going?" Ribbit asterisk, to which Aizawa replied. The frog girl nodded and picked up her costume as Aizawa explained, "We are going to be starting the next phase in your hero training, which is rescue. So the class will be taking a trip to UA Rescue Training Facility." Everyone was standing outside in front of a bus after completing their costume changes. Tenya made his robotic hand gesture and said, "Izuku, shouldn't you make everyone get in single lines when getting on the bus?" "Dude, what's up with Tenya's hand gesture? Is he really that fond of karate chopping?" As Izuku watched his friend make his hand motion, he thought, perspiring. As he got on, Izuku told Tenya, "No Tenya, I think everyone will be fine. Besides the bus has plenty of room to move around in." Tenya fell to the ground. unaware that the bus had a lot of space. Aizawa boarded the bus after everyone else had, and they started to go to the training center. All of the students were talking and occupied with their own activities during the bus ride to USJ. In essence, they were using a bus to do the same thing they did in homeroom. Izuku was deep in contemplation when Asui interrupted him. Asui called out, "Izuku?" And Izuku pulled out an earbud to talk to the frog girl. "Huh. Yeah, Asui," was Izuku's response, escaping his mind. Asui looked at Izuku and remarked, "You call me Sue and look like your mind was miles away." Izuku replied, "Yeah, just thinking about some things." Izuku became interested in the conversation after Asui explained to him, "We were discussing our quirks, Izuku, and how they will be used in rescue efforts. Well, I have to say that most of us have better quirks suited to rescue more than combat," Izuku stated to Asui. "Yeah, I noticed that, especially when it comes to you, Katsuki and Shoto," said Asui. Ochako interrupted, saying, "Yeah, Izuku, you three have the best quirks out of all of us." Ochako blushed when Izuku said, "I don't know about that, I kind of like yours, Ochako, and I don't think none of our quirks are useless. Now some may not be as flashy as the rest, but they're still good quirks." Eijiro's voice, coming from behind Izuku's seat, said, "Come on, Izuku, stop being modest. You already know that you have the best quirk out of all of us. You destroyed a freaking giant robot with one punch," said Eijiro. "You're strong and fast, which is a good combination," said Asui. Kaminari joined in, saying, "And we saw your arm transform during the fight." Eijiro showed Izuku his quirk and said, "My point exactly is that you have the best quirk and all I can do is harden my skin." "Stop talking bad about your quirk, Eijiro. It's not useless. I see a lot of advantages in hardened skin. You could take more damage than and still be in fight, you just have to learn how to control it more," Izuku said as he encouraged Eijiro. Izuku sighed when Eijiro said, "Thanks, Izuku, but I'm still going to say that you have the best quirk in class." However, the next statement caused him to become a little concerned. It took everything Izuku had not to look surprised when Asui said, "Izuku, your quirk is almost like All Might." Izuku attempted to disassociate himself from All Might by saying, "Watami and All Might, come on Su, sure we have powerful quirks, but I'm not like All Might." "Yeah, Su, All Might quirk is awesome, but Deku could do a whole lot more with his, and you saw the footage from the battle training," Ochako replied. Izuku remained silent for a minute when Kirishima asked him, "Izuku, what is your quirk exactly? We told all of ours, but you're the only one not to say." Even Aizawa, who was watching him from the rearview mirror, had his full attention. Izuku rolled up his right sleeve to his elbow and said, "Well, I figured you'd ask eventually." His arm then changed, causing everyone's eyes to widen in surprise except for Ochako. A blue ethereal arm appeared over his own with a blue sword, shocking everyone except Ochako. Izuku said, "This is my power, the Devil Bringer. I can do a lot of things with it. For one, it makes me stronger and faster even if it isn't active, not to mention I also have high speed regeneration, so it'll take something powerful to slow down my healing, and I can use the energy that comes with it for something like this." Izuku asked, keeping some of his other skills a secret for the time being. "So what do you think?" When Kaminari remarked, "Well, Izuku is the strongest one in the class, and when he goes pro he's going to be very popular," Katsuki became furious. Katsuki exclaimed, "Shut up, Pikachu. Deku is not stronger than me," but Asui shot back. Asui stated bluntly, "But Izuku beat you in a fight, doesn't that make him stronger than you?" Katsuki screamed, "No, it doesn't, he got lucky," to the frog girl. "Dude, we've only known you for a few days and we can tell your personality is as bad as garbage that has been thrown in raw sewage. Keep that up and you'll never be popular," said Kaminari. "Fuck you, Pikachu." Before Aizawa chose to interrupt the class, Asui said, "See, you're just proving his point." Everyone except Shoto laughed. As he parked the bus and the students exited to view the spacious facility where they would be training, Aizawa said, "Everyone, enough, we're here." As the students gazed in wonder at the expansive training facility, Aizawa idly said, "Everyone, welcome to the Unforeseen Stimulation Joint, or USJ for short." Some of the guys snickered when Toru said, "Look at how large it is." Mineta laughed when Kaminari whispered to him, "That's what she said," but the laughter was short-lived because Jiro's earphone jack struck them both. To the two, Jiro said, "Grow up." His class started to move after Aizawa said, "Let's get a move on, there is someone in there waiting for us." Office of UA nurses in his slender form, All Might was in the nurse's office. He had to stop numerous crimes on his way to school today. He needed to take a break now or risk losing his hero time. As he started to reflect, All Might sighed. I'm shocked at how much work I put in today. Izuku and the other members of 1A were supposed to be with me to assist with their rescue training. All Might was about to call his fellow teacher when someone interrupted him. I should probably give Aizawa a call just to make sure everything is alright. You can't be too sure, especially after the gate being destroyed, he thought. Toshinori was called to the top hero, who was taken aback upon realizing who it belonged to. All Might cried out, Principal Nezu. Nezu responded by introducing himself and waving his paw at All Might. Nezu concluded, yes, it is I, but what am I? Am I a dog, bear, or mouse? Who knows? While Toshinori chuckled at his former principal. Nezu told the slender man who was starting to put on weight, Toshinori, I see you used up your time again. What time? I can still go a few rounds. All Might was unable to finish because he deflated into his skinny form and coughed up blood. All Might nodded and sat down on the couch after Nezu said, you need to use your time wisely, Toshinori. You are not as strong as you used to be. After grabbing some tea, Nezu struck up a conversation with the top hero. While sipping his tea, Nezu remarked, I know you want to be the hero that can save everyone, but things are different this time. Your time is the symbol of peace, and as All Might are running out. All Might concurred. I'm not saying that you should stop being a hero, but you also need to teach the next generation. I can give you some pointers if you're having trouble, Nezu said as he rubbed his wound. Thanks, Nezu. Teaching has been difficult for me and I have noticed that I've gotten slower. I noticed it ever since I passed OFA on to Izuku. Nezu grinned when All Might brought up Izuku, recalling the boy's efforts in managing the students' situation in the lunchroom. That boy is something else, Toshinori. The way he handled the students when they panicked was interesting. The way he carried himself made me think he was a pro. I'll say you chose wisely, Nezu said with a grin. Yes, when I first met him, he asked me what it truly meant to be a hero, and then he beat up that sludge villain when no other hero could do anything, even me, and that was when I saw his potential, said All Might as he recalled that event. I saw that. It would be nice if we knew more about him though. From what we've seen, he excels at all aspects, even the demon one. Like he's fought them before, Nezu said while All Might was staring at him. If you want to know, just ask him and he'll tell you. Just as OFA was my secret, he'll tell his when he's ready, All Might replied. Nezu stood up and left the room, saying, good, now get some rest, you've done enough for today. USJ Osako went into full fan mode when the students entered and saw the Pro Hero 13. Oh my god, it's the Space Hero 13. Osako began to nerd out so much that Izuku burst out laughing. When Izuku saw Ochako's response to 13, he thought, she reminds me of myself when it comes to pro heroes. Izuku remarked, Ochako, you must be a huge 13 fan, huh? As 13 and Aizawa greeted one another, Ochako told Izuku, yeah, he is my favorite hero after All Might. 13 inspired me to be a rescue hero. When Aizawa noticed All Might was missing, he said, hey 13, where's All Might? 13 whispered to Aizawa, he pushed himself too hard today so he resting. Seriously, that guy really has a penchant for going overboard. We'll continue without him, said Aizawa. Alright, listen up. 13 here is going to help supervise over your rescue training. You all will be put in different scenarios while a natural disaster will hit and you must rescue the civilian. USJ is divided as into Flood Zone, Ruins Zone, Mountain Zone, Fire Zone, and Ice Zone. Each one of these will put you in touch situations, so think before you act, Aizawa stated. Izuku was listening when he sensed something approaching and looked in the direction of the portal that Kirishima had called upon. Sensei, what is that over there? Eijiro asked, gesturing toward the area where a portal revealed itself. A purple portal opened as 13 and Aizawa headed for the stairs. Izuku felt a demonic aura as the portal opened and a man with hands all over his body appeared along with several other people. Sensei, I think we got trouble coming, he said. Izuku, 13, and Aizawa became tense as they became aware of their current predicament. As he and the others started to worry, Eijiro asked in a worried tone, Aizawa-sensei, are those guys a part of the training? No, those are, Izuku finished. Villains, for Aizawa, who was preparing for the impending conflict by brushing his hair back. Aizawa put on his yellow goggles and said, 13, protect the students. 13 nodded. Sensei, you cannot think of fighting all them by yourself. You need backup, Tenya stated to him. As he dashed for the stairs, Aizawa yelled, you can't be a pro and be a one-trick pony, Tenya. Listen to me all you. You all stay here with 13. and try and call for backup up now." The Mist Man said to the Handman, who was now known as Tamura, "It appears All Might is not here, Tamura Shigaraki." As he addressed the hazy villain, Tamura remarked, "Oh well, Kurogiri, it looks like we'll have to kill those kids then. That schedule said that All Might would be here." When a villain saw Aizawa running down the stairs, he exclaimed, "Hey, we got company." One of the villains was about to use his quirk to shoot him, but was shocked when it failed, so he said, "Well, looks like we got a dead man coming up." What did he? Aizawa kicked the villain in the face before he could finish. The other villains were stunned, and before they could respond, Aizawa wrapped two of them in his scarf and pulled them toward him, punching them both. The students expressed surprise at their teacher's ability to play several villains at once without faltering. Tamura pointed to the bird monster and said, "Hello hero, we are the League of Villains. We were expecting All Might, and we have a weapon that can kill him." Tamura remarked, "But it looks like you and the kids will have to do. Are they here to murder All Might?" As he avoided one of the villain's attacks, Aizawa thought, "And it looks like that thing was brought here to fight him." As Kurogiri teleported to where Izuku and the others were, Tamura remarked, "Kurogiri, go and separate the kids from the pros, our men should be able to handle them." As Kurogiri separated some of the students and sent them to various USJ zones, he materialized in front of them and opened the portal. As he tried to think of a way to get help, 13 thought, "Damn it, he separated us, we'll have to take him down if we want to get help." He tried calling, but it seemed like they were jamming his signal. He nodded nervously as 13 said, "Tenya, I'm going to make an opening for you. When it's clear, take off and get to Ua. We are going to need help if we are going to survive this." As more portals started to take students and send them elsewhere, Kurogiri remarked, "I don't think so hero." He fell into Kurogiri's trap after Kirishima and Katsuki charged at him. Kurogiri had opened a portal in front of him, which the two of them immediately ran into. Kurogiri said, "Now for you 13. Portals started to appear around the space hero, but 13, being the seasoned veteran that he was, used his black hole quirk to suck away the approaching darkness and make room for Tenya. 13 yelled, "Tenya, go!" Tenya followed suit. Tanae left Kurogiri and made her way to the door. Kurogiri attempted to approach him, but Osako prevented him from catching Tenya by using her sticks, jumping close to Kurogiri, and slamming it into the ground, causing an electrical explosion. Osako yelled, "Go Tenya, we'll handle him," to her friend. 13, Osako, and all the others. "I swear I won't disappoint you. Tenya, get moving. Get up." After giving the last word some thought, Tenya started running to get to Ua. With the flood zone of Izuku fell into Kurogiri's portal, and when he emerged, he was drenched in water. "Oh no, I didn't move quickly enough." Izuku was holding his breath when he thought, "I wasn't expecting that from him at all." He looked and saw a villain speeding toward him, so he ducked out of the way as the villain passed him. Izuku noticed that more were approaching, but a tongue wrapped itself around his waist before they could get to him. Grabbing Izuku with her tongue, Asui swam in the direction of the boat. Izuku stood up and went to the railing, saying to the frog girl, "Thanks, Sue, I owe you one." Mineta gave Sue a hard tongue slap after saying, "Yeah, thanks Sue. You know, you have soft boobs for a frog." Izuku looked at the villains in the water and thought, "Looks like he separated us and I don't know where everyone landed, but first we've got to take care of these assholes in the water first." Asui said, "Izuku, what are we going to do?" The resolute words, "I promise you both I will get all of us out of here. We will survive this," were audible to Asui and Minoru. Izuku slicked his hair back and turned to face the outside world. When the battle started and the attack on USJ started, Izuku thought, "They will not win." Why, of all people, did they send Sue here, where she would flourish the most? Izuku started formulating a plan, thinking, her quirk is unstoppable in this area, so why not send Sue somewhere like the fire zone where she would be weaker? Unless they don't know what our quirks can do, which means they're underestimating us. I have to go to Aizawa and assist him once we leave here, Izuku thought. I need to get Sue and Mineta to safety right now, as he started to explain to Asui and Minoru the plan to leave the flood zone. There's no way he can take on all those villains by himself, not to mention that bird monster which is supposed to be a weapon to kill All Might from what I heard. Izuku started to say, "Sue, Mineta, listen, I'm up. I have a plan to get out of here," but Mineta cut him off. Mineta said in a panicked tone, "What, Izuku, what would you mean escape? Those are not robots or simulations but actual villains, we should wait for All Might." Nobody could blame him because everything has gone horribly wrong since the beginning of the day. Mineta appeared shocked, and Izuku went on, I know All Might coming to the rescue sounds like a good idea, but Righty doesn't know what's happening here. The enemy is most likely jamming our communication, which means that calling for backup is a no-go. Also, that bird creature of the Handman said that it was a weapon to kill All Might, Izuku stated. Izuku turned to face Mineta when he said, no one can kill All Might Izuku, he's too powerful. Mineta understood Izuku's point when he said, Mineta, think why would they bring a weapon to kill All Might if they weren't sure it would work? Mineta was still afraid, but Izuku was correct at the moment. The three of them had to flee, and since Izuku is the strongest student in the class, he and Asui would have additional protection. Mineta said, okay. What's the plan? And Izuku informed them. I know what your quirks can do, so Mineta, I want you toss as many grape balls as you can into the water. Sue. Once Mineta tosses enough in the water, grab onto him and jump to shore. I'm going to cause a whirlpool. Then villains will then be sucked in, and with Mineta grape balls they will stick to each other, giving us the time to escape. Izuku said, and they both saw that the strategy worked. They both nodded as Izuku explained, that's the plan, you both understand. The plan started when Izuku said, okay, let's get started then. Izuku gave Mineta the signal to stop when he had thrown as many grape balls into the water as he could. Then Asui took Mineta by the waist and warned the grape pervert before she leapt from the boat. Asui warned, don't touch this ride or I'll feed you to those sharks down there, and Mineta gave a sorrowful nod. Asui posed a question to Izuku prior to her leap. Izuku grinned when Asui asked, how do you intend to dig a hole in the ground? Izuku shouted to the frog girl, you just let me handle that, now go. Izuku started channeling OFA as Asui leapt from the boat. As some punks started to move in the direction Asui was going, a villain remarked, hey, where do those punks think going? The villains turned back to the boat and widened their eyes upon seeing Izuku covered in green lightning, saying, I'd be more worried about myself. Izuku jumped high in the air and flicked his fingers, saying to them, you punks messed with the wrong class. Izuku shouted, Delaware smash, as his blow struck the water, sending it circling to one spot. When Izuku noticed that the grape balls Mineta had thrown were adhering to the villains and that the water was circulating, the villains were beginning to cling to one another, he remarked, just like I planned. Izuku teleported to Asui and Mineta after deciding it was time to depart after feeling the boat rock violently. Izuku said to Sue and Minoru, good work you two. They both nodded, but Minoru let out a breath since they were safe for the time being. Izuku started to leave, but Asui stopped him. All right, you guys head to the entrance, I'm going to help Sensei, he said. Asui said, then we're coming as well, and Minoru gave her a look that suggested she had grown two heads. Izuku squinted at the frog girl as Minoru said, we are? With fear. Izuku told Asui more firmly, no you're not. You both are going to the entrance, and besides coming with me is too dangerous, but the frog girl remained unmoved. Asui tried to reason with her class president, saying, you need our help. You can't expect to win a fight against all those villains even with Aizawa. It's too much for the two of you. Minoru remarked, I think he's pretty good. Asui gave him a stern look to silence him. Izuku assured her, I can handle it. I have better training than the two of you. I haven't shown all of you my true power, but Sue was determined to continue dating Izuku. Izuku chose to reach a compromise because he realized they were wasting time. The girl nodded in agreement as Izuku said, okay, you two can come, but both of you will stay at a safe distance. Understood. In order to save Aizawa from a deadly group of villains, the group made the decision to go to his location. As Asui and Izuku were leaving, Mineta remarked, I don't get a say in this, do I? With a sigh, Mineta made the poor decision to follow the two. Mineta rushed to catch up with his two classmates, saying, I guess not. Hey, wait up. This is just one of the numerous battles taking place throughout USJ, even though Asui, Izuku, and Minoru may have escaped their zone. The Battle of USJ had started, and Mineta, Asui, and Izuku were now on their way to Aizawa. Before speaking to his familiar, Izuku made the decision to climb to a higher altitude in order to see if any of his classmates were in the area. The words, Griffin, you awake, came from Izuku. I've been up since I felt that demonic presence, and from what I can tell it was coming from that bird thing, said Griffin. Yep, I don't know how these guys got their hands on something like that, but something tells me that we'll find out soon enough, Izuku replied. As Izuku let Griffin go, he said, so what's the plan? You need us to watch the students. Yes, keep me up to date with what they're doing. If things get out of hand, help them and lead them to the entrance. I'm going to face that bird thing, Izuku replied. Griffin flew off, saying, okay, I'll keep an eye out, now go kick some ass. After returning to Asui and Mineta, Izuku informed them that he had not yet seen any of the others. They then went on to assist their teacher, hoping that their classmates were coping well with the villains. With Kirishima and Katsuki, as soon as they were encircled by villains on all sides, Katsuki and Kirishima landed in a different zone, and he grinned maniacally as explosions erupted from his hands. Kirishima uttered, "Bakugo, we need a plan fast." As a villain charged at him, Katsuki remarked, "I have a plan, it's called blow up these extras," before leaping and detonating an explosion that defeated him. As Kirishima prepared his body for attack, Katsuki screamed, "Come on you assholes, which one of you wants to meet your maker first?" as the other villains charged at him. With a photo, Shoto landed by himself after a short walk before encountering some villains who were sadly wrong and screwed because they believed they could defeat him. As he made fun of Shoto, one of the villains remarked, "Well, look what we have here fellas. A kid who thinks he can take us on all on his own, isn't that heroic?" Shoto's eyes grew icy as he stepped forward a little and stopped everyone in his tracks, shocking them with his power show. Shoto approached one of the bad guys and gave him a look. He inquired, "Why are you here?" One of the villains, frightened, said, "We're here to kill All Might, but since he didn't show, the boss told us to go after you kids." The villain grinned slightly at Shoto's statement. "How do you plan to do that? None of you here have the power to take down All Might?" Before Shoto froze his mouth and left for Aizawa's location, the villain said, "That's where you're wrong, kid. You saw that big bird monster, that's why it's here. The boss said that it has the power to kill him, and from what I've seen, that thing ain't normal at all." Using Momo in order to discuss their next course of action, Momo, Kaminari, and Kyoka were sent to the mountain zone, where they promptly hid from the advancing villains. "So what do we do? I for one don't think we should take on that many villains," said Kaminari. "We don't have a choice in the matter now, we have to take them down and regroup with the others," Kyoka stated. One of the villains remarked, "Well, looky here, we got easy pickings boys, let's get em," to which the others gave a collective cheer before charging at the trio. Kaminari quickly surrounded himself with electricity while Momo made 2 bow staffs and handed one to Kyoka. Kaminari used his powers to stun them because he didn't want to use too much at once, while Momo was able to hold her own thanks to her self-defense skills and Kyoka's effective use of hers, in addition to blasting them with sound waves from the speakers mounted on her legs. Kyoka slapped one of the villains in the face and said, "Yo spark plug, can't you use your power for wide-range attack? You two will be eliminated if I do that," Kaminari remarked as he sidestepped an attack. Momo got behind Kyoka and used all of her energy to create an insulator sheet, telling Kyoka to get under it. "That gave me an idea. Kyoka, cover me and Kaminari. When I give the signal, you blast them with everything you have," Momo said. Kaminari, "Blast them with everything you got," said Kyoka. According to Kaminari, "Okay you bastards, eat this 1,500,000 volts," as he shocked and knocked out the villains with a broad range of his electricity. Momo said, "Looks like it's safe to come out," as she slightly shifted the sheet to observe what had transpired. Kyoka looked at Kaminari, who was wearing a foolish expression, and remarked, "Wow, I got to say nice one Sparky." Momo asked, "What's wrong with him?" before Kaminari gave him the thumbs up and began to say, "Way," which made Kyoka laugh because he appeared to be completely insane. Kyoka continued to laugh and said, "Oh my god, I wish I had a camera for this right now," but her laughter was short-lived because one of the villains stood up and seized Kaminari. The villain took out a knife and aimed it at Kaminari, saying, "Nice try kids, guess you didn't expect someone here to have an electrical quirk too, now it's going to cost you." Momo and Kyoka cursed themselves for their mistake and were considering how to defeat him, but their plans were dashed when they noticed more villains were on the horizon. The villain's line, "Looks lie, I got back up now, tell me what are you going to do about I," was interrupted by a shot from behind as his backup arrived. Everyone in the room looked around for it when a voice said, "Well, look what we have here. A bunch of lowlifes who think they something because they're ganging up on some kids, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves." Momo grabbed Kaminari right away and said, "Hey, you two better get that guy out of here, I'll handle the mess here." "Who are you?" inquired Kyoka. When Griffin landed close to them, they were startled to see a talking bird. "That's right, where are my manners, you can call me Griffin. You class president asked me to be on the lookout for any one of you having a hard time and lend you my assistance," Griffin said. Momo said, "Wait, Izuku sent you?" "Yes, now quit standing around and go. He said you should get to the entrance fast, he currently heading towards your teacher," said Griffin. As she and the others departed, Kyoka said, "Thanks for the help." Griffin's wings were covered in lightning as he said, "Okay, let's see what you morons are made of." He then flew at them at high speed and brought his wings together, causing a huge explosion of lightning that knocked out all of the villains. Griffin flew to the entrance and said, "And here I was hoping for a challenge, I better go check on Uraraka." With Osako, the only people who didn't teleport were Osako, Mina, Koda, Toru, Shiro, Aoyama, and 13. However, they might have been unlucky because they had to battle Kurogiri. Kurogiri asked, "What will you all do now?" With a determined expression on their faces. Although they were aware that Tenya would be helpful, the villains will now make a greater effort to murder them. 13 told the villain, "We will stop you, that's what we'll do," displaying absolutely no fear in the face of peril. When Kurogiri said, "Really now? Well then I'll have to end this quick," 13 used his quirk to immobilize him while Kurogiri was being drawn in by the black hole quirk. Kurogiri opened a portal behind 13 and used his own quirk to injure him, saying, "You are becoming quite a nuisance." When the students saw their teacher collapse to the ground, they gasped. 13's suit was damaged by his quirk, making it impossible for him to continue the fight. At the entrance, Kurogiri asked the remaining students, "Now, which one of you will be next to fall?" "Students, you have to Runa." 13 found it difficult to say because his own quirk had seriously damaged his body. Mina fired off her acid at the mist villain, saying, "No way, we're not abandoning you, 13, but he was unharmed. When Shiro realized the attacks weren't working, he said, "If we can hit him, how are we supposed to take him down? We really need a plan here." Osako had been observing Kurogiri intently when she became aware of the metal plate around his neck at that moment. Before realizing, Osako wondered, why would he need that if every attack just goes through him? Before calling the others' attention, Osako thought, "That's his weak spot. You wouldn't notice it because his body is surrounded by the mist. If we can find an opening, we should be able to take him down. Guys, I have a plan. We need to cause a distraction when he's opened Aoyama. You'll take the shot at the metal plate around his neck. Once that hits, I'll go in for the knockout," Osako said with a wink. Aoyama and the others charged at Kurogiri, and Osako said, "Okay, let's go." In an attempt to drive them away, Kurogiri opened portals in the ground as soon as he saw them charging at him, but Osako quickly touched them, rendering them weightless, and Shiro used his tape to hold them together. Kurogiri then launched additional portals at them, but Koda and Shiro managed to dodge them by shoving them aside. Shiro turned to face Osako, leaving his plate and himself exposed, after Osako instructed him to use his tape to throw Mina and her to either of his flanks. As he got ready to shoot, Mina said, "Aoyama, take the shot now." "Au revoir, monsieur." Flashing shot was said by Aoyama as he fired his beam and struck Kurogiri on the neck brace, stunning him. Osako then rendered herself weightless and struck him hard on both sides with her sticks, causing him to fall to the ground in agony before the others surrounded him. "Damn, those kids found my weakness while I was surrounded," Kurogiri thought. "The day is lost, All Might is not here, I need to get to Tamura and fall back," and he hastily surrounded himself with his quirk before retreating back to Tamura. Using Aizawa as he attacked with his scarf and erased the villain's quirks with his own, Eraserhead continued to battle them. As he started to feel exhausted, Aizawa thought, "I hope backup comes soon, because I can't do this forever." As the Nomu started to approach Eraser's head, Tamura remarked, "This is why I hate pro heroes, they live up to their reputation easily. Nomu kill the pro." After thinking, that takes care of the grunts, Aizawa turned to see the Nomu approaching him. He barely avoided a blow from the beast as the Nomu charged at him with more speed than he could keep up with before he could take any action. As he barely avoided taking another blow from the Nomu, Aizawa thought, "Damn, this thing is fast." With red eyes, Aizawa swiftly wrapped his scarf around its neck. He tightened his grip on the scarf, thinking he had eliminated its quirk, but was startled when the Nomu tore it off with ease. Then, it charged at Aizawa, punching him hard in the stomach, causing him to cough blood. Then it grabbed his face, repeatedly slammed him into the ground, and stepped on his arm, breaking it as Aizawa held his scream. "This thing is strong without its quirk, as I could have sworn I erased it." As the Nomu lifted his off the ground, Aizawa thought, "It might be as strong as All Might." When Izuku, Asui, and Mineta arrived, they were shocked to see the condition of their teacher. Then, as he whispered to the other two next to him, Izuku considered the best course of action. To get the attention of the Grape Boy and Frog Girl, Izuku whispered, "Sue, Mineta, listen to me now." As both of them stared at him as though he were insane, Izuku said, "I'm going to get that thing away from Sensei, and when I do that I want both of you to grab him and get out of here." Understand, and whatever you do, don't look back. Get to the entrance as fast as you can. Osui agreed with Mineta when he said, "Are you crazy? How are you going to face that on your own? You can't possibly think that you can take on that thing all by yourself. It's suicide," Osui stated. "I can, but I can't do that if I'm worrying about you guys, and I'm the only one here right now that can beat that," Izuku replied. Mineta questioned, "How do you know that?" Izuku believed that a demon could only be vanquished by a devil hunter. When they finally gave in, Izuku said, "I'm asking you guys to trust me, I won't lose." As he triggered his devil breakers, Izuku remarked, "Good, when I give the signal you guys grab him and go." Osui inquired, "How do we know what the signal is?" When Izuku activated OFA and teleported to the opposite side, he said, "You'll know when you see it." Izuku came in front of the Nomu and gave it a powerful punch, causing it to release Aizawa before it struck the ground back first. The Nomu had its hands around Aizawa's neck, squeezing the life out of him. Tamura was shocked that someone could hit the Nomu and knock it to the ground, so Izuku said, "Get away from my teacher." Is Izuku?" Aizawa called to his pupil, who responded to him while keeping his gaze on the two villains. Izuku said, "Don't worry, sensei. They'll get you out of here. I'll take care of the rest." Osui and Mineta hurried to his side and picked up Aizawa. Izuku said, "Okay, now leave here quickly," and the Nomu rose from the ground, staring at him blankly. They hurried off with Aizawa, continuing to run without turning around. As the Nomu approached to stand next to him, Tamura remarked, "Ha ha ha, my ears must be playing a trick on me. Did you just say you'll handle us?" As he removed his coat, Izuku remarked, "Damn right I did." Izuku looked at the Nomu and said, "How about telling me exactly what that thing is before me and Bird Brain throw down?" Tamura grinned maniacally and said, "Oh, this is a little something our mad doctor cooked up to kill All Might. Allow me to introduce you the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace Nomu." Izuku remarked, "Bioengineered, huh? Well, it's time to kick some ass," while his gauntlets lighted up blue. Tamura yelled, "Nomu! Kill him," as the Nomu charged at Izuku, who did the same, sending a shockwave through the air as their fists collided. When Izuku told the Nomu to bring it on, it ran at him and threw a punch. Izuku ducked under it and punched the Nomu, but he soon realized it didn't work. Izuku jumped back and grinned. Izuku thought, "What the hell, that didn't work," before he ducked under the beast's next blow and kept punching it, only to discover that it was still ineffective. As the Nomu attempted to kick Izuku but was blocked, Izuku grabbed its leg and hit it harder than he had the first time, breaking it before he gave it a front kick that sent it back. Tamura smugly said, "I bet you're wondering why your punches aren't working. Well, that's because Nomu here has shock absorption. Think of him as a punch bag that hits back harder." Looking at its broken leg, Izuku thought, "So that's its secret, huh?" As Tamura started scratching his neck in rage, Izuku remarked, "You said it has shock absorption, but there's a limit to how much it can take. Looks like your so-called weapon ain't as tough as you made it to be." Before turning back to Tamura, Izuku watched the Nomu stand up again as its fractured leg nearly immediately healed. Izuku remarked, "I see it had a regenerative quirk as well," while Tamura smiled. Tamura questioned, "Did you really think it would be that easy?" Izuku grinned. Izuku used 30% of OFA before he and the Nomu charged at each other once more. "No, but I have to say I'm going to enjoy ripping it to shreds very very much," he said, his body encircled by a faint blue aura with green lightning. Access after returning, Osui and Mineta placed Aizawa beside the 13 injured people and noticed that everyone except Katsuki, Kirishima, and Shoto was present. Before Momo asked what Izuku was doing and Griffin responded, everyone was relieved that they were safe. As the others who hadn't seen him jumped in shock at his appearance, Griffin remarked, "You guys shouldn't worry about him. Right now he's taking on that bird monster. I mean, if you focus you'll feel the battle going on." Mineta pointed at Griffin and uttered the terrified words, "What the hell is that?" As everyone gaped at him, Momo remarked, "He said his name is Griffin. He helped us out when we were surrounded by villains and he says he knows Izuku. According to Ojiro, so it begs the question of what exactly are you?" Everyone except Ochako stared at Griffin with wide eyes as he said, "Kid, I'm a devil. The name's Griffin, and I'm Izuku's familiar." As she approached Griffin, Ochako remarked, "He's telling the truth. I was thinking he was going to bring out Shadow as well." "That would have freaked them out even more. You know he can't talk," said Griffin. "Okay, hold on. Would you mind explaining what's going on here, Ochako?" Zero replied. As everyone fell silent, Griffin remarked, "Look, your class president is going to explain everything after all this is over. So now in here to make sure you guys are well protected. Osako said, Griffin, how strong is that thing? They said they brought it here to kill All Might, and from what I can tell it would have given him trouble, not to mention the moment that thing stepped in the place me and the kid felt its demonic energy. That's why he stepped in so soon, said Griffin. Asui inquired worriedly, are you saying he fighting a demon by himself? The others nodded in agreement, but Griffin and Osako stopped them. If that's the case, what are we standing here for? Let's go back him up, Sato said. Listen, I know you guys have the best interest in mind, but right now you won't stand a chance against that. You'd only get in his way, said Griffin. Before they all agreed, Osako said, he right, he can handle this. When all this is over, he'll explain everything. Do for now, let's just stay here and look after them. Izuku witg as he ducked under one and punched it in the abdomen. Izuku was trading blows with the Nomu. He then swiftly drop-kicked the beast, sending it back a little before he got up and ran at the Nomu, who then punched him in the face. Izuku landed a powerful axe kick that sent the Nomu face first into the ground before he landed on top of it and began pelting the back of its head with blows. The Nomu tried again, but Izuku caught the punch with a spinning back elbow to the side of its face. Izuku grabbed its head and began repeatedly slamming its face into the ground, but he stopped and dragged it across the ground before kicking it away from it. You know, seeing as you did something like this to my teacher, I think I should return the favor, he said. Izuku then leapt and punched the Nomu, covering his fist with lightning before overcharging it and blowing off its arm, which caused it to scream in agony. Take this demolition fist. Izuku was about to strike it once more when a portal appeared in front of his arm, deflecting the blow. Izuku looked up to see Kurogiri had come and prevented him from striking the Nomu. Tamura inquired, Kurogiri, where have you been? I'm sorry, Tamura Shigaraki, I ran into a bit of a problem, said Kurogiri. As he unintentionally lost his breath, Tamura remarked, well, better late than never, Kurogiri. As Izuku saw Kurogiri, he thought, damn, I thought 13 would have taken care of him by now. As the Nomu stood up, Tamura remarked, we have to eliminate him because he is the biggest threat among all of us. After we do that, the others should be easy pickings. As Tamura turned to face Kurogiri, he said, yes, I've been watching. If we attack together he won't stand a chance, but with reinforcements on its way I think we should retreat for now. Tamura glared at Kurogiri and asked, what do you mean reinforcements? What happened with those kids, didn't you take them out? Kurogiri was honest with Tamura, saying, unfortunately, one of them escaped me and will undoubtedly be bringing help. Tamura scratched his neck once more and uttered, damn, if you weren't our ride out of here, I would kill you. Kurogiri nodded in agreement as Tamura stated, we'll take him out and then we leave. Izuku remarked, great, exactly what I need is a handicap. Looking at the three of them, Izuku thought, looks like my situation just got worse. If it was the Nomu and the hand guy the first was fighting, I would have won, but with him here it makes it whole lot more difficult. Kurogiri was the first to run at Izuku, but he was taken by surprise when an explosion struck him. Katsuki was standing on top of him with his hand on his neck plate after the smoke had cleared. As everyone gasped at what had happened, Katsuki declared, look what I caught, that bastard who sent me away, I've got you now. Before Tamura could react, he realized that he and the Nomu were frozen. He turned to see where it had come from and saw Shoto staring at him while Kirishima stood next to him. Hey guys, how are you? Izuku grinned and said, thanks for the help. Hey Midoriya, we were just on our way to the entrance when we saw your battle was going on nearby, so we decided to come help you, said Kirishima. Izuku returned his focus to Tamura and the Nomu and said, thanks, I owe you guys one. Izuku taunted him by saying, well, what are you going to do now? Don't tell me that's all you got. As the Nomu's eyes widened slightly, Tamura remarked, kids these days are remarkable, Nomu. Unleash your true power and get Kurogiri. With its arm growing back and shattering the ice covering it, the Nomu's body started to pulse. It then fell to its knees, its wings emerging from its back, its fingers turning into claws, and its feet turning into talons. Before a substance resembling a skull covered its exposed brain and its eyes started to slit, with the irises turning black, its body now had purple lines running along it and its chest glowed the same color. Everyone in the USJ heard All Blight rise and roar into the sky as Tamura said, allow me to introduce to you. All Blight. Tamura pointed to Izuku and said, All Blight, fetch Kurogiri and kill that boy. After that, All Blight spread its wings and swooped closer to Katsuki than it had to Izuku in order to punch him, but Katsuki soon found himself standing close to Kirishima and Shoto, who turned around and were taken aback to see him. Kirishima inquired, "Dude, how did you dodge that?" When the others turned to see where All Blight had punched and saw Izuku standing back first in a wall with his arms crossed, Katsuki remarked, "I didn't." What the devil? As Izuku gazed at the beast, he thought, it's a lot faster and stronger too. Kurogiri approached Tamura and said, "Kill him. Don't let up until he's a stain on the ground." Izuku attempted to defend himself when All Blight flew at him once more and punched him, but he was unsuccessful because the blow sent him flying back and he saw that his gauntlets were cracked. Then, as he flew into the air, All Blight grabbed his face and punched Izuku repeatedly before dropping him. As he fell, All Blight punched his back, causing him to cough blood as he hit the ground. Even though Izuku managed to stand up, All Blight persisted in attacking him. Blood was streaming from Izuku's head, and he looked at the beast. He punched it in the chest, but it was unaffected. It backhanded him before opening its mouth and shooting a red beam that sent Izuku crashing into the entrance stairs. When the beast landed a few feet away from him and started to approach him, all of his classmates became concerned because they could see he hadn't yet gotten up. Shoto, Katsuki, and Kirishima were shocked to see All Blight stalking Izuku as it picked him up and squeezed his neck. Tamura and Kurogiri arrived and saw the state Izuku was in as he grinned manically. Tamura smugly remarked, "Where did that fight spirit go, boy? I thought you could handle it." As All Blight tightened its hold, Tamura remarked, "Kill the others when you're done with him." Izuku's eyes popped open as it strangled him, and he punched All Blight in the chest, causing it to release his and fly back. "That's all you can do," Izuku remarked while rolling and stretching his shoulder. As his wounds healed, Izuku remarked, "You know, I was wondering when you were going to show your true form after all. With the demonic energy it was giving out, I figured this would happen eventually." Tamura screamed angrily, "What? How are you still standing?" The others were surprised that Izuku had gotten up after everything. Izuku deactivated his gauntlets and then tore off his ripped hoodie, revealing the tattoos on his back and body. "Well, it's simple really. I let it beat me so I could see what it was capable of. I'm still surprised you managed to crack my gauntlets. I guess Niko is going to have to put more work into it," he said. All of the blight flew at Izuku once more, but it was stopped when Izuku punched him, causing it to couch blood and fly in Tamura's direction. They all glanced up to see that Izuku's legs were covered in greaves that extended all the way to its thigh, which was shaped like a wolf's feet and had the same line of light covering it. His arms, up to his biceps, were covered in a black gauntlet with claws and white light with spikes emanating from the side. "I'm going to have to bring out the big guns because you brought a demon here." "Devil Arms Beowulf," Izuku said, turning to face Tamura, whose eyes, like everyone else's, widened in shock. Izuku told the beast to bring it, channeling OFA to its full potential. "Okay, let's see what this All Blight can do when I'm serious," he said. Tamura cried out, "All Blight! Kill him!" as the monster sped toward Izuku, who ran after it and punched it in the side of the face. After that, Izuku grabbed it by the arm and slammed it into the ground before punching it in the head, shattering the skull that covered its brains. He then picked it up by the face and punched it repeatedly before shooting a beam of light through it and giving it a Spartan kick as it fell onto its back. All Blight fought to stand up, but as soon as it did, Izuku gave it a running knee that caused its beak to bend at an awkward angle. He then slammed the animal's face into the ground, stepped on its back, tore off its wings, and used the Beowulf light to cauterize the wound before it could heal. Izuku then lifted it and kicked it upward, sending it flying as he leapt beneath it and then kicked it with an axe, sending it crashing to the ground. As Beowulf started to glow, Izuku used his demonic energy to propel himself towards the fallen All Blight, focusing OFA 100% on his right arm. "You know it's time I finished this. Let me show what happens when you mess with my class," he said. As his classmates watched him plummeting toward All Blight at high speed, Izuku remarked, "Heroes are people who walked out of a tough situation and always find a way for justice to win. They always go beyond their limits and stand tall no matter what." Izuku declared, "This is my plus ultra," as the stars started to shift hues before finally landing on green. As he approached it, all of his classmates shouted, "Go take him down." "All Blight! Get out of the way!" Tamura screamed, but the creature was still stunned and immobile. Izuku screamed, "Be gone with the blinding light! Grand Hyperion Smash!" as he gave All Blight a powerful punch. Boom! Everyone felt the ground move, the entire USJ tremble, and the wind blow everywhere as a result of the explosion. All of his classmates screamed, "Holy shit!" and gripped whatever they could to stay upright until the shaking eventually stopped. They noticed a huge crater where the explosion had occurred, but all they could see was Izuku standing there grinning. To their surprise, Izuku's gauntlets and greaves vanished, and all blight was reduced to ash by the attack. Izuku called him, "Jackpot," after noticing that his right arm was fractured but was recovering, and then he noticed Tamura scratching his neck while glaring at him with hatred and rage. You cheated. All blight was supposed to kill All Might, not lose to some kid," said Tamura. Tamura screamed, "You've ruined everything, I'm going to kill you," as he ran toward Izuku. However, he was stopped when the entrance door was ripped off its hinges, drawing everyone's attention. Tenya said, "Guy, I brought backup," as the instructor walked into the room. Everyone was relieved that the teachers had finally arrived, and All Might remarked, "Students, do not be alarmed, we are here." As some of them peered around, they noticed the other two villains and the enormous crater where Izuku stood. Kurogiri said, "Tamura Shigaraki, we must depart immediately," but he intervened when he saw that Tamura intended to murder Izuku first. Kurogiri argued with him and said, "There will be other days, but on this day we've lost." Tamura gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." He was furious that he wouldn't have the opportunity to kill Izuku, and the fact that All Might was present only made him feel worse. Tamura uttered the words, "Let's go," as Kurogiri opened a portal and they entered, but he turned to face Izuku before it closed. As the portal closed, Tamura said, "Watch yourself, boy. I swear to you, you'll die the next time we meet." All Might asked 1A, "Students, is everyone all right?" And they nodded. As Izuku approached them, Kirishima said, "We're fine, All Might. The one you should be worried about is Midoriya." Ochako then rushed up to embrace him. "Are you okay?" inquired Ochako. Izuku remarked, "I'll be all right. I've had worse." His successor was asked by All Might, "Are you sure, young Midoriya?" As he landed on Izuku's shoulder, shocking the teachers, Griffin said, "Yeah, he's fine. He's had a lot worse training with Dante than fighting that overgrown chicken." Izuku was the first to speak after noticing the shocked expressions on their faces. "Don't worry about him. This is Griffin, my familiar. He's also a devil, but don't let his looks scare you. Underneath all this scary, sarcastic feathered exterior, he's a big old softy, isn't that right, Ochako?" Izuku said with a nod. Before everyone agreed, Izuku said, "I know you guys have questions right now and I'll answer them as soon as we all rest after today." The teachers then looked for any injuries on the students. Even though Izuku knew that this would make them stronger, he couldn't deny that they had a demon. He knew one thing, though. That this was not the end of it. Izuku was lying on his bed at home, thinking back on the events at the USJ. Following the attack, Kairi and Recovery Girl examined him and made sure no one was hurt. The police arrived, took the students' statements, and arrested the ones who had been knocked unconscious. In addition, he thought about Aizawa and 13, who were in the hospital recuperating from their injuries sustained in the altercation, and he concluded by thinking about today. He promised his teachers and fellow students that he would be honest with them in 2 days, and that time had arrived. In addition to Trish, Lady, Niko, Kairi, and his mother, he had requested their presence. As he left his room to go to Ua, where they were waiting for him, Izuku got out of bed and changed into green shorts and a black polo shirt. All Might was waiting for him when he drove to the school, and they started talking as they made their way to the conference room. All Might, looking slender, said, "Young Midoriya, it's good to see you. How are you doing?" "I'm good, All Might. I still can't believe all that happened," Izuku replied. "Yes, me too. You'll explain everything once we're there. Your mother and friends have already arrived," said the Almighty. "I know, looks like it's time I told the truth. I was wondering when this was going to happen and now it's here," Izuku replied. "Will you be telling them the whole truth including your ancestry?" asked the Almighty. "I wasn't planning on it, but something tells me that I have to. I don't want them finding out from other sources who'd paint me in a bad light," Izuku stated. "All right, I know nothing will change when you tell them. When are you planning on telling your fellow classmates?" the Mighty replied. Izuku said, "Soon," as All Might gave a nod. All Might said as they entered the room, "Okay, here we are, let's go in." Ua meeting space. Izuku saw the other teachers in the room. Vlad King, Snipe, Recovery Girl, Hound Dog, Present Mike, Ectoplasm, Powerloader, and Cementos were all present. Except for Aizawa and 13, who were still recuperating from their injuries, all of the teachers were present. In addition to Trish, Lady, Niko, Kairi, and his mother, he also noticed a man in a brown jacket. As he started the meeting, Nezu said, "Izuku, I'm glad you were able to come." All eyes were on Izuku as he stood in front of the rectangular table. Izuku, however, did not appear afraid. Rather, he gazed resolutely at each teacher. I would also like to thank you for what you did. You protected the students and defeated something that was made to kill All Might. I thank you for that. Nezu said while bowing his head to Izuku. Izuku pointed to the man and said, "Don't bring it up. I did what I was supposed to do, so it's not a huge deal. And who's he? I know everyone here, but not him." "Ah, young Midoriya, this is my trusted friend Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. He's going to be here listening to what you have to say," said the Almighty. Izuku told All Might, who nodded. The fact that he's here when you're like this means he knows about your condition. "Before we begin, I would like to know how the kid knows about your weakness, All Might. The only ones who know are the staff and some government officials, so how did he find out?" replied Snipe. With a sheepish scratch of his head, Izuku remarked, "Well, it was kind of an accident. I met young Midoriya a few months ago. He was attacked by that sludge villain and he took it down just when I arrived and put it in a bottle. He then asked me to sign one of his books that he uses to take notes on quirks, and as I was about to leave he grabbed onto me when I was airborne," Izuku said while looking away. With a whisper, Present Mike said, "Wow, what a fanboy. Anyways, when I landed I had run out of time and turned back when he was about to ask me a question," said the Almighty. As everyone's faces changed, Izuku remarked, "Yep, that definitely brightened my day. Now, let's get to the real reason I'm here. You want to know how I knew All Blight was a demon and my familiar griffin?" Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as Izuku said, "It's a long story, but we have time. Now let me officially introduce myself. My name is Izuku Nero Midoriya, but to the rest of the world I'm known as Nero the Devil Breaker." Izuku glanced around, noticed their astonishment, and grinned slightly. Before Present Mike got to his feet, Izuku said, "Now I know you have questions, so ask away." He remarked, "You really expect us to believe that you are the second most greatest demon hunter?" Izuku gave him a look before noticing that not everyone agreed with him. Izuku stood up and remarked, "I can tell you don't believe me based on the looks you're giving me, so I'll have to prove it. Now the media has been unable to see what I look like, but they have given the description of the sword I carry. Can anyone tell me that exact description?" Izuku demanded. "According to the reports, it's a German Grobes Messer that has a motorcycle-like handle. They said it also ignites when he twists the handle," stated Detective Naomasa. "Exactly," Izuku replied, his back tattoo glowing as the sword unexpectedly emerged. The sword started to ignite a little before Izuku stopped revving it after stabbing it into the ground. Izuku pointed to Lady and Trish and said, "So I hope this answers your question. If you want more proof you can ask All Might. He can vouch for me, and if you don't believe that you can ask those too. He's telling the truth. After all he called me to inform me what was happening in Redgrave City when that tree appeared," said the Almighty. Izuku smirked slightly as the teachers stared in shock. "Now some of you are wondering why we let him work with DMC, and you're probably thinking along the lines of it's child endangerment, but in all honesty there is no law on how old you have to be a hunter," the lady added. "Yes, now the world didn't know about demons until that attack in New York. Redgrave has been fighting them since he was about the same age as Izuku. The same can be said about other hunters. They start training themselves at young age to prepare for what the underworld throws at them, which is why we prepared Izuku to face them as well. After all, it's in his blood," Trish said as they looked at Izuku. Midnight questioned, "What do you mean by it's in his blood?" while Izuku inhaled deeply. Izuku's expression darkened as he said, "Listen, what I'm about to tell you mustn't leave this room. You can tell Aizawa-sensei when he's better and I'll tell my classmates, but that's all." Izuku said, 11 years ago when I was boy, me and my mom were walking through the park one night where we were attacked by a demon. All Might, Kairi, and Niko, who were unaware of this, as well as the teacher's eyes widened in shock. Izuku recalled the power pulsing through his body and remarked, "It was a terrifying experience for me and her. We tried to get away but it was too fast for us to outrun. We would have died that day if it wasn't for my powers awakening when I saw it about to kill her." "You got your quirk at age 5. People awaken theirs at 4. What happened to you?" replied Powerloader. Izuku shocked everyone in the room who didn't know by saying, "I was diagnosed quirkless at the age of 4. It wasn't easy for me, but the one who stood by me and still believed in me was my mom," Izuku said, recalling that he was also quirkless. "The doctors told me I would never have one because I had an extra joint in my toe, and after I found out people started treating me differently, like I was cursed." Izuku claimed that, "When I killed it, a lot changed for me that day. It led me to discovering the origins of my family." Just as he was ready to go on, his mother made the decision to end the conversation. Before anyone noticed the resemblance between Izuku and his brother Dante, who is now known as Redgrave, Inko shocked them by saying, "A year after Izuku was born, his father left. He told me that it was to protect us, but before he did he left me instructions on who to call if we ever needed help, and that number belonged to his brother Dante. How the hell didn't we notice this? He looks like him and he has the same hair color as him, said Midnight. Yeah, people don't notice because I didn't want to stand out a lot and I told him not to tell anyone of our relationship, Izuku replied. So we have the nephew of the world best demon hunter Redgrave and he turns out to be the second best demon hunter next to Redgrave. That's why she said it's in your blood, Present Mike replied. Cementos inquired, so, is your father also a demon hunter? Izuku responded, recalling his father's past as recounted by Dante. Well, he's a bit complicated but yeah. Vlad King inquired, how strong is he? As the other's eyes widened, Izuku remarked, he and my uncle are even in terms of everything. The teachers were aware of Dante's strength because he defeated Endeavor in their previous battle with little effort, so it surprised them that someone on par with him wasn't a recognized hero. You mentioned your family origin, are you saying you come from a long line of demon hunters? Asked Snipe. As everyone fell silent, Izuku said, before I get into that, I would like to know if any of you have heard about the legend of Sparta. Before he was interrupted, Izuku said, I'll take your silence as a no. Okay, let me tell you. Nezu questioned, what does this have to do with you? I'm getting to that, Principal Nezu. Now about 2,000 years ago there was a war between the Underworld and the human world. The Underworld was relentless in their plans to conquer and enslave humanity, but when all hope seemed to be lost, humanity gained an unlikely ally which came in the form of the devil Sparta. He was held as the greatest warrior in the Underworld. His skills and power were unmatched even by the ruler of the Underworld Mundus. He took up arms against his own kind and fought for humanity. Izuku stated because everyone present was interested in the tale. He faced the hordes of the Underworld and won. After that he sealed the gates of Underworld with the help of a priestess and he sealed away Mundus on an island very far away from civilization called Mallet Island but at the cost of his powers. Sparta then became the protector of humanity. He was given the title of the legendary Dark Knight as he battled evil. Izuku said as he gazed at his instructors. Wow, this guy must have been all kinds of powerful if he faced the entire Underworld and won, Snipe replied with amazement. As everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, Izuku said, he was. Anyway, 2,000 years later Sparta met a woman and settled down. That woman was my grandmother Eva. Midnight started to say, are you saying that you're... But All Might interrupted him by raising his hand to signal her to wait. She later gave birth to twins, my father Virgil and my uncle Dante, the sons of Sparta, Izuku stated. Present Mike said, you're part demon, as Izuku gave a nod. Izuku remarked, devil, I'm part devil. When Powerloader asked, what's the difference? It's simple, demons are the grunts while the devils are their superiors. They show high intelligence and are often cruel and sadistic towards humans, Izuku stated. Midnight inquired, so, you're the grandson of Sparta? Yes, the other demons and devils don't take kind to us because of my grandfather, so in other words they hate our guts with fiery passion, Izuku replied. Excuse me, while we are all surprised at the situation I would like it if he finished his story, Nezu replied. 7 years after she gave birth they were attacked by demons which led to the death of my grandmother and my grandfather being gravely wounded as he fought them off, Izuku regretted. When Izuku finished, he didn't want to share with them the personal history between his father and his uncle. The Devil King Mundus sent the demons because he realized that the seal my grandfather had placed was weakening, but my grandfather and his sons survived the attack. On that day, they swore vengeance against the one responsible. My grandfather trained them for 7 years before he finally passed away from the wounds he sustained that day, and after that they began their quest to avenge our family. As everyone else concurred, Cementos remarked, that's a lot to take in. Look, I know you're all still surprised at what I just told you, so I'll just let you all decide how you want to proceed from here on out. Now if you excuse me, I have my classmates to tell as well, Izuku said as he rose from his seat and left the area. The teacher took notice when the lady said, you know I've seen that look a lot in my time and I'm seeing it again in most of your eyes after what he just told you. According to ectoplasm, what look is that? Trish remarked, that's simple, it's fear, as some of them winced. They're right, I see it now and I can tell you're afraid of him now, but he told you all that despite knowing how you all react, and I have to say there's nothing to fear from him, said the Almighty. All Might, how can you be so calm? He just told us that he's part devil, and here you are not freaking out, and no offense Miss Midoriya, but seriously how could you fall for someone who half devil? Present Mike replied as he got up. As the other teachers gazed at him, All Might remarked, Mike, I'm calm because I already knew about him. When he told me his story, I looked at him and I was surprised at first, but then I realized that his family has been fighting against creatures that can threaten the entire human race. It was there and then that I realized that heroism is in his blood. His grandfather fought his own kind to protect humanity. His sons followed in his footsteps and now he is doing the same thing. All Might said as the other people looked away. His family may have the blood of a devil flowing their veins, but to me they have the blood of a hero in them as well, said the Mighty One. The statement was made by Inko as she stood up and walked away, followed by Niko, Kairi, Lady, and Trish. All Izuku ever wanted in his life was to be a hero like All Might, the kind that saves people with a smile on his face, so before you judge him, you should think about everything he's done so far and tell me if he doesn't deserve to be one, Inko said. As All Might left the room, followed by Naomasa, he said, I'll say this from what I've seen so far. He embodies what it means to be a hero and I will stand beside him even if none of you will, because he is. Before Nezu spoke, the teachers were silent for a long time. Now All Might is right about the boy. From what I've seen so far, he doesn't pose a threat to us and he never will. The boy has done everything to prove that he's on our side, and judging him because we now know he's part devil is the same as judging those who others said weren't fit to be heroes because of their appearance or quirks being villainous, Nezu stated. Personally, I think he a great kid and he's going to be a great hero, so what if he not all human? Most people's quirks affect their body and makes them look like monsters, but it's their actions that define who they really are, said Midnight. I know that, and yes, I'm a little bit afraid of him, but it's just that I'm trying to process all this, Vlad the Great replied. Yes, there has never been a situation like this in UA history at all, Cementos replied. That is true. I guess that means that times are changing. We are in the age where the impossible can become possible, where things of myth have become reality, and it's our job to prepare the next generation for what's to come, Nezu replied. The others concurred when Powerloader stated, we owe him and his family an apology for our hesitancy today. Good, we have to prepare the students. I feel something on the horizon and they will need each other when the time comes, Nezu replied. The beach in Dagoba at night, while waiting for his classmates to arrive, Izuku gazed at the ocean. He obtained their contact information and instructed them to meet him at the beach. Izuku was a little sad that some of his teachers were scared of him, but he knew that telling them would have a negative outcome. He hoped they would get over their fear quickly, but he couldn't blame them for it because demons and the devil had done nothing but murder and destroy anyone who stood in their way without regret. When he turned around, he saw Osako approaching him after hearing the word. Nero called out to him. Hey Osako, thank you for coming, Izuku grinned. No problem. I just want you to know that no matter how this turns out, I'll be with you every step of the way, Osako replied. Thanks, I'm just a bit nervous on how they're going to react to what I'm going to tell them, Izuku replied. Osako said, don't worry about it. They were both conversing when they noticed that Katsuki and Shoto were the last to arrive. Well, it looks like everyone is here. I really appreciate that you showed up, Izuku replied. Kirishima remarked, we Midoriya don't have any problems. As they exchanged glances, Izuku said, now I know you have questions, that's why I asked you to come today so I can get it off my chest. All I'm asking is that you don't interrupt me for what I'm about to tell you, and you can't tell anyone about it as well. Tenya said, all right, Izuku, we'll do that. A short time later, Izuku saw that they were all stunned when he finished telling them the same thing he had told the teachers about his family, himself, and who he was. Kaminari exclaimed in surprise, so hold on. You're saying that the legendary Sparta is your grandfather? Additionally, Mineta stated, and that Redgrave is your uncle. And that you're the famous Nero the Devil Breaker, said Mina. Kirishima remarked, and that you're part devil. Izuku started to say, yes, look, I know you're trying to process all this but Tenya cut him off. Listen here Izuku. I know the reason you were hesitant to tell us was the fact that you thought we wouldn't accept you, but I speak for everyone here when we say that we don't care about that, Tenya said in a surprise to Izuku. Yeah bro, we don't care if you're part devil, you're still the same guy, who fought to protect us from that villain at the USJ, said Kaminari. As everyone nodded in agreement, Kirishima remarked, he right dude, you're the same guy we chose to be our class representative and the guy we sit next to at lunch and laugh with. You being a devil won't change the fact that you are our friend. They're right, you came to UA because you have the same goal as us, and that's to be a hero and help people. Nothing is going or change that, Momo said with a grin. Thank you all for that, I'm grateful to be able to call you guys my friends, Izuku replied. As everyone stared at him, Shiro said, hey Bakugo, what do you think about all this? Everyone grinned when Katsuki responded, I don't care if he's a demon, angel, or alien, He's still the same guy whose ass I'm going to kick. Sato said, and you Todoroki, what about you? It doesn't matter what he is, if I start judging him about it I'm no better than those who judge others based on how villainous they look, so it doesn't matter to me at all. Shoto replied with a grin. Thanks a lot, I'm really glad to have met people like you, Izuku replied. So dude, since you're part devil, does that mean you can take on the appearance of a devil, asked Kyoka. Yes, I am able to, Izuku replied. As everyone agreed with Kirishima, he said, so, could we please see it? All right, just make me a promise, Izuku said. What's that? Inquired Tokiyami. Izuku said, don't freak out, as blue light surrounded his body and his eyes glowed. Otherwhere Tamura Shigaraki was furious that his attack on the UA student had failed and that the boy had defeated All Blight, preventing him from achieving his goal of killing All Might. Kurogiri inquired, are you still upset about what happened to Tamura Shigaraki? Tamura uttered the words, of course I'm upset, but I'm furious that the plan didn't work, just before a man emerged from a seal that was glowing on the ground. As he emerged from the seal, the man remarked, I heard you failed in your attack, Tamura. Tamura, trying to control his rage, said, you. What are you doing here? In a mocking tone of concern, the man said, oh me. I came to see how you're doing, I mean, is it so hard to believe that I actually care for your safety? Tamura stood up and turned to face him, saying, if you're here to make fun of me, then get out of here before I turn you to dust. The man grinned maniacally and said, I would like to see you try, boy, you'd be dead before you even move. Tamura started to move, but was interrupted by a voice from the room's television. Enough! A stern voice said from the screen that attracted their attention. Gazing at the screen, Tamura uttered the word, Master. I would appreciate it if you didn't rile up my student, after all it was you and your associates that assured us that the demonic-enhanced Nomu would perform its task, so the failure also goes towards you as well, said the voice. That's also why I'm here, to find out how it was defeated, said the individual. The voice said, Tamura, tell me what happened at UA. We did everything according to plan, but when we arrived All Might was even there, so I told Kurogiri to separate the kids so the grunts could pick them off, but that didn't work. I had to use All Blight early to deal with the pro-hero that was Eraserhead and he was nearly killed until he showed up, Tamura stated with venom. He said, who, All Might? No. It was this boy who arrived and went toe-to-toe with All Blight even when it transformed it was no match for him, said Tamura. The voice questioned, can you describe him? Yes, he has white hair with green highlights and green eyes. When he fought his body was covered with a blue aura that felt the same as All Blight and green lightning danced around his body, said Tamura. Anything else? Inquired the man. As the man's eyes widened slightly, Tamura remarked, he used a gauntlet with white lines and a boot with the same design when he fought with All Blight. All I heard was when he said Beowulf. As Tamura and Kurogiri nodded and departed the room, the voice said, thank you, that would be all Tamura. You can go and rest now, I wish to speak with him alone. The voice said, you know who the boy is, don't you? Yes, when he said Beowulf, it was then it hit me. In history there is only one creature that had that name and it was sealed in the Temenengru by Sparta, said the man. The voice said, so this boy could be related to this Sparta? Yes, it seems that Beowulf has been turned into a devil arm and if the boy is aware of his devil heritage, it means that the Nomu wasn't simply enough to deal with him, said the man. I see, I hope you can do something about him soon, if left alone he could pose a threat to Tamura, said the voice. As he vanished into the seal he had entered, the man said, don't worry, if he does we will deal with him, you have my word all for one. Otherwhere man gazing at a city remarked, I still can believe what I'm seeing. Me too, I've been in the underworld world for a while but I never saw this, said a different man. Who would have thought that the devils would become so civilized, never saw that coming Virgil, said the individual. Virgil said, me too, Dante. After cutting the roots and sealing the rift to the underworld, both brothers remained there. In their quest to find a nexus point from which to depart, they both traversed the underworld world and discovered something unexpected. They discovered a city full of devils, and these ones appeared to be human. They initially assumed they would be met with hostility because the city was so beautiful. Think of Asgard in Avengers. But to their surprise, they saw that all devils and demons wanted their head because of their father. They were currently waiting to speak with the new king of the underworld, who was in charge. A woman caught their attention by saying, he will see you now. When the two brothers entered the room, they noticed a man seated on a chair. He had red eyes and white hair, and his slight muscularity made them think of the Searsex in DxD. "Ah. The sons of Sparta, it's an honor to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you exploits," said the man. The man nodded, and Dante remarked, "You must be the king of the Underworld then." After introducing himself, Valley said, "Yes. Where are my manners? My name is Valley Noctis, then new king of the Underworld." He gestured for them to sit, saying, "Please take a seat so we can discuss some things." As they both nodded, Valley remarked, "Now the thought must be what the hell happened here and why are we acting so civil? You see, not everyone shared the same view that we should rule over the humans. Some, like your father, saw the wrong things we were doing under the name of Mundus. But after your father sealed away Mundus, there was a power vacuum that needed to be filled. Some wanted warmongers who hated humanity to rule, and others suggested that they could leave peaceful with the humans and leave them to their own vices," Valley said as he told them the tale. With the devils divided on their views on how things should be, war broke out as both sides fought for 1,000 years until it finally ended, and you can tell who won," said Valley. Dante inquired, "So how did you become the king then?" "There is a rule in the Underworld. He who is the strongest shall rule, and after the war that was my father," said Valley. "He didn't rule with an iron fist like Mundus did, and he led our kind into a new age, and as you can see, not all devils here look like the ones you faced," said Valley. "Yeah, most of them are just walking monstrosities, so I'm a bit surprised that they don't look like that, but I can still feel their auras," said Dante. "It's simple, Dante. After so many years, they evolved like how humanity evolved to have quirks, am right?" said Virgil. "Yes, you were, and it's all thanks to your father that this was possible. It was his actions that showed us how to be truly strong," said Valley. "He always told us that when you fight for something other than yourself you become stronger, and from what I'm seeing he was right," Dante joked. "Wise words. Sparta isn't hated here anymore. Well, unless you count the old faction," said Valley. "Old faction?" inquired Virgil. "Yes, I did say a war happened. What was left of the ones who wanted to take after Mundus became known as the old faction. Those are the ones that still maintain their less civil appearance," said Valley. Dante remarked, "That explains a lot. Now we thank you for receiving us, but we really must be going now," said Virgil. "Yeah, you wouldn't happen to know a way out of here, do you?" replied Dante. "Of course I'll tell them to prepare a portal for you, but first I need to inform you of something," said Valley. "What's that?" inquired Dante. They nodded, and Valley said, "I'm sure by now you've felt that something big is going on." "Let me ask you, have you heard the legends of the Dark Clan?" replied Valley. "We haven't," Virgil replied. "Well, then I suggest you pay attention to what I'm going to tell you," Valley stated gravely as Virgil and Dante exchanged glances. Otherwhere, the man who had just concluded his conversation with all for one emerged in the middle of a forest and entered a building. The man said, "Hello, I'm back." It was another man's voice asking, "What took you so long, asshole?" "I had a meeting with Scarface. Apparently the demonic-enhanced Nomu was defeated by a boy, and from his description I think he's a defendant of Sparta," said the individual. Back in the days we were the most feared devils of them all, and now since we were free all I hear about is Sparta," said the other. "Yes. It seems they wiped all traces of us from history. What a shame, wouldn't you agree, brother?" said the man. The other said, "Yes, I do." Another man's voice said, "Don't worry, we'll show them our might in time." The man said, "Ah, Astero, where have you been?" Astero addressed the man now known as Kokabil, saying, "I've been looking into the humans. Some things I asked you to do, Kokabil." When the other person asked, "And what did you find?" "They have evolved. The humans are no longer the cowardly whelps we once ruled over. They stand tall now, but in time we will bring them back to what they once were, and the only way to do that is to break their spirit, Zeldris," Astero stated. "Yes, I do look forward to that, brother," Zeldris remarked. Kokabil questioned, "So how do we handle the sons of Sparta?" Astero smiled menacingly and said, "Don't worry, once we finish the palace they won't stand a chance against us." Izuku had told his teachers and classmates who he was a week ago, and so far, everything had gone well for him. In his spare time, he trained with Osako and occasionally Momo, and in his spare time, he went demon hunting. Izuku's home. Izuku was eating breakfast in the living room when he realized that he would have to return to Ua the following day, which was the end of the break they had given them. Izuku was engrossed in his thoughts until he heard a voice he recognized. Izuku turned to face All Might, who said, "Young Midoriya, how are you?" Izuku said, "Hey All Might, I didn't hear you come in. I just wanted to pay you a visit and to see how you're doing," said the mighty. "I'm good, this break was just what I needed." I got to hunt some demons and hang out with my friends. Not to mention that my classmates and teachers also know the truth about me and my family, but all in all it's good," Izuku said with a grin on his face. Izuku became serious, and All Might added, "I'm also here to talk about your fight with that creature." Izuku said, "What do you want to know? Did you notice anything strange about it other than the fact that it was a demon?" asked All Might. "Yeah, I noticed it had multiple quirks, and from the way it was, I guessed if you had fought it, it would have weakened you further. That thing was able to take an OFA enhanced punch and nothing happened to it until I started using my demonic energy as well," Izuku replied. The statement, "I see, hearing that is disturbing," was made by All Might. All Might, I don't know how, but whatever that thing was, it had human origins, meaning someone turned it into that, and if I can guess, that means whoever made it has a lot more like that, so the question is when are they going to use them, Izuku said while All Might was deep in thought. Could he have come back? All Might thought, no, I made sure that man didn't survive. All Might, my father told me that something was coming, but I'm beginning to think that it's already here, and whatever plans it has, it can't be good, Izuku stated. Indeed, young Midoriya. So, I would like to know if you're going to be teaching the demon hunting class since they now know your identity, said the Almighty. I'll think about it, I'm not sure I'm much of a teacher though, so I'll have to think hard about this, Izuku replied. All Might said as he stood up to go, okay, I'll let them know about your choice, I'll see you tomorrow. As All Might departed, Izuku said, okay, All Might, take care. Izuku's rest of the day was uneventful as he prepared to return to school and slept, hoping that his father and uncle would soon escape the underworld. Ua's next day, Izuku traveled to Ua and proceeded to his classroom. Upon arriving, he discovered that everyone was already in class, and they greeted him with their full attention. Osako said, hey, Nero, how are you? Hello, Osako, I'm doing fine, Izuku replied. You know, I really missed Ua, even if it was only for a week, so it's great to be back, said Osako. As everyone stared at him, Izuku remarked, I'll say, but I can't complain about the break since I got to hunt some demons again, and that was fun. Kaminari said, dude, you went demon hunting? Yeah, I can't have myself getting rusty now, can I? After all, I still have a reputation to uphold, Izuku replied. Why didn't you invite us? We would have loved to see you smashing some actual demons, and if you'd let us we'd have fought some too, said Kirishima. I'll think about it next time, but for now I think you should stick to the danger room. I'm not doubting your abilities, but from my point of view you aren't ready yet, Izuku replied. What do you mean we aren't ready? How would we know if we're ready if we don't get to face the real deal? Siro inquired. Look, I'll be honest with you guys. We may have faced villains, but when it comes to demons that's a whole nother playing field, and trust me, that's something that'll change your life, because when facing a human you know when to hold back, but with demons and devils it's a life or death situation, and if you hesitate you'll die, Izuku said as everyone stared at him with disbelief. Now listening here, you guys are going to be training with the best hunters in the game, and I'll also pitch in, and when we deem you fit for this I'll ask them to take you on hunting trip to test yourself. That will see if you're ready or not, Izuku said with a nod. They were about to respond when the door opened and they saw someone they hadn't anticipated. All right, let's just get through the day, I think we've earned a little normalcy after everything, right, Izuku said. The class exclaimed, Aizawa-sensei, in surprise at their homeroom teacher's early return and the fact that he was dressed in bandages, giving him a motherly appearance. As he walked to his desk, Aizawa said, yeah, I'm here. The class was still in disbelief to see him standing, especially given his current appearance. Sensei, are you sure it's a good idea to be moving around after your injuries? You should be resting, Mina asked with concern. Aizawa informed the students, there is no time for rest in the hero job. We have to get back on our feet as soon as possible. Kaminari remarked, wow, talk about dedication. Wow, I'm surprised that the hospital and recovery girl allowed you show up, and here I was hoping that they had to tie you down, Izuku responded. Enough about my present condition, Aizawa uttered. The students looked at one another, then back at him with determination in their eyes, which made Aizawa smile. Now I have a few things to say. The USJ showed you a little bit of what you're going to face in the future, and I'll tell you now it can get a lot worse than what happened, so if anyone wants to leave, I'll understand, he said. They grinned when Aizawa remarked, good, looks like you have what it takes to be heroes after all. Aizawa turned to face Izuku and remarked, also, Midoriya, I've been informed about your situation and I would like to say thank you for stepping in when you did. No problem, sensei, after it's what I do best, Izuku replied. As they stared at him in bewilderment, Aizawa said, now I'll say this to you all. The next step towards your journey to become heroes is just around the corner, and it'll be one of the toughest things you've ever faced. As all of the students appeared determined to win the sports festival and some were determined to flaunt their eccentricities, Aizawa concluded, "The UA Sports Festival is coming up. The festival is a UA-hosted tournament where all the students will be competing with each other. All students are eligible to compete, whether they are from support, general studies, or even the hero class. Whoever wins the festival gets a big jump in their future career as a pro hero." "Alright, the time for us to shine has come. This is going to be awesome," said Kaminari. "I know we get to show the world what we're made of," said Sato. "Huh, not to be a Debbie Downer, but is it a good idea to host this after we were just attacked by villains? What if they target this event?" replied Ojiro. "I understand your concern. That's why security has been increased exponentially, not to mention pro heroes will also be attending the event, so if they try anything they are going to be in for the fight of their lives," Aizawa stated. As everyone stared at him, Izuku remarked, "Sensei, I would also recommend you also take demons attacking into that factor also." "What do you mean?" inquired Aizawa. "I'm saying that you also need to get a few demon hunter there as well. Demons don't need to break into festival, they can be summoned by magic, so let's just say that we're participating in an event and they just pop up right there and then, that won't be good," Izuku stated. Izuku nodded, and Aizawa said, "Okay, I'll talk to the others and I want you to be there to explain it to them." "Good. Now while the festival is coming up, that doesn't mean any one of you should slack off on your schoolwork just to train. Alright then, I'll see you all later," Aizawa said as he left the classroom. As everyone realized he was the strongest person in their class, Izuku said, "Well, just so you all know, that if you're planning on winning the sports festival, you're going to have to go through me first, and I mean it when I say I look forward to seeing you try." Izuku got up and left with Ochako, saying, "Anyway, I'll see you at lunch." He wanted to see Niko and find out if she would be attending. "So Ochako, we're going to step up your training. This time we're going to be focusing on your quirk. I have a few theories that we can test out," Izuku said with a grin. While striking poses, All Might yelled, "Young Midoriya!" to the pair. Izuku looked at All Might with a smile and a drop of perspiration, while Ochako looked at All Might in surprise. Hey All Might!" Izuku exclaimed as he returned to Earth following his recent arrival. Ochako chuckled at the way the top hero approached her classmate, asking, "Lunch, you want to eat together?" Izuku told All Might, "Sure, let's go. I'll see you in a bit, Ochako." Lunchroom. They saw that Izuku was not with Ochako when she arrived and sat down next to Lita and the others. Tenya asked, "Hey Ochako, where's Izuku?" "Oh, he went to have lunch with All Might. He said he'll meet up with us later," Ochako replied. "That's cool. I wonder what All Might wants to ask him, since that's also why he invited him to lunch," said Kirishima. "It's probably about the USJ, after all Izuku did fight a monster made to kill him," Momo stated. Kamimari remarked, "Yep, I still can't get that fight out of my head." "Hey, Ochako. Do you think he'll help us train for the festival if we ask him?" replied Ojiro. "Yeah, I'm sure he would. After all, he has notes and theories about you guys and your quirks," Ochako replied. Mineta questioned, "Really, he has notes on all of us?" "Yeah, he does. What do you guys think he does when he's muttering a lot when we have our more physical classes?" Ochako replied. The others nodded in agreement as Tenya stated, "All right, let's just ask him for the notes he has on us and we can work on them with his help if he isn't busy." Break room. Izuku was sitting down to eat with All Might in his slender form while they discussed the impending matter. "I see Aizawa finally told your class about the sports festival," said the Almighty. All Might grinned as Izuku said, "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, as well as the others in my class." All Might said, "I've been meaning to ask how is your control for OFA going?" "Well, I'm still on 55%, I've been focused my new devil abilities but I haven't forgotten about it. Not to mention I confuse it with my demonic energy making me a whole lot stronger and faster," Izuku stated. "I see you're progressing faster than me, young Midoriya. By the time you master both your abilities you would have surpassed me," All Might said with a grin. As All Might sighed, Izuku said, "Thanks a lot, All Might. Oh, I've been meaning to ask how you're doing, if your time limit is still 5 hours. I'm afraid my time will be running out soon. I can maintain my form for 4 hours before needing to rest but my power is decreasing," said the Almighty. Izuku inquired, "How long until you finally lose your power?" "I don't know. Young Midoriya, with the sports festival the whole world will be watching. As the future symbol of peace, I want you to show the world that you have arrived. Seize the moment and show everyone the power of the future #1 hero, said the Almighty. Don't worry about that. I was already planning on showing the world just who exactly I am. I'm going to come out on top all might and show them my plus ultra, Izuku grinned. As he left the break room, All Might said to Izuku, very well then, young Midoriya, I hope to see you do well. Izuku had gone to meet Osako and his classmates in the lunchroom. He explained that he had been keeping notes on them since he was a child and that he wanted to learn how it works so that he could assist them in the future when they asked him about their peculiarities and the notes he had been keeping on them. He told Kaminari, Toru, Mina, Asui, Sato, Aoyama, Tenya, and Mineta that he would give them his notes at the end of the day and that they should call him if they needed assistance. Izuku made the decision to visit Niko in the support department before the break ended, and Osako followed him. When he got to her lab door, there was an explosion that startled Osako. When the smoke cleared, they could see that Niko was standing on top of Izuku, who was on the ground. Niko uttered the words, "Whoa. Looks like I used too much of that," before glancing down towards Izuku. Izuku said, "You know, this is a new way of saying hi Niko," as she hurried away from him and spun around to cover her blush. From what she had just seen, Osako was staring at her owlishly when she turned around. Niko jolted them out of their reverie as Izuku stood up and asked, "So what brings you here to my humble workshop?" "Well, nothing much, just wanted to see how you were doing and to ask if you plan on participating in the sports festival," Izuku replied. Niko gave her a small embrace and remarked, "Well, I'm still thinking about it. Oh, where are my manners, Osako, how are you?" Osako replied, "I'm fine, how's everything going?" "It's great. Oh, that reminds me, Jockstrap, your gauntlets will soon be ready again. I can't believe you nearly broke the thing," Niko replied. "It wasn't my fault, I just wasn't expecting that monster to be so strong. Besides, now that you know how damage it can take, you can also improve it, so it's a good thing that it happened," Izuku grumbled sheepishly. "You know you're lucky I like you, if not you wouldn't be getting jack from me," Niko replied. "Yeah, and I'm thankful. So about the sports festival," Izuku responded. "Look, I'm thinking about it. I just don't know if I just want to get out there and showcase all my stuff, that's Mei's thing," Niko responded. Izuku inquired, "Speaking of, where is your partner anyway?" "Oh, she went to get some parts from the storeroom, it's for a special meat project I'm working on," Niko replied. "Can we see it?" inquired Osako. "I'm sorry, but all I have now is the prototype, which I might show if I enter the festival," Niko replied. "Alright Niko, good luck, we'll be heading back to class now and please don't try to blow me up the next time I show up here," Izuku responded. "No promises," was what Niko said. Izuku and Osako returned to class for the rest of the day, but they were a little taken aback by how many students were waiting outside as they were ready to leave. Looking at the crowd, Izuku said, "Can I help you?" A boy with pale skin and purple hair, who also had bags under his eyes, approached and assumed Izuku's appearance. "So this is the class that survived the villain attack, you don't look like much," said the kid. "Oh really, you know what, I'm not surprised seeing as you don't know what we're capable of, and judging by the people standing here I'm guessing you're here to scout out the competition for the sports festival, right?" Izuku responded. "Exactly, you know most of us here signed up for the hero course but we got drafted to different departments instead, so if some of us beat you we can show them that we deserve a spot in the hero course after all," said the kid. "Alright, now that you've seen us, you can leave now, we have better things to do than to stand around and let you try at a very weak attempt to intimidate us," Izuku responded. "You know, you're a pretty cocky guy. You're probably the kind that likes to show off," said the kid. "I don't mind showing off if I can help it, but a guy who I just met calling me cocky is the least of my problems. Now I'll ask all of you to get out of our way," Izuku stated. "You know someone really needs to take you down a peg. What's your name?" the kid asked. As the boy's eyes grew wide, Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. The boys said, "Izuku Midoriya, the guy who set a record at the entrance exam with 200 points. People outside the class started talking about him in whispers, and their eyes widened. Izuku declared, "Yep, the same one." Before he and the others left, the now named Shinso remarked, "I see, Hitoshi Shinso, remember that name. Well, it looks like they're going to be gunning for us, so let's show them what we're made of," Izuku replied. Katsuki smiled and said, "This is going to be fun." Izuku had plans to take over 60% of OFA since he had been concentrating on his demonic abilities. He also had plans for Osako, and if his theory was correct, he could greatly assist her with her quirk. Izuku was on his way home, but before he did, He gave his notes to those who asked and instructed them to call him for assistance. Education. Someone is frowning and observing Shoto from a distance while he uses his eyes during his training in his family yard. Momo is training in a gym with some trainers. Tenya was running laps on the racecourse, and Katsuki is working out with Eijiro at a gym. Everyone was working extremely hard to prepare for the sports festival because they would not only be competing against one another but also with other unidentified students. Niko and Osako chose to enter while Izuku was training in order to find out her position in relation to the others. She was pleased to be able to test the devices she had constructed during the sports against other individuals with peculiarities since the school allowed her to use them. She was able to pull a small stool towards herself, but it caused her to throw up because her body wasn't used to it yet. Izuku was assisting Osako in determining whether she could control gravity around herself by pushing someone or something away and pulling them towards her. While everyone in Class 1A continued to train, and the sports festival had finally arrived, Izuku was also pushing himself to the limit to increase his control of OFA and see if he could combine it with his devil trigger, since he could do the same thing with just his demonic energy. Sport Festival Arena of UA. The sports festival has finally arrived, the day that all UA students have been looking forward to. Fireworks were going off, cameras were everywhere, and people were pouring into the arena, packing the stadium to capacity. When the doors opened, every UA student in their gym attire moved toward the stadium's center. Shoto approached Izuku as he and his class were getting ready in the locker room. Shoto called out, "Midoriya," as everyone turned to watch him. Izuku got up and said, "Hey Shoto, what's up?" Everyone stared at Shoto with wide eyes as he said, "Midoriya, it's undeniable that the two of us are the most powerful here. I'm just here to let you know that I'm going to beat you." Izuku said, "Really, you're going to beat me?" And then he burst out laughing. "Get real, Shoto. If you think that you even stand a chance to beat me, you're dead wrong." Hell, I expected this from Katsuki. At least I know he'll be able to back up his claim, but you... I've been watching you and I have to say, if you want to walk away with whatever pride you have, you'll fight me seriously or else. It's going to be the easiest fight of my life," Izuku said as he left the locker room with everyone else staring at him in disbelief. The remaining members of Class 1A left the locker room and gathered in the middle of the stadium. The voice of the present Mike boomed, "Hello, everyone," throughout the stadium. Mike yelled, "Welcome everyone to annual UA Sports Festival," and the audience cheered loudly. Present Mike yelled, "I am Present Mike and I am going to be your commentator for this event." Present Mike introduced Aizawa, still wrapped like a mummy, and exclaimed, "But hold on to your hats people, because joining me here today is the one and only Eraser Head." With a bored tone, Aizawa remarked, "I don't want to be here, and I can't believe they talked me into it." As the audience applauded, Mike exclaimed, "Oh, lighten up, OL buddy of mine. This is going to be fun." As the audience cheered, Mike yelled, "Now the students in the arena are going to be competing in 3 events, and the first one we have is the obstacles course." Mike yelled, "Now introducing our special guest referee, the R-rated heroine, Midnight," as she sauntered out to the stage on foot. "Hello everyone and welcome to the sports festival. Now, as Present Mike said, the students are going to be competing in 3 events, with the first one being the obstacle course, but before we begin I will call a student representative to come up here and do the pledge," Midnight said as the pupils gazed at one another. Midnight said, "Now would Class 1A's president Izuku Midoriya come up to the stage?" Izuku looked around, approached, and stood in front of the microphone to speak, but before he could do so, he noticed a sign with his name on it. He then saw his mother, Trish, and Lady sitting in the VIP area. Heroes. It's an old-fashioned notion. How do you know you're a true hero? Most people say it's strength that makes a hero, but I'll tell you now, strength can invite challenge. Challenge then leads to conflict, and conflict leads to chaos," Izuku said while everyone was listening to him. The first heroes who started all this were visionaries. They answered the call when there was no hope and stood for a cause greater than themselves. Now, years later, we have someone who stands a symbol to the world and its people. Now where does the next generation stand in all this? Well, that's simple. We stand as a beacon of hope, shining bright for more generations to come," Izuku said as he continued. "I look around at the people standing in this arena and you know what I see. Potential and possibility. Some of the people here and out there think they know how the world works. Well, they're dead wrong. The world has changed and it's still changing. There are people who wanted to go back to the way it was before, but they're idiots if they can't see that change is always a good thing. Now the reason I am standing here is to show the world the power of the next generation. I'm here to win, not to show off, but to win. I'm standing here to show those that are hiding in the shadows what they have to face and what they will fear. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm here to rise to the occasion. What are you here for? To show off so that you get picked by a good agency. You what I say to that? Fuck it. Looked at him with wide gaze. I'm not here to let anyone decide my fate, that's my goddamn job. Now listening up. Izuku screamed. To those of you here who think this a popularity contest, well then you're in the wrong place. This is the place for those who want to show what they are made of, to show those who doubted them that they were dead wrong about you, that you can stand with the best of them. Now some of you here are going to bitch and moan about how hard this is. Guess what, that just goes to show that aren't ready for this yet. Now if you want to prove me wrong you know what to do, Izuku said as he left the stage and everyone was quiet during his remarks. His speech was viewed as inspirational by the audience, but it quickly turned into a full-fledged challenge and declaration that left everyone stunned. As he jolted them out of their reverie, Aizawa said into the microphone, "Well, let the festival begin." He had a spooky smile on his face, but no one could see it. Izuku said what he said, and Aizawa was happy. Too many students believe that the Hero World and UA are games. As she cracked her whip, Midnight exclaimed, "Everyone line up, we are about to start the obstacle race." The students waited in line for the doors to open, and Izuku stood in front of them, smiling. After Midnight said, "On your mark," the students took their places. Everyone began to kneel, but Izuku caught some students' attention. "Get set." Midnight yelled, "Go," and when she did, chaos ensued. When some students attempted to slow down one another, they heard a boom and realized that Izuku was far ahead of them. Mike exclaimed, startled, "Look at that, folks. Izuku Midoriya is in the lead and we didn't even see him move." "Stop looking dumbstruck and get moving, as you can see Midoriya is way ahead of you," said Aizawa. Izuku grinned when he noticed that no one was catching up, and he loved that they were attempting to figure out how he did it. Dante had demonstrated this to him after he mastered the air trick. Rewind to 6 years ago. Izuku, who was 10 years old at the time, was panting as he eventually understood how the air trick worked. Then he heard Dante clapping slowly, which caught his attention. "Well done, kid, you finally got it down. How do you feel?" asked Dante. "Tired and exhausted, not to mention I feel like throwing up," Izuku stated. "Well, keep practicing that and you'll get over it. Anyways, take a few days to yourself and rest up. I've got a job and when I get back I'm going to teach you something cool." Izuku nodded in agreement. After 3 days, Izuku was continuously practicing the air trick on dummies in order to overcome the motion sickness it caused. Dante said, "Good, you're here already, kid," to get Izuku's attention. Izuku inquired, "Uncle D, how was it?" Dante remarked, "Boring, I see you don't feel sick anymore." "Yeah, I had to do this non-stop for me to get the hang of it. Now you said when you get back you were going to show me something cool," Izuku replied. Taking Izuku with him, Dante said, "That, I did. Come with me," as he was leaving. "Now seeing that you've gotten the hang of the air trick, I'm going to show you something way better," said Dante. "Really, what could be better than the air trick? You even told me you based your trickster movement on it and it rivals it, so what could be better?" Izuku responded. Dante said, "Okay, kid, just pay attention," as he glanced around and noticed a building in the distance. Dante handed Izuku a pair of tiny binoculars and said, "Okay, see that building in the horizon? Keep your eyes on it and here you're going to need this." Dante vanished from Izuku's view instantly, and the boy searched for him before turning to face the building and using the binoculars. His eyes widened in shock as he saw Dante waving at him, and he jumped in surprise when Dante suddenly materialized in front of him. Dante said, "So what do you think of that?" "What was that?" "That wasn't your trickster, that building is like a mile out, how did you do that?" Izuku inquired. "Alright. Listen up, kid. My trickster and your father's air trick, while both good and fast, are for close-quartered combat. This was something your grandfather picked up a very long time ago and he taught it to us and then we made a variation of it just for close combat," Dante said incredulously to Izuku. "So you're saying that this one even trumps that air trick?" Izuku responded. "Yes, this is going to be the next step in your training," said Dante. Izuku inquired, "Does it have a name?" "Of course it does. After all, this is used by a lot of supernatural creatures of higher intellect and the name of this move is Flash Step," said Dante. End of flashback. Izuku grinned as he recalled that when Dante first showed it to him, he had trained for 6 years to make his own better, but after the second year, he had made his own based on it. When using the Flash Step, you hear a slight swish sound, but depending on how far he wanted to go, his made a boom sound. He finally mastered it after 6 years of practice and skill development, and he gave it the name Sona, not Do. Izuku was running when he turned to look behind him and realized that no one had yet caught up to him. He saw the entrance exam robot in front of him, but he continued to run despite seeing 3 zero-pointers preparing to stop him. His face then changed to a smirk as he vanished once more. Whack! Everyone heard that sound once more as Izuku continued to run, claiming that the zero-pointers had been destroyed. As everyone gazed at the scene in amazement and surprise, Mike cried out in shock, "Oh my god! Did you all see that he took them down in the blink of an eye?" As Izuku mowed through the other little robot-like grass, he was in his element. Using his Sona not do once more to distance himself from the others, he felt as though time had stopped. Mike nodded, and Aizawa remarked, "This kid is on another level. Oh, would you look at that, some of the other kids have made it past the robots and it looks like another race is going on back there with Shoto Todoroki in the lead followed by Katsuki Bakugo," said Mike. "I'm not trying to kill anyone's hopes, but Midoriya is already way ahead of them. The race going on back there is one for second place," Aizawa stated. "Isn't that the truth?" Mike concurred. Since no one was catching up to him, Izuku continued to run, his entire attention on the challenges that lay ahead. Mike kept making comments as the audience watched the Jumbotron to see what Izuku would do next. "Izuku is approaching the fall. Let's see what he does, folks." As he approached the fall, Izuku noticed it. As he considered how to get past it, he noticed the various platforms. Then, with lightning all around him, Izuku started channeling 30% of OFA as he accelerated. When Izuku reached the edge, he leapt as high as he could with all of his strength before using his demonic energy to push himself even farther forward, which caused him to roll and surprise everyone onlookers by landing on the other side. Mike yelled, "He just cleared it in one jump," and everyone covered their ears due to the volume of his voice. "He's not slowing down. This kid said he came here to do one thing and that was to show what he was capable of and he's doing just that," Aizawa stated. Inko waved a sign that read, "Go Izuku, show them who's boss," and cheered. The lady also applauded, saying, "That it kid, show them that you're way out of their league." One of the shocked onlookers exclaimed, "This kid is unreal." Another person remarked, "I'll say, he on a whole nother level, what else is he going to do?" As Izuku approached the minefield, Mike remarked, "Izuku is coming up on the minefield and he's not slowing down. I don't even slowing down is in his vocabulary right now." "All right, let's take this to the next level," Izuku said, maximizing his OFA output and fusing it with his demonic energy. All Might grinned in surprise as the lightning around his body intensified and his eyes started to glow red. "You seem to be taking center stage, young Midoriya," All Might remarked to himself. As he ran through the mines, Izuku combined it with his Sona not do and ran at full speed, producing a sonic boom that everyone in the back could hear. As everyone stared in disbelief at the minefield, Mike yelled, "Holy Mother of Jesus, he just went sonic." Izuku was moving so quickly toward the tunnel that he was not even captured on camera. In order to avoid crashing as he crossed the finish line, he slowed down once he got to the tunnel. As he smiled, Izuku noticed that everyone was staring at him with open mouths and wide eyes. As the audience cheered, Mike exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the obstacle course is Izuku Midoriya." Izuku stood there for a few minutes waiting for the others, enjoying the applause and bowing a little. "And in second place we have Katsuki Bakugo, followed by Shoto Todoroki," stated Aizawa. Izuku noticed that Shoto, Katsuki, and other students from his class had reached the finish line. They all turned to face the smiling Izuku. It was a good warm-up race. As he watched other students finish, Izuku thought, "Now, I'm itching for a real challenge." As the students appeared determined to continue and overthrew Izuku, who was unquestionably their biggest threat, Mike declared, "The race is officially over, now we move on to second event. Get ready everybody because the show is just getting started." Izuku finished first in the obstacle race, followed by Katsuki and Shoto. Since Izuku was clearly the largest challenge for them in this event, all eyes were on him. As she displayed a wheel with different names on it, Midnight remarked, "Great job, everyone, on the obstacle race. We will now be selecting the second event, so gather round." It landed on the Calvary battle after she spun it, but judging by her smile, this wasn't going to be your typical Calvary battle. As everyone listened, Midnight declared, "There are now 42 contestants left for this event and only 16 will make it through to the final event." Everyone looked as Midnight raised her whip and pointed it up. "Each of you will be given points and you are going to form a team of 4. The goal is to take your other contestants' points to add to your own, but that's not all," she said. Midnight yelled, "May I present to you all, the Danger Dome." As a building materialized in the sky, it created a shadow over the stadium and its whole area, including the large parking lot. Even those who were observing were taken aback by the Danger Dome's size, and everyone gazed in wonder at it. One student questioned, when the hell did they build this? Another said, this is amazing. Midnight grinned and said, all right, this is where you guys will be taking part in the next event. Mineta cried out, what, we're going to be fighting in there? As everyone started whispering, Midnight said, of course. Now some of you are wondering what this is. Well, to simply put it, most of you know of I Island. This took years for them to build and now it's finally ready and we get to use it for the sports festival. It is an artificial assimilation structure that when programmed it will be able to take on any environment and make it real. Everything you feel in there, whether it be pain, smell, touch, it will be real, said Midnight. Those who listened to the explanation simply realized that it was an enhanced version of UA's danger room, warning them that they were about to embark on an exciting journey. Midnight continued by awarding each student their own point, but things did not go as planned for Izuku, who was calculating his own point. As they gazed at Midoriya, Midnight remarked, now that she had come on first, we're going to make things a bit more fun. Midnight shouted, since he got first place, Midoriya gets awarded 10 million points. Izuku's eyes widened as everyone turned to stare at him. Izuku gave him death-defying looks and said, you've got to be kidding me. Izuku grinned and thought, as I'm currently the most dangerous player in the game, taking me out gives everyone else a chance to win. As everyone started selecting their teams, Midnight remarked, now pick your team and get ready to be transported to the Danger Dome. Izuku was scanning his surroundings, having already determined who his teammates would be, but he was about to make a move when he noticed Tenya. Izuku, I'm here to wish you the best of luck. I'm sorry, but I won't be joining your team. I wish to stand as your rival in this game. I hope you understand, Tenya said with a grin. Izuku said as he left to locate his chosen teammates, I wouldn't have it any other way. Good luck, Tenya. Hopefully I'll see you in the next event. Osako was also looking around when Izuku noticed her, so he hurried up to her. Izuku yelled, hey Osako, which made her turn around. Izuku extended his hand to her and said, want to team up? It'll be fun. Osako said, yes, I would love to. You have a plan, right? Before he and she headed towards Tokiyami, Izuku remarked, of course, but let me see what's going to happen in there first. Izuku looked at Tokiyami and said, it looks like you need a team, so how about mine? As he bumped fists with Izuku, Tokiyami remarked, well, if I team up with you, I do have a pretty good chance to make it to the finals. Yes, let's do it. Izuku remarked, nice, now all we need is our final member and I have someone in mind already, as he turned to face Niko. Izuku turned to face him and said, well, howdy, Miss Goldstein, you look like you could use some friends. Well, Jockstrap, my chances to the finals are set in stone if I team up with you, and not to mention I have some sweet gadgets that could turn things in our favor. Izuku grinned at Niko. Izuku shook her hands and said, well, then come on over, let's show them how we do things at DMC. Please note that Niko will be taking May's place in this. May will be in the Calvary battle, but it will only be to show off her own gadgets. Niko will be the one in the finals. As multiple platforms descended from the dome and the students boarded them to travel to various areas of the dome, Midnight remarked, okay, all the teams have been selected. Now get ready for transportation. Once the event begins, you have 30 minutes to get to your opponent's points. Now another thing is there are going to be obstacles here as well, and those obstacles are in the form of the virtual demons that will appear to slow you down, and for the current number 1 we have something extra special for you and your team. Midnight said as their eyes widened in disbelief. The teams were as follows: Bakugo, which included Mina, Kirishima, and Shiro; Shoto, which included Tenya, Momo, and Kaminari; and Izuku, which included Niko, Osako, and Tokiyami. The rest are the same as canon except May is in Pony's team. The dome started to tremble a little as the whole space inside it transformed into a jungle, but the students were prepared when Midnight asked those in the control room to set the scene. It featured all of the scenery, including cliffs, vines, and trees. While his teammates listened, Izuku remarked, a jungle, this can work to our advantage. Okay, now here's the plan. Since this is a jungle we can hide and stay out of sight, but we don't stay in one place. Immediately as this starts they're going to be coming for me, and it will get to the point where they have to split up to cover more ground, so we use that to our advantage and pick them off. The only ones that can tell where we are will be the crowd and the viewers, so we don't have anything to worry about. Any questions? Izuku asked as they were both staring at each other. Yes, Midnight said there are going to be artificial demons here to keep them busy. I suggest we listen to where the battle is going on and swoop in to take the points. Tokiyami replied with a nod. That's also good, but let's not forget she also said that they have something special for me, and I don't know what that is, but I can guess it's going to be big. Okay, we're all in agreement on staying low and picking off any stragglers if we run into them, Izuku asked with a nod. As they waited for the event to begin, Izuku said, okay, let's get this party started. 5. The pupils were growing restless. 4. Izuku was preparing to move with his team. 3. The Bakugo team, particularly their leader, was prepared to find Izuku. 2. The Shodo team was prepared. 1. As soon as the competition got underway, the teams started to move in an attempt to find Izuku and get his points, but Izuku and the others stayed behind the tree lines in order to stay hidden and ambush anyone they encountered. As the crowd watched, Mike remarked, the Calvary battle had begun, and from the looks of it folks, the other teams are hunting for Midoriya. As he observed Izuku and his group moving among the trees, Aizawa remarked, Izuku and his team are playing it safe by sticking to the trees, and it also gives them the perfect position for an ambush when they encounter any team or persons when they split up. Team Hagakure, which included Kyoka, Sato, and Koda, was one of the other teams that had encountered the demons and were now up against them. However, Team Monoma managed to catch them off guard and steal their points after they vanquished the demons that surrounded them. Mike yelled, and just like that, Team Hagakure has been eliminated, while the audience applauded. That was pretty smart, letting the demons tire them out and then striking when they least expected, Aizawa stated. 10 minutes into the event, after 10 minutes, Izuku and his team were unable to reach the other team, so they ambushed Rin Hiryu and Jiroda Shishida's team and eliminated them from the fight. At the moment, Class 1B teams Tetsu, Monoma, and Kendo were fighting for 4th place. With the exception of teams Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, Shinso, and Pony, all of the other teams had dropped points. Izuku was still leading, followed by teams Shoto and Bakugo, who were fighting for 4th place. As he and his team continued to move forward, Izuku remarked, okay, things are looking good so far. Indeed, with the cover from the jungle we can move conspicuously without being seen by the others, but that won't last long, Tokiyami stated. Yep, we have 30 minutes left before the battle ends, it could still go anyway for us. Not to mention I'm looking forward to the surprise they have planned for me, Izuku replied. Well, my bet is that it's going to be big, Niko replied. There is no question about it, Izuku stated. To get their attention, Osako said, hey guys, it looks like others are battling over there. As the others gaped at him, Izuku remarked, yeah, it sounds like an explosion, so that means Katsuki is over there. You know what, let's go over there and say hello. All this laying low is starting to get to me. Are you crazy? What if they steal your points? Yelled Niko. Izuku tried to persuade them by saying, look, we're bound to run into them eventually, and all this hiding really is getting boring, besides it'll be a good exercise. Okay, how about this, during the last few minutes we stop hiding and fight. The others exchanged glances before giving up. Fine, but only during the last few minutes, Niko replied. Izuku started to say, cool, now let's look for another Tay, but was interrupted when the ground started to shake. Skeror, everyone in the arena stopped moving when a roar reverberated, grabbing their attention. Kaminari exclaimed in terror, guys. What the hell was that? Tenya remarked, whatever it is, it can't be good. I'm guessing that's the surprise they have for Midoriya, and from the sound of it it's huge, said Shoto. When Team Katsuki heard the roar, they stopped their battle with Team Monoma. Kirishima questioned, Bakubro, what was that? Katsuki remarked, I don't know, but whatever it is, it's big. When the other departing teams heard the noise, they all started to gather at the spot where Katsuki was fighting. After 10 minutes at the moment, every team was present where Katsuki and Nato were engaged in combat. As sparks flew from his palms, Katsuki remarked, well, would you look at that, everyone is here, that means no more hiding. The area they were in started to tremble just as everyone was ready to move and launch an attack. As they looked, they noticed that something was approaching them and that the trees around them were starting to fall on one another. Shoto declared, it's here and it's moving fast, as everyone started getting ready for whatever was ahead of them. The creature roared into the artificial sky as it approached, instantly bursting forth from the trees to reveal itself as a giant snake. If you've seen the old movie Dragon Wars, you know how the snake looks. In horror, Kaminari cried out, holy shit! What the fuck is that? Upon seeing the snake. How are we supposed to take on something that big? Itsuka replied. Shoto, I don't suppose you could freeze that thing, right? Momo responded. I could, but based on its size, I'd say that it would break free, said Shoto. That thing is even bigger than the 0 pointers, How do we stand a chance against that? Zero replied. The enormous snake kept tearing down the trees in its path while flailing around. Is just me or does it look like it's trying to get something off it? Said Kirishima. Yeah, it's not even paying attention to us, Mina responded. They claimed that 3 people were running from behind the snake at the same moment that the others noticed the same thing. As the others turned to see Niko, Osako, and Tokiyami, Katsuki exclaimed, "Hey, that's Deku's team." Nato grinned and remarked, "Huh. It looks like the 10 million points is just within our grasps." Tetsu remarked, "Wait a minute, where is he? All I see are his teammates." Katsuki snarled, "He not with them," Osako exclaimed, "Hey, guys. What's up?" as they noticed the others. Katsuki threatened, "Okay, round face, you have 2 seconds to tell me where Deku is." Niko glanced at Katsuki and remarked, "Wow, no hello or nice to see you're okay and not in the belly of a giant snake." The words, "Just answer the damn question," were spoken by Katsuki. Niko pointed to the snake and remarked, "Oh, well, you see he's over there, look on top of its head." The others immediately glanced over and saw that the snake was thrashing around in an attempt to knock Izuku off it. Kaminari exclaimed, "Holy shit, what's he doing on top of that thing?" Osako remarked, "Well, we kind of ran into it a few minutes back." A few minutes in the past after hearing the roar, Izuku and his group realized a creature was approaching them. They started moving quickly after hearing the trees fall, which indicated that they were getting close. They continued until they came to a dead end, at which point they heard a hissing sound and turned to see the head of a huge snake. Niko questioned, "What the hell is that thing?" Izuku looked at the snake as it lifted its body from the ground, revealing its true length, leaving them in awe of its size. "I'm guessing that's the surprise that Midnight said they had for me," he said. "That thing is huge. Who in their right mind made this thing?" Osako responded. "Damn, it's a lot bigger than the zero-pointer and that massive armor demon I fought in Redgrave City," Izuku replied. Tokiyami asked, Guys, is it just me or is it looking at just you, Izuku?" after noticing that its eyes were fixed solely on Izuku. "Griat, a giant snake is focused on only me, something tells me that it's to make the competition fair for the others," Izuku exclaimed. Niko asked, "So any plans on how to deal with that?" "Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to get it to chase me, you guys follow behind and be on the lookout for the other teams. All we need to do is to run down the time while they fight each. Besides, I doubt any one of them is going to fight when they see this thing," Izuku said while staring at the snake. "Alright, but be careful. If the others see you fighting this thing they'll probably use it as an opportunity to grab your points," said Osako. Izuku used Sonato to move away from it before he called its attention, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. You guys get going, I'm going to get its attention." Izuku yelled, "Hey Scaly, come get me you overgrown lizard," and the snake roared back at him before pursuing him. Izuku was avoiding the snake that was pursuing him and attempting to consume him by leaping from tree to tree. Izuku spun like a corkscrew, grabbed a vine, and started to swing, but the snake was pursuing him relentlessly. Izuku lost the vine and fell to the ground as he started to run. When he realized the snake was approaching, he dashed up a tree and backflipped, landing on its back as the snake struck the tree. Izuku screamed, "Come on big guy, is that all you got?" as the snake started to flail, but he managed to keep himself from being flung off by gripping the scales. Finish the flashback. The others watched as Izuku tried to shake it off by holding onto its body, but it was unsuccessful. When the snake lifted its head to fling him off, Izuku let go, causing the other teams to gasp in fear that the snake would devour him. Izuku looked around and saw that the other teams were observing him and the snake. "Okay, let's stop playing cat and mouse." Izuku maximized OFA while he was falling. The snake opened its mouth to devour him, but Izuku retaliated by kicking it with an axe, which made it shut its mouth. Izuku punches its head, causing it to fall to the ground after flipping in midair. Izuku concentrated his abilities as he prepared to strike it with a strong blow, saying, "Time to end this. I'm the guy who likes to crush evil, so let's see how you handle this." Izuku screamed, "Imperial Impact," as he punched it, destroying its head and leaving a crater behind. As his teammates hurried to stand up to him, Izuku said, "Now that was a good workout," getting up and looking around. Izuku remarked, "Looks like the gang is all here," after noticing that every member of the remaining team was in the same vicinity. When Katsuki turned to face Izuku, he remarked, "Deku, you finally decided to show your face." As his team nodded, Izuku whispered, "Guys, when I tell you to, grab onto me, we only have a few minutes left." As Izuku had anticipated, every team came for his group as the competition to take first place had officially begun. Tokiyami produced a dark shadow and said, "Izuku, here they come." Izuku instructed him to stop. Izuku told his team, "Don't move, not yet," and they nodded. "Here I come. Deku." Katsuki cried out as he and his group approached Izuku. "Not so fast," was what all the other team leaders said as they were approaching Izuku, and his group began to worry. Niko said, "Izuku, we really need to move now." Izuku told them to wait. Izuku whispered to his team, "Not yet, just hold on," leaving them perplexed as to what he was up to. Izuku made the decision to move when the teams were only a few feet away from his team. Izuku gave his team the order, "Everyone hold on to me." As they clung to him, Izuku said, "Oh yeah, don't throw up," as he separated them from the others using his Sona not do. As his team started to scan the area for Team Izuku, Kaminari remarked, he and the rest of his team disappeared. He couldn't believe what she saw, so Mina yelled, "Where did they go?" Everyone on his team nodded, and Katsuki said, "Shut up, raccoon eyes, Deku will pop up again. For now, just keep a lookout." They intended to rush Izuku in order to earn the 10 million points, but now that Izuku is gone, what will they do? The three of them looked like they were about to throw up, but Izuku and his team seemed to be separated from the other teams. With a slightly flushed face, Osako uttered, "Please, never do that, again. Sorry about that, first time is a bit rough, and this is also the first time I'm using it on other people, which also explains why we didn't get very, I'll have to work on that." Izuku grumbled sheepishly. Niko remarked, "Guys. They're coming straight at us," as she observed the other teams pursuing their own squad. Katsuki roared, "Deku," as he hurled his explosions at them. As his group started to dash into the jungle, Izuku remarked, "Okay, let's move quickly." Shoto created a huge wall of ice to block their way and remarked, "Don't think we're going to let you get away that easily, Midoriya." Izuku's team seized him once more as the ice wall rose, and he used his Sona not do once more, making them nauseous. As they were trying their hardest not to throw up, Izuku said, "Hold on guys, we have 6 minutes left." He couldn't risk incapacitating them by using his long-range Sona not do. "Guys. We've been playing defense, now it's time for us to go into offense," Izuku stated. As they parted ways, Tokiyami remarked, "Okay, we'll keep the others occupied while you handle the leaders." Izuku went off on his own and encountered teams Kendo and Pony. As he moved and turned into a blur, striking them so quickly that they couldn't see him, Izuku thought, "Okay, time to take them down." Jet Stream Dash, Izuku thought as he knocked them down with his speed. Izuku dodged an ice attack from Shoto, who kept throwing more at him, and he immediately leapt out of the way. Izuku ran at Shoto, who was unable to keep up with his speed, but as he was about to hit him, he unintentionally used his fire, forcing Izuku to back off when he noticed burns on his arm. Izuku used his air trick to appear next to him and hit him with a spin kick. Izuku remarked as the burns on his arm started to heal as he fled from Shoto, "So that's your fire, huh? Well then, as I said, you better bring your A game if you want to beat me in the finals, Shoto, or else I'm going to mow right through you." With the assistance of his teammates, Izuku defeated other teams that attempted to charge at him. The best teams simply watched as he thwarted their plans and proved that everything they threw at him was ineffective. As Katsuki remained silent, Kirishima said, "Bakubro, let's move. I'm sure we can get it from him if we attack together." Katsuki surprised his team by saying, "No, forget about him, we go after the ones he's already taken down." Mina screamed, "What do you mean forget about him, at him?" As Katsuki explained to his team, "Don't you see we don't stand a chance right now? He's using the fact that when they attack him as a team they have to hold back so they don't take down their own teammates. Which is why he's moving solo. If we attack with the same formula he'll counter us and just get away. Right now, I just want to make it to the next round." The team nodded their heads in agreement, as Katsuki was correct. As he continued to defeat the other teams, they witnessed Izuku's skill. Mike yelled, "We're down to a 150. The teams heard him and launched a final attack on Izuku. They launched a full-scale attack on Izuku as soon as they learned of it, but it was ineffective because he met their attacks head-on and retaliated. Mineta threw grape balls at Izuku, but Izuku ducked them as he yelled, "Get him, don't let up." Pony yelled, "Take this, horn shot," and started pelting Izuku with horns as quickly as she could. Itsuka said, "You have nowhere to go now," as she came up to strike him, but he deflected the blow, which made him move because of the tremendous force of the blow. Pony said, "Now fire everything you have at him." The others started to follow suit, but as soon as he regained his bearings, Izuku dodged it with his Sona not due. The battle was declared over when the alarm went off just as they were ready to launch another attack. As the alarm sounded, Izuku declared, "It's over." As the losing teams gazed down in dismay, Mike declared, "The battle is over and the winner is Team Izuku, folks." What a stunning performance from him and the others. They stared at Izuku in shock, expecting him to boast, but instead he came down to tell them that they did well. "Hey, you got nothing to be sad about, you came and gave it your all and I respect that. You guys refused to let up, so don't let this loss get to you. Use it to make yourselves stronger, and next time I'll be looking forward to when we meet again, and who knows, you guys just might knock me down next time," Izuku said. As Pony watched Izuku return to his team, she remarked, "Wow, he's a fascinating guy." "Yeah, I actually thought he came here to gloat for a minute," said Kendo. "Izuku is not that kind of guy, Ribbit. He does have a little cockiness to him, but not much where he gloats about beating someone. He is a well-like Pony," said an interesting guy. Asui replied. Before the next round, they took a few minutes to rest in the locker room after leaving the Danger Dome. The team from Izuku took first place, followed by Shoto, Katsuki, and Shinso. To everyone's surprise, the fourth-place team, Tetsu, lost all of their points to Shinso. The tournament, which was the festival's next and last event, got everyone excited for the fights that would take place. Izuku knew that this was one they wouldn't soon forget, and he left the locker room smiling, but Shoto confronted him before he could enter the arena. Izuku said, "Yo Shoto, how can I help you?" Izuku realized that Shoto was referring to his fire when he said, "You almost made me use it." Shoto glared at Izuku as he said, "Oh yeah, your fire. I've got to say that things is a nasty piece of work." Shoto questioned Izuku, "Do you know why I don't use my fire?" But he remained silent. "It's because I refuse to give that man the satisfaction of seeing me using his power. He made my life hell, he broke our family and made my mother suffer. So I made a vow to use only the power I got from my mother to succeed in what I do," Shoto said while Izuku was staring at him. "I can see where this is going. Your father married your mother for her quirk, which resulted in a quirk marriage. Then he began to train you day in day out so you will have the power to surpass all might," Izuku said while widening his eyes. "Yeah, don't forget who my uncle is, Shoto. That was one of the reasons he fought Endeavor. He was pissed when he found out about what Endeavor did, since he doesn't like the guy. I mean, he causes a lot more damage than he saves people, but what he couldn't stand for was the fact that he treated his own family like crap, and so he went on to beat the crap out of him. And you know the best part?" Izuku inquired while staring at Shoto. As Shoto gazed at him with wide eyes, Izuku remarked, "He wasn't even taking him seriously. My uncle fought him just to damage his pride, so that's why he let him keep the number 2 spot even though he beat him. Well, that and he's lazy." Izuku left a stunned Shoto in his wake as he said, "I'll only say this once, Shoto. Either you go all out against me, including using your fire, or I'll show you what happens when you think you can half-ass your way through life." Alongside those who had survived the battle, Izuku stood in the stadium. Ojiro abruptly left, claiming that he didn't deserve it and that he couldn't recall what had transpired during the Calvary battle. Izuku wanted to tell him to change his mind, but he knew that Ojiro was honoring his decision out of pride, so he accepted it. Tetsu was chosen to take his place because the tournament's rules had already been established. Just Niko is taking Mei's place, just like in canon. Izuku grinned when he realized he was first up. He had never seen his opponent use his quirk, so he knew nothing about him, but he was confident he would expose it and counter it during the battle. As the stage was prepared for the sports festival's last round, Izuku noticed that Shinso from the general education class would be his first opponent. As the audience applauded, Mike exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first match of the tournament to begin." As Izuku entered the ring to applause from the audience, Mike yelled, "First up, he is the unstoppable force that has dominated every event. I give to you the president of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya." And his opponent, representing the Gen Ed department, the boy who looks like the illegitimate love child of Eraserhead, Mike replied. Aizawa asked, "What is wrong with you?" But Mike chose to ignore her. Mike yelled, "Give it up folks for Hitoshi Shinso," as Shinso approached the ring. As they both nodded, Midnight questioned, "All right, are both contestants ready?" "All right, then let's get started," Midnight said, initiating the battle. Izuku stood in front of Shinso and narrowed his eyes at him. Izuku had to force him to disclose his quirk because he was unsure of its precise function. However, Izuku was unaware that Shinso had already placed him in the exact location he desired. Well, the president of Class 1A, the one who got the highest points in the UA entrance exam. It looks like all your achievements have made you cocky, and now like I told you I'm going to knock you down a peg. Shinso replied with a smirk. Izuku stepped forward and remarked, "Look here, eyebags. I already said I'm here to win, so less yapping and more fighting." There it is, that cocky attitude. Seriously, are all you guys class 1A like this, or is just you and that Bakugo guy? Said Shinso. Izuku started to say, "Alright, look here you," but stopped himself because he was trapped in Shinso's grasp, and Shinso grinned, knowing that. Izuku's eyes went lifeless and his face went blank. Izuku's classmates were up in the stands, watching in shock as Izuku's face changed. "Oh no," Ojiro exclaimed as everyone turned to watch him. He nodded and Mina said, "What, do you know what happened to him, Ojiro?" As everyone gaped at him, Ojiro remarked, "Yes, Shinso used his quirk on him." Osako asked, "What do you mean he used his quirk on him?" "As I said, the reason I dropped out of the tournament was because I didn't remember anything from the Calvary battle, and that's because of him. Shinso has some kind of brainwashing quirk that can be activated when you answer him, and that's what he's using on Midoriya," Ojiro clarified as the remainder of the group stared discovery. As Izuku turned around and started to leave the ring, Shinso gave the order, "Good, now walk out the ring." Mike was shocked by what he saw and yelled, "What is going on? Why the hell is Midoriya walking away and he's heading out of bounds, on the spot? It looks like Shinso has him in some sort of trance," said Aizawa. "Oh no, Midoriya is walking out of bounds, he's going to lose," said Kaminari. Kirishima looked at the fight and said, "Midoriya, bro, get over it." All Might held his breath when he saw what was happening, and his mother, Trish, and Lady were shouting at him to stop it up in the VIP box. Izuku was trying to stop his boy, but he kept moving closer to the end of the ring. As he searched for a way out of this predicament, Izuku thought, "Come on, stop moving. How'd I get out of this?" Izuku thought, "I won't let it end like this," but then he noticed something startling. Izuku saw what appeared to be 8 yellow-eyed people, one of whom appeared to be All Might in his weakened state. What on earth is this? Before he sensed OFA activating itself around his fingers, Izuku asked himself. Shinso started to say, "It looks like this is my WI," but was cut off when Izuku's fingers broke it, sending Izuku's back slightly away from the ring's edge. Izuku abruptly stopped and examined his hand, noticing that all of his fingers were broken but that they were already starting to mend. Why did one of those guys look like All Might, and who the hell were they? Izuku turned to Shinso, who was surprised that he had overcome his brainwashing. "Never mind, I'll look into it later, right now I need to focus, and I finally figured out his quirk," he thought. "Aizawa, what just happened?" Mike turned to him and asked. Aizawa shocked everyone by stating, "It looks like Shinso had Midoriya in some sort of brainwashed trance, and Midoriya broke out of it by breaking all his fingers. He broke his finger in order to escape Shinso's brainwashing. That burst of wind was just for him to break his fingers. Now that's hardcore," said Kaminari. "Yes, and now that he used his quirk on Izuku, he won't fall for it again," Momo replied. Shinso became enraged and asked, "How did you do that?" Shinso said, "Answer me," but Izuku said nothing. Shinso gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, he's figured it out, that's why he isn't talking anymore. Izuku used his Sona not due to appear in front of Shinso, grabbed his face, spun, and threw Shinso out of the ring, earning him the victory because he knew it was time to end this. Midnight declared, "Shinso is out of bounds. The winner of the match is Izuku Midoriya," as the audience applauded Izuku. As Izuku turned to face Shinso, he remarked, "It must feel good to be blessed with such a powerful quirk." Izuku questioned, "What did you just say?" Shinso said, "It must feel good to be blessed with such a powerful quirk," but Izuku frowned as he started laughing. Shinso questioned, "And what's so funny?" The entire arena stared at Izuku as he spoke to Shinso, saying, "Wow, you know, I've seen idiots before, but you take the cake. You honestly think that I'm blessed? Dude, shut the fuck up." Everyone, including Shinso, stared at Izuku in shock as he said, "Let me tell you something, I didn't get my power until I was 5 years old, and before that I used to get picked on a lot because they thought that I was quirkless." As Shinso looked at him, Izuku remarked, "But I never gave up, and that's why I'm strong." "Look here, Shinso, you say that I'm blessed, but from what I just saw, so are you. I mean, come on, you had me dead to rights just by talking to me. Dude, that is a very good quirk you have there. Seriously, villains like to monologue a lot, and with your quirk you could end any conflict before it even begins. That's like one of the most overpowered quirk I've ever seen." Izuku continued as Shinso stared at him with a I meant what I said about potential standing amongst everyone who came here, and out of all of them you have that drive, and look where you landed in the final event. So if any tells you that your quirk is suited for a villain, you tell them to piss off, or you can just kick theirs asses, whichever one you want to do. But if you really want to be a hero, I'll tell you now, all you have to do is continue to improve yourself, and I can guarantee you that you will stand amongst the greats in the future. I know that because I truly believe that you can be a hero, Izuku said as Shinso looked at him, broadened. As Shinso sobbed, he repeated in his mind, he believes that I can do it. Before Nezu got up and clapped, the audience was stunned by what had transpired. The audience, students, and professionals all cheered after that clap. Shinso's tears were still streaming down his face. Shinso wiped away his tears and said, Midoriya, thank you very much. Izuku grinned and entered the locker room. Wow, that was incredible. But that's not all, folks, get ready for the next match, said Mike. Izuku and his classmates headed to the waiting area to watch Shoto vs Zero, the upcoming match. Midoriya, that was awesome. How are your fingers, by the way? Kirishima inquired. According to Izuku, they're getting better. Nero, I thought you were going to lose, but you really pulled a fast one to get out of that, said Osako. Before focusing on the impending fight, Izuku remarked, yeah, he almost had me. Thank God I was able to think fast. Midnight uttered the words, let the match begin, as the battle got underway. Zero swiftly restrained Shoto and threw him toward the ring as soon as it began, but he was unable to do so because Shoto froze him with so much ice that half the stadium was covered. Everyone was shocked to see how much ice had formed, and Zero appeared terrified to no end as he was frozen solid. The winner of the second match is Shoto Todoroki, cried Midnight. Before approaching Zero and starting to remove the ice from him, Shoto apologized, saying, I was just angry. Mike remarked, wow, that was over pretty fast. Moving on, would the next contestant please come up to the ring, said Aizawa. The next bout was between Momo and Tokiyami, but as soon as the fight started, Tokiyami overpowered Momo with his dark shadow quirk, knocking her out of bounds and sending him to the next round. Izuku eagerly anticipated the upcoming match between Niko and Tenya. When Niko and Izuku first met during their demon hunting exercise, Izuku could tell that she had studied each of his classmates and was ready for the fight. As they entered the ring together, Mike remarked, and now the fourth match is about to begin, and I got to tell you I'm looking forward to this eraser. Now let's start the fourth game. As the battle began, Midnight uttered those words. Tenya attempted to hurry Niko out of the ring, but she was able to sidestep it and roll to avoid him because of her quick reflexes. As she got to her feet, she felt a hand on her shoulder, but before she could react, Tenya grabbed her collar and hurried to throw her out again. However, she was able to stop herself from being thrown out of bounds by using her legs to hook Niko's neck. Woo-wee, now I have to say you sure move fast, Four Eyes, Niko replied. I could say the same about you. Your reaction time and flexibility are incredible, but I'm not surprised seeing as you work with Izuku. I know now that I have to take it up a notch if I'm going to beat you, Tenya said with a grin. When a pair of black greaves, God of War 3 Hermes boots, appeared on her feet, Niko exclaimed, that's nice, it looks like I can finally use one of my artwork. She then ran at Tenya with amazing speed, shocking both Tenya and everyone else as he barely avoided the punch she threw at him, forcing him to back off. Tenya stared at her in shock and asked himself, what was that? I understand your question. How did she get so quickly? As they examined it and noticed the boots, Niko remarked, the answer is straightforward. It's because of these gorgeous beauties on my feet. As Osako gazed at him, Izuku remarked, so this is one of the things she's been working on. Did you know about this, Nero? Osako inquired. No, I didn't. It's a fair fight now, Izuku said as they returned their focus to the fight. She always told me about her special me project, but this is the first time I'm seeing it, and from the looks of it, I guess it increases her speed. Tenya quickly used his own speed to match hers and went in for a leg sweep, but she jumped over it and didn't notice that Tenya followed it up with a handstand kick that hit her in the stomach, causing her to fall on her back, but she quickly got up after Niko glanced at her before she ran at him again and hit him with a spin kick and a backhand. As he stood back up, Niko remarked, that's some move you got there, Four Eyes. The same could be said about you. I wasn't expecting anyone here to be able to match my speed besides Izuku, but I see now that my expectations were not met, Tenya replied. Oh yeah, you know I studied how fast you can go, and when I finally saw what you could do I decided to make this bad boy, but it's still a work in progress since this is just a prototype, Niko replied. Enough talking, I think it's time we end this, Tenya replied. Niko answered, that we can agree on Four Eyes. Niko had been practicing hand-to-hand combat since joining DMC, so she had the advantage when they ran at each other and started trading blows. Niko punched him in the face and ducked under his own blow before attempting a leg sweep that knocked him down, but he got up quickly and chose to use his trump card. Tenya uttered the words, "Recipro burst," as blue flames erupted from his calf's engines as he charged Niko. However, as he approached, he spun around and delivered two vicious kicks to her leg and rib, causing her to spit out some blood. Niko grinned as he performed the same move and used his own momentum to throw his out, but this time he was unable to stop himself and landed out of bounds. Tenya saw that Niko was stunned and grabbed her. He then ran towards ring out, but this time he was moving faster than the first time. Nicoletta Goldstein has emerged victorious from the fourth match. As the crowd let out a loud cheer for the excellent match, Midnight said. "What a fantastic match between the two competitors," Mike said. It was. Nicoletta used the same move she used when the match first began, only this time Tenya couldn't slow himself down as he was going a lot faster than he did at the beginning. He wasn't expecting her to do the same thing and that cost him, Aizawa stated. Kirishima remarked, "Man, that was incredible, talk about a manly fight. I'll say, Niko may not have speed or stronger, but she's smart and she's also an excellent fighter. Not to mention those greaves increased her speed to match Tenya and I'm betting she has a whole lot more to show," Izuku stated. The following matches were also good. Kaminari defeated Abara Shiozaki after she tied him up with her vines, forcing him to stun her with his electricity before blasting her out of the ring. Mina defeated Aoyama by taking advantage of his weakness. Since Tetsu and Kirishima from Class 1B got along well and had similar eccentricities, they decided to end it with an arm wrestling match, which Kirishima won to move on to the next round. Osako and Katsuki faced off in the first round's final match, and she was anxious. Izuku spoke with her and offered to help her with some strategies, but she declined, stating she would handle it alone. Izuku wished her luck as she entered the ring. "Gentlemen and ladies," as the audience applauded as both competitors entered the ring, Mike yelled, "It's time for the last match of the first round, and it's going to be two students from Class 1A duking it out." Midnight uttered the words, "Let the match begin," as the battle got underway. Sparks started to fly from Katsuki's palm as he said, "Listen here, pink sheiks. I'll only say this once, give up, because if you think I'm going to hold back just because you're a girl, then you're dead wrong. If that's your way of intimidating someone, then you need to work on that. I'm here to show what I can do, so I'm not backing down to some porcupine with anger issues," Osako said as Katsuki's eye began to. "What did you say about me being round-faced?" Katsuki shouted angrily. Osako repeated, "Porcupine, you heard me." Katsuki rushes her as soon as she says that and tries to hit her with his right hand, but she counters and gives him a roundhouse kick to the face, causing him to stumble. She rushes at him, but he blows her back with an explosion before he flips her over and blasts her once more. Katsuki stood up and said, "Come on, round face, is that all you got?" Kaminari remarked, "He really isn't holding anything back." As he watched her get blasted once more, Izuku remarked, "Of course he won't, he knows what she's capable of, that's why he's not holding back, because if he does she can capitalize on that to take him down. But I'm not worried, she has something up her sleeve." Osako used the smoke from his explosion to get behind him and hit him with a leg sweep that knocked him to the ground. She quickly tries to attack him, but he pushes himself up with his explosion and avoids her attack, so she dodges it and punches him in the stomach. Katsuki uses a more powerful blast that causes dust to accumulate, and Osako removes her jacket and uses it as a decoy. This caught Katsuki's attention as she moved behind him, using his legs to hold his neck, putting him in an armbar submission, which causes him to grunt in pain. He quickly grabbed the arm she had in the hold, lifted her up, and slammed her to the ground as he tries to get her to release, but she doesn't, and started applying more pressure, which makes it hurt. He grabbed his arm to shake off the pain, but he saw that she got back up, so he frowned. Katsuki then opened his palm and blasted her with a small explosion, causing her to release the hold as she fell. He then started his onslaught, blasted her with several explosions, some of which she was able to avoid, but she started to slow down, causing the rest to hit her as she fell on her back. As he inhaled deeply, Katsuki said, "Hey, you dead yet round face. You know, thanks for keeping your eyes on me during the fight," Osako said, coughing and looking at him before smiling. Katsuki appeared perplexed before she looked up, which made him look up as well, and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw a lot of debris floating above him. "Oh," Izuku grinned, "you clever girl. Are you aware of her plans, Izuku?" Tenya inquired. "Yes, I do. As you can see, Osako stayed low to the ground throughout the fight to allow Katsuki's explosions to destroy the stage's floor. As the others gazed at Osako in amazement, Izuku clarified. She also kept attacking repeatedly to keep his attention on her while she floated several dozen pieces of debris into the air high above the stage, and now she has him right where she wants him. As she unleashes the debris from her quirk, Osako said, "Thanks for the assist, now release." This effectively launches a meteor shower at Katsuki from above. "Assume you haven't won yet." Everyone, including Izuku, was shocked when Katsuki yelled as he blasted all the debris with a single, enormous explosion, destroying everything. Osako chose to use her trump card after noticing that Katsuki's hands were shaking from the force of the explosion he had just used. "Alright, let's get started with Universal Pull." As Katsuki was flying in her direction, Osako used her abilities to pull him in so quickly that he didn't have time to react. She then ran over to him, gave him an uppercut, and kicked him in the direction of the ring out. When he used his explosion to steady himself before being knocked out of the ring, the crowd thought it was over, but it was short-lived. Katsuki, gasping for air, declared, "It's time to end this Uraraka," before lunging towards her and blasting her point blank with a huge explosion that knocked her out of the ring. Before calling the match, Midnight went to check on her and discovered that she was seriously injured. "The winner is Katsuki Bakugo," Midnight declared as the audience applauded for them both. "What are you teaching these children?" Eraser head. "Class 1A definitely lives up to the hype," Mike remarked. Izuku ran into Katsuki on his way to the waiting area where he was supposed to see Osako. Izuku said, "I didn't think you were here, Katsuki." Deku. Izuku smiled a little as Katsuki said, "I'll say this once, when we fight you better bring your A game. This won't be like the first time." He paused before continuing, then added, "Oh, and tell Round Face I said she did good." Kairi was healing Osako when Izuku entered the room. "How is Kairi doing?" Izuku inquired. Kairi remarked, "She's fine, exhausted but fine." As Osako started to stir, Izuku remarked, "Good, she really pushed herself. I guess all that training is paying off." "Hi, how are you? Check out who's up." Osako sat up a little and Izuku asked. "I was defeated." Osako started to say, "I should have tried harder to be," but was interrupted. Izuku placed his hand on hers and said, "Whoa, don't be hard on yourself. You did your best, that's all that matters." Kairi grinned at Osako and remarked, "He's right, you did great, don't let this loss get you down." "I guess you're right, that means I'll have to try harder next time," Osako replied. "Yes, but right now you need to rest, you deserve it," said Kairi. Izuku looked at Osako and said, "Hey, how about we do something to cheer you up after the festival?" "Like what?" Osako inquired. Izuku started blushing and said, "How about we go get dinner at this amazing place I know?" Osako tried to hide her blush as she asked, "Are you asking me out on a date?" Izuku blushed a little and said, "Yeah, I guess I am." The words, "I would love to," came from Osako. "Excellent, I'm excited about it." Both girls giggled as Izuku hurried out of the room, saying, "Well, I got to go. I need to see who I'm facing for the next round, take care." "Well, it looks like you're the first one to score a date with him," said Kairi. Osako admitted, "I know, I'm excited and a little nervous too." Kairi said, "Don't be, just go and have fun." As Kairi gazed at her, Osako remarked, "I know, it's just that Lady and Trish told me about how I'm probably going to share him." Osako gave her a wide-eyed stare as Kairi remarked, "Oh, they told you about the harem thing. Are you aware of it?" Osako nodded and asked. Kairi blushed slightly and said, "Yes, Niko is aware of it as well, and honestly, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind sharing him." Kairi nodded as Osako said, "You know, let's talk about this later when we're all settled down, okay?" Izuku hurried to the arena to find out who he would be competing against, and he watched eagerly as the matches for the following round were announced. Comparing Nicoletta Goldstein and Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo Katsuki vs Kirishima Ajiro Ishido Mina vs Fumikage Tokiyami. Denki Kaminari vs Shoto Todoroki. As they prepared for the next battle, Izuku and Niko exchanged a smile. Izuku had a serious expression on his face as he approached the ring. Why was he serious? Izuku knew that the devices she brought here were meant to confront Niko, his friend, engineer, and sometimes hunting partner. He knew that Niko would be harsh with him, but he was thrilled that she would finally show him what she had been working on. Mike exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a treat for you right now," as the two competitors entered the ring. Introducing first, from the support course, this girl knows how to make her gadgets with style and has already defeated a hero course student. I give you Nicoletta Goldstein. Mike screamed as the crowd chanted. And introducing from the hero course, the one who's been dominating this event, the guy who's torn through everything we've thrown him, the unstoppable juggernaut of Class 1A Izuku Midoriya. Mike began to scream with the crowd. As they waited for midnight to begin the match, both competitors exchanged a slight grin. Niko removed her jacket to reveal a dark orange vest that stopped above her belly button, showcasing all of her tattoos. "You better not hold back on me, jockstrap. I'm looking to test some of my art against you," she said. Izuku removed his own jacket, revealing his own tattoos, and said, "I wouldn't even consider it. I'm looking forward to what you have planned for me, Niko." Midnight said, "Okay, let's get started," and began the match. Niko cried out as soon as the match began and ran at Izuku. She raised her leg and attempted a roundhouse kick, but Izuku smiled and put up his hand to catch the kick. Izuku said, "You need to do better than that, Niko," and then he took her down by slamming her to the ground while gripping her leg. Izuku ducked a right hook from Niko and punched her back before sprinting at her and sweeping her legs, which caused her to fall. Niko then got up and ran at him once more. Izuku flipped over it when Niko tried to strike him in the knees. Niko then struck him in the face, causing him to stagger back, and then again with a flying kick, causing him to fall on his back. When Izuku noticed that she was grinning, he immediately used his Sona not due to appear next to her. He grabbed her arm, flipped her in judo, and kicked her in the stomach, causing her to slide to the ground. Niko stood up and took a deep breath while she tried to think of a way to fight him. Her grief started to shine, and she ran at him faster than she could before shocking him by giving him a hard punch to the stomach, which made him hunch over and his eyes widen in surprise. Before he turned back to the sorrow on her legs, Izuku jumped back and glanced at Niko, who was grinning. "So this is one of the things you've been working on. I've got to say I wasn't expecting you to get faster. That almost felt like the Flash step. Impressive," Izuku said with a grin. "Yeah, well, I've spent enough time around you to know what you're capable of, and so I made these to even the score," Niko replied. "Yeah, but that's not all you got. I can tell you're hiding something else," Izuku replied. As she ran at Izuku to punch him, Niko said, "Yep, this wasn't the only thing I brought with me, and I'm sure you're going to recognize one of them." Izuku was shocked when he moved away from the punch after blocking it with his crossed hand. Izuku noticed that Niko was wearing black armor. Imagine the upper body of a Black Panther without the helmet, and that both of her arms were covered in black gauntlets with claws that extended to her shoulders. Izuku remarked, "Okay, I wasn't expecting that." She charged at him and punched him with her left hand, but he brought up his arm and blocked it before kicking her in the front, sending her reeling back. "Yeah, well, I'm full of surprises, ain't I?" Niko said. Before he disappeared from her view and materialized above her to strike her with an axe kick, she rolled out of the way. "That's true, you really are something, and if this is what you're capable of, I'm going to have to step up my game," Izuku said. When Izuku landed on the ground, Niko got up and ran at him, doing a spin kick. He caught her leg and held it firmly as she attempted to pull it back, so she used her other leg to hit him with a flip kick just under his chin, which made him release his grip. She ran and performed a drop kick, but Izuku stepped aside and punched her in the rib, causing her to grunt in agony as she hit the ground. Izuku leapt to strike her, but she rolled aside and stood up again, gasping for air. As the crowd continued to cheer and watch the fight, Mike remarked, "This match is heating up, folks. These two are taking this to another level." Niko frowned a little when she noticed that Izuku wasn't even exhausted from the fight, indicating that he hadn't yet fully committed to her. However, she also knew that he was having fun and that he was giving her the chance to test her creations. Izuku didn't let that stop him. He punched her in the back before turning her to face him and giving her a powerful front kick that sent her to the ground. Niko got up and ran at him, sending 2 right jabs his way, but he dodged them. He saw that she was going in for an uppercut, but he caught her and judo flipped her, landing her on her feet and elbowing him in the face. Knowing it was time for her to take things more seriously, Niko stood up. As Izuku glanced at her, he saw that her gauntlets were glowing. He raised his arm to block the light beam coming from Niko's gauntlets, which caused him to slide back before he realized his arm was burned. Looking at Niko's glowing gauntlets, Izuku thought, so that's what all the demon parts were for. She used them to build some kind of artificial devil arms which grants her the use of some of their powers, and that blast just now felt like Artemis. Before she could get close and slit him with the gauntlet's claws, Niko ran at him and continued to shoot light beams, forcing him to dodge. Izuku was on defense, trying to read her movements. He ducked under another slash, then swept her legs, knocking her to the ground before he landed on top of her and started to rain blows, but she blocked them with her arms. Before he punched him away from her, Niko dazed Izuku by blocking another blow and giving him a headbutt. Niko gave Izuku a flurry of slashes as he stood up, enhancing them with light to inflict more damage. The attacks went on for a while, but Izuku had had enough before he surprised her by catching both of her arms. As the wounds on his body started to heal, Izuku remarked, "I have to say, you did good, Niko, but it's time for me to end this." After knocking the wind out of her with a knee to the stomach, Izuku struck her with an open palm, causing her to recoil. Izuku then kicked her in the air, knocking her to the ground. He then flipped and attempted to kick her with an axe, but she rolled away and stood back up. Niko launched another attack, but Izuku blocked and parried every one of her blows before kicking her in the roundhouse. As he approached her, Izuku made the decision to end it because Niko was in a daze. Izuku's fists glowed blue before he started punching her armor repeatedly, causing it to dent as she felt the pain. Before delivering a 1-inch punch that destroyed her armor and sent her flying out of bounds, Izuku paused and placed his hand close to her. This ended the match. Midnight exclaimed, "Nicoletta is out of bounds. The winner is Izuku Midoriya," as the stadium erupted in applause for the incredible battle they had just seen. When Niko started to stir, Izuku approached her, picked her up, and helped her steady herself while she turned to face him. "That was incredible, Niko. I didn't think you'd integrate all those parts you collected in Redgrave," said Izuku. "Yeah, I'm not done yet. I still have to work out a few things and I'll add the other parts to widen my arsenal, but all in all this match was very productive," Izuku replied with a grin. As they headed to the medical room to get checked out, Izuku said, "Yeah, let's get you checked out." Because of his healing factor, Izuku was completely fine, but Niko got some bruises, which Kairi fixed before she could resume enjoying the remainder of the festival. Izuku returned to his seat with his classmates, who gave him praise and congratulations for his incredible match with Niko. The remaining matches continued and concluded with Shoto defeating Kaminari, Tokiyami defeating Mina, and Katsuki defeating Kirishima. At last, the next round began, with Izuku and Katsuki taking the lead. Everyone was excited and on the edge of their seats after witnessing how strong they both were. As the audience began to get excited, Mike exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a showstopper here for you right now. These two competitors are the top students in Class 1A and now it's time for them to clash." As the audience applauded, Mike yelled, introducing first, the explosive and completely volatile maniac of Class 1A Katsuki Bakugo. Mike exclaimed as he walked up the stage, "And now, a man that needs no introduction. You've all seen what he's capable of, the one who stands at the top of this entire festival. Izuku Midoriya." The audience cheered him on. Katsuki grinned maniacally and remarked, "I've been looking forward to this, Deku." "Yeah, I see you've improved. I really hope you bring the fight this time," Izuku responded. "This won't be like last time. I'm going to beat you and show you that I'm the best," said Katsuki. "Let the match beg." "Wait," was what Midnight said, but Izuku cut him off. Izuku looked at Katsuki and said, "You know, since we're going to throw down, why don't we spice things up a bit?" As Katsuki and everyone else became curious about Izuku's plans, he asked, "What do you have in mind?" "Last time we fought we were both bound by the rules, we didn't get to go all out, so here's what we're going to do," Izuku stated. Katsuki said, "Just get to the point, Deku. No rules, no ring out, we can fight anywhere, we get to beat the shit out of each other and the only way to win is if one can't get up or gives up. In other words, let's have ourselves a good old-fashioned no-holds-barred match," Izuku stated. Katsuki uttered the word, "Deal," while releasing tiny explosions from his hand. The crowd roared in response to Izuku's shout, "How about it, folks? Do you all want to see this fight happen?" Before turning back to both boys and cracking her whip, Midnight glanced at the principal who had given her the all-clear to declare the fight official. Now, Izuku Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugo will be played as a match without holds barred. As the crowd began to get excited for the fight, Midnight screamed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the date has been set. We will have a no-holds-barred match for the first time in UA history. Getting your opponent to submit or knock him out is the only way to win this fight. Eraser, your pupils are fierce. What caused this?" As the fight was about to start, Mike asked. They had previously engaged in combat, but as Izuku stated, there were regulations that prevented them from going all out against one another. Izuku wants to fight Katsuki at his best, which means there are no rules to stop him from being as ferocious and vicious as he can be. Their rivalry dates back to when they first arrived, and now it's time to see who can beat him, Aizawa stated. As the game was about to start, everyone was tense. Inko and the others were hoping that Izuku would win, and their classmates were giving it their all for both of them. "Let the game start," As she initiated the match, Midnight shouted. Both of them charged at each other as soon as the match began, but Izuku missed his kick because Katsuki slid under it and turned around to blast him. They charged again, but Izuku jumped over Katsuki just as he was about to use his explosion, grabbed his collar, and threw him back, but Katsuki managed to land on his feet before using his blasts to propel himself towards Izuku. As he approached, Izuku was about to punch him, but he ducked under it and blasted Izuku, sending him back somewhat. Izuku turned to face Katsuki and ran at him, but Katsuki ducked his blow and blasted him again, but it didn't work because Izuku grabbed his hand before he hit him with a right hook and a knee to the stomach, knocking the air out of him before he held him by the throat and choked him. Katsuki was able to withstand the pain before he blasted him with a more powerful explosion, pushing himself up and starting to blast Izuku non-stop. But Izuku managed to dodge one and hit him with a leg sweep before he teleported above him and punched him in the face. "You're going to have to do better than that if you want to beat me, Katsuki," Izuku replied. "You fucking nerd, stop talking." Katsuki stood up, wiped his cheek, and then scowled at Izuku. When Katsuki turned around and blasted Izuku with a flurry of explosions, Izuku was caught off guard and burned a little as he moved out of range. Izuku used the air trick once more, but Katsuki ducked his attack and hit him with a backhand powered by his explosion. "Did he figure out how my air trick works?" Izuku asked, wiping his face before turning to face Katsuki, who smiled. To the surprise of Izuku and everyone else who was aware of his moves, Katsuki declared, "I've finally figured out that move of yours, Deku." "What action?" Izuku inquired. "That speed of yours, I've seen you use it a lot to know that it's your favorite ability, but all the times you've used it I just noticed something about it," Katsuki replied. "Oh, I see. What is that?" Izuku inquired. "That's what gives you away, that's the sound it makes." Izuku's eyes widened as Katsuki remarked, "I can hear it if I listen very close, but nobody notices because it's faint." He knows, Izuku thought. As Katsuki was about to say, if someone listens closely they can hear something that sounds like a... Izuku suddenly appeared in front of him, punched him to the ground, picked him up, and threw him into the commentator's box. "Remove yourself." As Katsuki slammed into the box, Mike screamed and he and Aizawa hurried to the side. "Oh my god. He was just thrown into our box by Izuku, and I'm currently staring at the child, not sure if he will wake up. What on earth do you teach these kids, Aizawa?" Mike remarked while holding a microphone as everyone's mouths fell open at the sight of Katsuki being flung into the box. He turned back to face Izuku, who was staring at the box. Izuku remarked, "Nobody likes a blabbermouth Asuki." As he struggled to stand up, Katsuki thought, "I'm beginning to regret agreeing to this," which shocked everyone. "Really, how can he still get out of bed?" Mike inquired. "That was really hardcore," Kaminari remarked. As the others nodded, Sato remarked, "Yeah, better him than any one of us, if he did that we won't be standing." Breathing heavily, Katsuki stood up and walked back into the stadium, glaring at Izuku's smiling face. "Katsuki, tell me why you keep getting up. Are you motivated by your foolish sense of pride? Or are you trying to prove something?" Izuku started to approach him and asked. "Stop talking. I'm going to defeat you and prove to everyone that I'm the best," Katsuki declared. Izuku grinned and thought, "I see it now, he wants to prove that he can stand at the same level as me, that he can be called my equal." Izuku rushed at him and punched him in the stomach, but Katsuki shook it off and slammed Izuku into the ground with a powerful explosion, sending him crashing to the ground again as Katsuki kept going without stopping. As Katsuki boosted the intensity of his explosions, which were also destroying the ground, he thought, "I have to keep this up. If I slow down, he's going to capitalize on that." He isn't stopping the explosions. As Katsuki continued his tirade, Mike uttered those words. "He's doing everything in his power to defeat him, so of course he won't. Izuku will get back up and stop it if he slows down," Aizawa stated. Izuku was getting up when he noticed Katsuki in the air spinning towards him. He tried to react, but it was too late when Katsuki had approached him. Katsuki used his explosion to jump in the air and began spinning rapidly as he fell to the ground after determining that he had caused enough damage to Izuku and the ground. "You fuck, eat this." Impact of howitzer. Katsuki screamed as he approached the ground and exploded a huge explosion at Izuku, creating a crater exactly where Izuku was in a tremendous roar. Izuku was just struck by Katsuki's mother of all explosions. As Katsuki's explosion stunned the entire arena, Mike remarked, "And it doesn't look like he's getting up from that." One of the onlookers remarked, "Oh my god, these first year are intense." Kaminari remarked, "Really, that was way too much." As all they could see was smoke rising from the crater where Katsuki had blasted Izuku, Mineta remarked, "I don't think he's getting up from that." "Take that." Katsuki, who was breathing heavily due to hand pain, said, "Deku." Clap clap clap. Everyone was shocked when Izuku emerged from the smoke shirtless, with burns and blood on his body that were starting to heal, but they were even more shocked by the glowing, ethereal wings that were wrapped around him. They all heard the clapping coming from the crater. Izuku flexed his wings and remarked, "I have to admit you almost got me there, Katsuki, but it seems you forgot I'm more than just strength and speed." "He has wings, my god," Mike shouted, startled. "It appears that those wings shielded him from the explosion, but not entirely," Aizawa remarked, observing Izuku's body burns. "You've recovered, but didn't that move also cause you pain?" "I used a lot of power to block that explosion. It felt like I got hit by a missile," Izuku remarked as his wounds healed, but he was feeling a little worn out. When Katsuki was struck by the wings that transformed into fists, his run at Izuku was cut short. Izuku said, "Okay, I'm going to end this now," before grabbing him by the wings and repeatedly slamming Katsuki into the ground before hurling him as he collided with a wall. Before he could use his wings to punch Katsuki to the ground, he rolled out of the way as Izuku went in for another blow, but Izuku grabbed his legs and threw him, causing him to bounce off the ground as he landed. Katsuki moved out of the way and started blasting him, ignoring the pain in both his arms, but Izuku shook it off and hit him with a right hook. Izuku approached the defeated Katsuki and halted in front of him, saying, "I'll only say this once, give up." "Screw you, Deku," Katsuki said, looking up at Izuku in between breaths. "You know our history isn't all that good, but I can give credit where credit is due," Izuku said, sighing as he looked at him and lifted him up with his ethereal arm. Izuku looked at Katsuki and said, "You did great, you pushed me harder than anyone in this tournament, and for that I give you my respect and I look forward to the next fight." As he was falling to the ground, Izuku let him go and then hit him with a rising kick that sent him skyward. Izuku then jumped in the air and hit him in the face with a right cross before hitting him with a spinning backhand that caused Katsuki to fall more quickly as they approached the ground. As he flipped and struck Katsuki with a strong axe kick that destroyed the ground and caused Katsuki to cough up a lot of blood before collapsing to the ground unconscious, Izuku uttered the words, "Devil's Barrage." Before declaring the match over, Midnight went to check on Katsuki and discovered that he had been knocked out. "Izuku Midoriya is the winner." As the stadium erupted in applause and gave them a standing ovation, Midnight said. As the audience, onlookers, teachers, and students from other classes applauded the incredible battle the two of them put on, everyone stood up. "Aizawa, you have amazing students." Aizawa said nothing, so Mike yelled. Aizawa looked at both of them and remarked, "It was an amazing fight." Katsuki gave it his all, but Izuku was just too much for him in the end. Next, we get to see who faces him in the finals. The medics carried Katsuki away while Izuku walked there to take a short break. Kairi checked on him and found nothing wrong with him, but Izuku was starting to feel a little exhausted from everything he had done, so he would take a short break and wait to see which of Tokiyami and Shoto he was facing. Before his classmates, who were ecstatic that he had won, crowded the stands, Izuku returned to watch the next bout. "Bro, that was the manliest fight I've ever seen. You and Bakubro threw down hard," said Kirishima. Kyoka remarked, "That was a good fight, class representative." Kamimari characterized it as seriously hardcore. Izuku grinned as Ochako said, "I'm glad you're okay, Nero." After saying, "Thanks a lot guys, I really appreciate it," Izuku and the others sat down to watch Shoto and Tokiyami. Shoto quickly ended the fight by freezing Tokiyami in Dark Shadow before he could even get to him. The final match then began, with Izuku facing Shoto. After a 10-minute break, both of them went to the locker room to get ready, and Izuku's classmates wished him luck before he left. As the break came to an end, Izuku was on his way to the stage when he ran into Shoto's father Endeavor. Izuku stared at the frowning man in front of him, not in the least bit intimidated. "I have to admit that your power is amazing. Your ability to generate a lot of wind pressure with a simple flick of your fingers, your fighting style, and your recognizable appearance make me think of two people I know. I witnessed your battle against the brainwashing kid and that girl from the support course." Endeavor remarked, "You seem to have a lot in common with All Might and Redgrave." Izuku's eyes widened slightly, but Endeavor was unaware of this. "It is my Shoto's responsibility to overtake All Might as the most popular hero. Don't hold back and shame him or yourself." Izuku spoke as Endeavor was ready to depart, saying, "That's all. Sorry for wasting your time. I am not Redgrave or All Might, and Shoto is not either." Izuku said, "He may be your son, but he isn't you." He isn't something you made to defeat Redgrave or All Might. He is his own person. He then left a furious endeavor in his wake. When Izuku arrived at the arena, he noticed that Shoto was already there. Izuku went to the stage and gave him a small smile. It's time for the last game to start. Since the beginning of the sports festival, these first-year Class 1A athletes have proven their abilities and taken names. And now it all comes down to this. As the crowd began to get excited, Mike yelled. Even Katsuki, who had just returned from the medical room, sat to watch the fight because everyone was anticipating it. Everything boils down to this. I've been anticipating it ever since you declared war on me, but are you willing to go all out against me? Looks like the jury is still out on the one, huh? Izuku said, while Shoto remained silent. Before she cracked her whip to begin the match, Midnight gave them both a quick glance. Let the final match begin. As she initiated the altercation, she said. Shoto sent a wave of ice at Izuku at a speed that most people couldn't react to, but Izuku didn't have to because he was already ready to smash the ice with a Delaware smash, creating a pressurized wind gust that broke the ice and made the audience feel the chill. The force of the attack sent Shoto reeling, but he stopped himself from going out of bounds with his ice before turning to face Izuku. Shoto sent another wave of ice, but Izuku got behind him with his Sonato, grabbed him, and suplexed him. Shoto looked up at Izuku, who had a bored expression on his face, but Izuku held on to him as he rolled back on his feet and slammed him face first into the ground before letting go and leaving. This is really annoying. As Shoto glared at him, Izuku uttered the words, seriously, I said come at me with everything you had, and this is the best you can do. I'm disappointed. Shoto got up and started throwing waves of ice, but Izuku was destroying them with lightning-fast Delaware smashes. I told you I'm not going to use it, I'll win with my ice, he said. Izuku started to run at Shoto, but as he looked at the smirking Shoto, he noticed that his feet were frozen. Just as Izuku was about to break free, Shoto sent a huge wave of ice that hit him, trapping him inside. He continued to send more and more ice until the stadium was freezing. OMG. To get Midoriya, he just froze the whole stadium. Mike let out a startled cry when he noticed the massive ice that covered the stadium where Izuku was standing. As they watched Shoto catch his breath, everyone was in complete shock at what he had just done. As Shoto put it, he won't be getting out of that. Aizawa nodded and remarked, I don't think he's getting out of that, so call the match Midnight. The winner is Crack. As she and everyone else immediately focused on the ice, she heard that sound, interrupting Midnight. Crack. Shoto was staring at it in disbelief as he started to feel the vibration coming from it when the sound was made again, and cracks started to appear around the ice, surprising everyone as it intensified. Izuku let out a cry of, ah, as the stadium was completely engulfed in ice, sending everyone into a panic as the dust obscured their vision. When the dust cleared, Shoto saw Izuku, who was surrounded by blue energy that caused a figure to hover above him, standing in the dust and staring at him with glowing red eyes as the figure began to approach. Izuku exhaled cold air from his mouth, and everyone stared at him in disbelief before turning to face Shoto. Shoto, is that all you have? Izuku questioned in a demonic tone before turning off his energy, which made the figure vanish. What the devil just happened, Aizawa? Mike looked at the ring and asked in a normal tone. I honestly don't know, what he did should have been impossible, but with everything he's done so far, this is something else, said Aizawa. Shoto turned to face Izuku, who was standing there unhurt by the attack but trembling from the cold from using his ice too much. How did you escape? Shoto, who was freezing, asked. It looks like you've reached your limit, Shoto, but it can easily be gone if you use your left, Izuku said, observing his condition. Did you do this because of my father? Shoto glared at Izuku and asked. Izuku looked at Shoto and said, dude, screw that asshole, I'm not doing this for him, I'm doing this for me. You realize how offensive this is? Everyone I've encountered has given me their all, and since that's what they desired, I returned the favor. Izuku remarked, my last 2 fights with Shinso, who is in General Ed, were the best I've had since the festival started. And now we have you, who has been half-assing it since the beginning because he has serious daddy issues. This is between you and me. It has nothing to do with that flaming sack of crap. I'm here in order to fulfill the expectations of others. Being able to smile is what I desire. I'd like to be an expert, I will therefore give it my all, like, you ought to be, Izuku shouted. Although you don't deserve it, you claim to want to be number 1. You don't have the right to be number 1 if you aren't going to use your full potential, but it's okay if you want to reject your father, Izuku shouted. Let me tell you something, in this world might controls everything. Without power or strength you can't protect anything, not even yourself, Izuku said, and the whole stadium fell silent as he continued speaking to Shoto. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, believing he was doing this to demonstrate his strength. But without heart all that power is meaningless, Izuku concluded, touching everyone in attendance with his words. As Shoto started to recall what his mother had told him, Izuku remarked, "That power doesn't belong to him, it's yours and it always will be." Tiny flashback. You're correct. It's common for kids to inherit their parents' eccentricities or power structures. But regardless of your past, the significance of a quirk depends on how you interpret it. What you do with it is up to you. When I say I'm here, I mean that. Kids, take this seriously. You've got it. The camera received a thumbs up from All Might on TV. You still want to be a hero, don't you, honey? As Shoto looked hopefully at the TV, his mother held him and said, "Just remember, stay true to yourself." Shoto thought, "I didn't realize how much I had forgotten." End of flashback. His left side suddenly erupted in flames as he recalled his mother's words, "You are not a prisoner of your lineage. It's okay to use your power to become who you want to be." Looking at the fire emanating from Shoto, Izuku remarked, "Yes, that's it, embrace who you really are." His fire is that. As she and her classmates watched from the stands, Osako exclaimed, "It's incredible." Looking at Izuku, Shoto remarked, "You know you aren't supposed to help your opponent, so which one of us is screwing around now?" "Yes, Shoto. Have you come to terms with your purpose yet?" "That's it, excellent. We are at the start of a new era. You will surpass me because you have my blood in your veins. You will fulfill the purpose for which I made you." When Izuku spoke, Endeavor's excited shout was interrupted. "Stop talking, you dickhead," Izuku said, glancing at Endeavor. "You brat, what did you say?" Endeavor spoke angrily. "Seriously, it's like you get an orgasm in that vagina of yours every time you talk. Let me tell you something, pal, nobody wants to hear your voice. I challenge you to repeat that," Endeavor shouted angrily. Mike laughed when Izuku said, "You know I would have said you had a dick, but then I remembered Redgrave beat it out of you." The audience gasped. "Ha ha ha ha, give this kid a medal. He is roasting Endeavor, which is pretty ironic seeing that the guy has fire powers," Mike replied. "I advise you to sit down and stop talking because you really believe he's going to beat me." Endeavor's eyes widened when Izuku said, "My uncle already whooped your ass, and now I'm going to whoop his ass as well." Before Endeavor finally recognized Izuku, he thought, that white hair and that cocky attitude. "You're Redgrave's nephew," Endeavor shouted as his assertion caused the eyes of everyone in the stadium and onlookers to widen in disbelief. As everyone started to notice how much Izuku and Dante looked alike, Izuku said, "That's right, hot pants, where did you think I got all my looks from? Now, can we get back to the fight? I have this to win." As he prepared for Shoto, Izuku remarked, "You ready, Shoto? I've been itching for this for a while now." Shoto threw a wave of ice at him, but Izuku leapt over it. Shoto then started shooting at him while he was in the air. Izuku managed to move his body to avoid them, but he missed one as he was ready to land, which caused some burns. Before he activated his full cowl and charged at Shoto, who created a wall of ice, Izuku thought, "Okay, let's step it up a notch." Despite this, Izuku broke through and punched Shoto in the face. Izuku managed to avoid Shoto's massive wave of fire as he staggered backward, but the heat from the flames slightly burned his shirt, causing him to leap back. As the lightning around him intensified, Izuku remarked, "You know, I think it's time we end this, Shoto." Izuku ran through a wave of ice that Shoto sent after him, charging his flames as high as he could. Shoto threw a stream of explosive fire at Izuku, who charged at his arm as well. The two attacks collided, causing a huge explosion that destroyed half of the ring and sent debris flying in all directions. "I see now, Midoriya. Thank you." Holy shit. Midnight and Cementos, who were close to the ring, sought refuge behind a few reinforced concrete blocks that Cementos had constructed. Mineta screamed as the air pressure from the explosion alone almost carried him out of the stadium completely. "This is absurd." When Kaminari saw his two overpowered classmates fighting, he yelled. As he and Midnight emerged from the shadows to witness the outcome of the fight, Cementos remarked, "Having a powerful quirk doesn't make someone a hero, but these two are amazing." She noticed that Shoto had been knocked out of bounds, unconscious, and half of his shirt was gone when the smoke cleared. She then turned to see what was left of the ring and saw Izuku standing there, his right arm severely burned, and his shirt completely gone. "Shoto is not allowed here. Izuku Midoriya is the victor." As the stadium erupted in applause, Midnight said, and Izuku dropped to one knee. OTHERWHERE as his partner sped off to the alleyway, a professional said to him, "We found him in the alleyway over there." Tenya's older brother, the pro-hero Ingenium, was the one currently competing. As he entered the ally and confronted the villain, Ingenium remarked, "I got him." As he prepared to battle the villain, Ingenium yelled, You are the hero killer Stain." As Stain reached for his sword, he simply laughed at Ingenium. As the two prepared to engage in combat, Stain yelled, "So, another false hero comes to die. I will purge this world of fakes like yourself." Ingenium ran at Stain without showing any fear.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.